This is Me and the Sweet Snowstorm. Sweet, small-town romantic comedy in Good Grief, Idaho. Book 4. Written by Jesse Gussman. Performed by J. Dice. Chapter 1. Bain.
I don't know how to dance, but not knowing how to do something has never stopped me before. I guess that comes from growing up in the mountains of Idaho, with parents who were unconventional, to say the least. My brothers and I learned at a young age that just because we didn't know how to do something didn't mean we would get out of it. Plus, what better way to learn how to do something than to actually do it? I twist the cup of punch I'm holding in my hand, looking around for a place to set it down. The fire hall is full of happy people, happy music, happy smells of good food mixed with summer air and flowers, since someone left the doors open to allow a breeze to flow through. A small-town volunteer fire company has to be frugal, and air conditioning probably isn't on anyone's top 10 list of things they need. I don't care, since that's another thing I somehow learned growing up, to acclimate to the climate. In the summer, I'm fine with the heat. In the winter, okay, I'd be lying to say I'm fine with sub-zero temperatures, but there does come a point where your body compensates for the temperatures outside if you're out in them. I'd get soft if I constantly moved the temperature of the air inside to make me the most comfortable. I didn't have a lot of comfort growing up. I've found a garbage can and I mosey over to it, draining the rest of my punch before dropping the cup in. The object of my attention, or maybe I should say the woman my attention is focused on, is in deep conversation with her grandmother, a spry 80-year-old named Agnes, with whom I went whitewater rafting on the Snake River not that long ago. Kimber, the woman I'm going to be dancing with, went with us. She's a city girl. That makes me nervous, but it doesn't make me change my mind. I nod to a couple of people as I weave through the crowd, conscious that the current song is winding down and, now that I've made a decision, not wanting to wait through another one. I don't know the rules. Maybe you can't ask someone to dance in the middle of a song. It occurs to me that Kimber probably knows the rules. People from the city usually do. People like me, who grew up on the land, have more of a tendency to make the rules to suit themselves. I also look to see what's going on outside with the weather before I decide what I'm doing for the day. Not that there's anything wrong with people who don't. We just live by different rules, which means sometimes we don't understand each other very well. That's probably going to be true for Kimber and me. But the time I spent with her on the Snake River has given me the knowledge that there's an attraction there, for me at least. And even though I know we're too different to ever be compatible, I want to dance with her. Maybe hold her a little. I might have helped her in and out of the raft a few times, the same way I'd helped her grandmother and everyone else on the trip. I want this to be different. I want to hold her the way a man holds a woman, even though I know the man-woman thing isn't going to work for the two of us. I wish I could say I time it just right as I arrive at her side, and she and her grandmother have just finished their conversation, and I'm able to ask her to dance, and she accepts with a smile. If life were perfect, right? But I don't time it just right. Maybe there is no such thing as perfect timing for me, because I'm 20 feet away when a man in what I assume to be an expensive suit, but what do I know about these things, taps her on the shoulder. He's got his back to me, and she turns to face him, her face lighting up with a smile and her eyes holding recognition. Obviously, she knows him and is happy to see him. He tilts his head and his mouth moves, and she nods, putting her hand in his as he leads her to the dance floor. There goes that idea. I suppose it took less courage for me to walk over than it did to think that she wouldn't mind dancing with me, even if she isn't attracted to me like I am to her, and even if she doesn't like me as much either. Seeing her reaction to that man has made me wonder. I guess I don't get my feet stopped in time, or maybe the Lord kept them going. I don't know. But I've taken another 15 or 20 steps, thinking about whether I'm going to attempt to ask her to dance again and not really paying attention to where I'm going. I realize I've stopped right in front of Miss Agnes, Kimber's grandmother.
"Why, Bain,"
she says with a smile, an older version of Kimber's smile. She's happy to see me, and she recognizes me. I had a lot of fun with the seniors that I guided down the Snake River.
"Sonny, you came over here to ask an old lady to dance, didn't you?"
She grins at me, and I get the feeling she somehow knows that I had intended to ask her granddaughter and not her. I don't get the feeling she's upset about that. In fact, Agnes might be 80, but she's shrewd, and I see the intelligence in her sparkling blue eyes. I also see her brain moving. She likes me. I have no idea why, other than we might be kind of kindred spirits, even if I'm a much younger version since I'm less than half her age. I figure Kimber is about the same age as me. I do know, from hearing different conversations on the trip, that Kimber has never been married and doesn't have children. There were rumors going around, good grief, that she'd been married twice, but I think that was her star status, and a small town is notorious for rumors traveling like wildfire. She enjoys living the city lifestyle, enjoys being her own woman, enjoys her independence and her success as a vlogger. All things I admire, even if I don't entirely understand them. I sure am, I say, holding my hand out for Miss Agnes. I looked around the room, and you looked like you had on a pair of sturdy shoes that can handle me stepping on your toes, since I don't know how to dance. I think she takes it as a compliment, because her lips stretch up further, and her face wrinkles even more. Miss Agnes and I hit it off the first day we met, and there's definitely mutual respect flowing between us. She puts her gnarled old hand in mine as the strains of the last song end. At least I know now it's okay to ask someone in the middle of the song, since that man asked Kimber and she looked pretty happy about it.
"Lead the way, son. I've danced with plenty of men a lot clumsier than you are."
How do you know how clumsy I am? I ask, more to make conversation and to keep the smile on Miss Agnes's face. She's the kind of lady that you just want to see smile.
"I saw you hopping in and out of the boat."
Raft, I say, correcting her automatically, which she takes graciously with the nod of her white head.
"Raft. I want to use the correct terminology,"
she says, and I hear the humor in her voice. I knew you did, I say. That's why I corrected you.
"Then you're not going to feel bad when I correct you when you stomp on my feet,"
Agnes says, and I grunt at her. I have no intentions of stomping anywhere, even if I don't know how to dance, or maybe especially because I don't. I don't want to hurt her. I'm a good bit bigger than she is. My whole family is tall, all four of my brothers, and although I'm not the tallest, I'm kinda heavy-set too, and I know despite the sturdiness of Agnes's shoes, I really would hurt her if I put any force behind stepping on her feet. Even if I don't. A song comes on that I don't recognize, which isn't surprising. Where I typically hang out, we don't have much electricity, and while I can strum a few chords on the guitar to entertain myself, the songs I play are mostly songs my parents taught us when we were younger. Not any of the modern-day stuff. I assume that's what this is, although I really don't know. There's another difference between Kimber and me. I'm sure she's up on all the latest. Whatever she does for a living depends on being on the edge of what society is obsessed with.
"Loosen up, sonny. You can't dance when you're stiff as a board."
Miss Agnes puts both hands on my shoulders and shakes a little, like she wants me to relax. Why not? I'm not worried about looking like an idiot in front of these people. After all, as my eyes sweep the dance floor, I don't see anyone who actually looks good while they're dancing. Whatever that means. I guess I mean to say I don't see anyone who actually looks sophisticated while they're dancing. I suppose sophisticated and dancing don't really go together, unless you're talking about ballet, which I've heard about but never actually seen. I'm just guessing on it anyway.
You just feel the music, and you let yourself move to it,
Miss Agnes says, and she sounds like she knows what she's talking about. That makes sense. I relax and move to the music. It's a little harder than what you think, though, and you kind of have to put the idea that there are other people in the room out of your head. Now I understand why people might dance with their eyes closed.
Think about it like you're out under the stars, and you don't think there's anyone else around, and you're on your knees with your hands lifted up to heaven, just feeling the air and the night sounds and looking at the stars and being awed by your Creator.
I stop moving, my eyes wide, and I'm staring at Miss Agnes. She chuckles and fists her old fingers together, chucking me on the shoulder.
When you get old, you don't sleep as well as you do when you're a young pup like you. Of course, maybe you don't sleep well either, and that's why you were out there.
She saw me on our river trip. I shake my head. I wasn't out there because I couldn't sleep. Not really. I was just out there because sometimes you just get overwhelmed with the vastness of the universe and the beauty all around you, and how intricately everything is put together, and how carefully everything works in time, and you have no choice but to get on your knees and lift your hands and acknowledge the God of the universe and his superiority over you. She's right. I certainly never thought anyone was watching me do that.
Music is the same way, son. You just feel it right here.
She taps her chest.
And it moves you.
Her eyes narrow at me as the music goes on around us, filling the room and seeming to vibrate over the air. Some kind of thumping bass with other, smoother instruments over top, maybe some violins, but it definitely has a rock and roll feel to it.
It will be easier if you close your eyes and just forget about everyone else,
Miss Agnes says. If I close my eyes, I will be stepping on someone's foot. I say joking, because I don't want to be serious. Miss Agnes lifts her brow like she knows my cover. Then her eyes, which were holding mine, deliberately track to her left. My eyes follow hers, and I see Kimber, dancing with her hands in the air, uninhibited and moving with the beat. The man she's with is a lot more stiff, and while her eyes are closed, his are on her. Miss Agnes looks back at me.
See my granddaughter?
She's asking like we hadn't just stood there and stared at her for a good 5 seconds, and I feel like there's something else in her tone. Actually, I feel like she knows the whole reason I was coming over was to ask her granddaughter to dance, and that's why I'm standing here now, thinking I need to learn, and fast, if I want to do what I had already decided I was going to do, and that was dance with Kimber. Just once. I do. Maybe I shouldn't say this to the woman's grandmother, but I wasn't raised in polite society, and I have a tendency to speak my mind. Not in a bad way, I don't think, but in a way where if I think it, I say it, and I don't hide it just because it might not be sophisticated and debonair to say. If I were dancing with her, I wouldn't be standing so far away from her. I'd want to hold her. I lift a brow and feel her move against me. I haven't shocked the old lady. Far from it. She smiles, her lips curving up and her brows going down with her lips pressed together. She knows exactly what I'm saying. And I get the feeling she approves.
Loosen up, feel the music, practice with me, and we'll go over and talk to Kimber. You'll get your chance, son.
Chapter 2. Kimber.
I'm not dancing with the man I want to be dancing with. Skylar is exactly my type and the kind of man I understand. He's just like me. Funny how we're never attracted to the people who are just like us. He's a city dude, and he knows all the best places to eat, ones that are keto-friendly and have organic menus. He's a food connoisseur and can talk at length about wine pairings and vintage labels and the proper way to sauté shellfish. He knows all the best theater productions and is up on all current social media trends and all the latest technology. I am too. My eyes are closed, my hands lifted, and my body is moving to the music. Partly because I love dancing, but also partly because I don't want to have to look at Skylar and deepen what is, to me anyway, just a friendship. He helps me occasionally with my vlog, taking videos, editing, and helping me upload on sites that are new and upcoming. He has a real job as a business exec, but it's totally 9 to 5, and my job is anytime. We used to work together until my vlog took off, and I quit my job. I think maybe he'd like to be more than friends, but I don't. I like my freedom, and I like being able to go out with whomever I want or stay in if I feel like it, or hang out with my girlfriends. I don't have any man hanging over my shoulder, jealous and possessive, trying to dictate my activities. My parents were bad enough with that. Although my grandmother, Agnes, is an amazing woman, and I love her more than I can say. She's a lot different than my parents, even though my dad is her son. Maybe I just remember him from a teenager's eyes, since he died of a heart arrhythmia when he was my age, which is just shy of 40. I crack my eyes, and Skylar is staring at me. I close them again. I kind of wanted to see where Bain went. He couldn't be any more different than me, with his hiking boots and jeans and plaid shirt, which are probably the dressiest clothes he owns. But there's something to be said about a man who's competent in his job. After going down the Snake River with him, watching how he handled our raft, listening to the knowledge that he had of the land, as he talked about the mountains in the distance and the wildlife and shores right beside us, I hold a strong admiration for him. I'll never forget the day I was standing on the edge of the river after our daily trip, listening to the murmur of voices behind me, when he came up and stood slightly behind me, his arm beside me pointing to the other bank as I watched a shadow move.
Grizzly,
he said softly. I was aware of the tension in him and the fact that he'd seen something that I'd been staring at but hadn't realized was there. I admit I was scared, but I also felt safe because of his confidence and his knowledge and the idea I didn't have to worry because the man beside me knew what he was doing and could handle any danger. Not that anyone said that. It's just the feeling I got from him. Anyway, watching someone competent in their job is satisfying. And for some reason, a reason that I haven't been able to figure out in the 6 weeks since I'd been home in Chicago from our trip, I find him attractive. He's not exceptionally handsome. He doesn't value any of the things I do. He doesn't even know half the things that I value and need for my job to earn a living. He's so completely different from me, it's not even funny. And yet, even now with my eyes closed, my body moving, I want to open them and see if he's where I feel like he is. I've never had that feeling before, where someone's in the room and I just automatically know where they are. Normally, I'm much more reserved and mature than this, but I turn my head and crack my eyes. He's looking at me. He's a laid-back guy, calm, confident, with an easy laugh and an easygoing nature. But his eyes are hungry. Shock goes through me, ripping down my arms and back, stiffening my spine, making me lose the beat of the music. I should be aghast that a man like that, rough and simple, can make me stumble like he just did. I don't think I look down on someone like that, just I've moved beyond that in my own life. At least, I thought I had. Maybe it's not beyond. I don't feel smarter or that someone like that doesn't know as much as I do, but maybe he just knows different things. Maybe everyone thinks that the things we know are important and the things we don't aren't. I think again of the grizzly and my total reliance on Bain to protect me. I suppose he would be the same way in the city, having no idea of what was safe and what wasn't and not having my instincts. He has made me think, anyway, because, really, when it comes right down to it, is it better for me to know what is going on social media and know what fashion trends are in this year and know where to go for the best coffee in Chicago rather than know how to save myself from a grizzly? Again, I come to the same conclusion that I've come to for the last 6 weeks. Not better, just different. Very, very different. Different to the point where there is no common ground between us. But that doesn't keep me from wanting to be closer to him, to touch him, to dance with him. I look away. The music winds down, and I drop my arms and open my eyes. I see Skylar staring at me. I suppose there's something in his eyes, too, only he's sophisticated enough to try to hide it. Only showing me enough to let me know he's interested, but not enough to make himself vulnerable. Bain wasn't hiding anything. Even though I'm more like Skylar, I admire Bain.
Wow, it's hot in here. Would you like to grab a drink and step out?
Skylar asks, wrinkling his nose.
All they have is that terrible strawberry fruit punch that definitely does not have nearly enough kick to it and has way too much sugar. There are no other options. I checked.
He has snob in his voice, and while he speaks my language, right now, I don't want to speak my language. I want to speak Bain's. Or maybe the language of Idaho, which is much different than Chicago. It's my grandmother's home state, and she loves it. But my dad went to university in Chicago. That's where he met my mom, and that's where I was born. I open my mouth to answer Skylar. I'm going to decline him, but I haven't decided how, when I feel a touch on my arm. The next song has already started to play. There's no DJ. It's just someone with a few speakers set up and a bunch of music on their laptop. I turn, but the electricity is there, and I'm expecting it when my eyes land on Bain.
Seen any grizzlies lately?
He asks, and while there's humor in his eyes, and I respond to that with a lift of my lips, I'm disappointed. I want to dance with him, and not the kind of dancing I just did with Skylar. We have different kinds of dangers in Chicago, I say. I lower my eyes a little, and I'm flirting, whether he knows it or more likely not, since his eyes are open and sincere, without a hint of guile. But to answer your question, no, although I'm still hoping. My last line lifts his lips and turns his grin into a full smile.
That's interesting,
he murmurs.
The last time you saw one, I'm pretty sure you were hoping to never see another. Maybe the city girl has changed?
I think there might be hope in his tone, something maybe he doesn't even realize is there. I think it's the country boy who needs to change. I think a visit to the city would do that for you, I say. I certainly hadn't meant to let those words out of my mouth. A visit to the city would change him, probably, but it would change all the things I love about him, and I don't want that. Not even a little. I want to correct my mistake. Bain would look terrible as a watered-down version of Skylar. And although I'm sure he could embrace city life and enjoy it, because there's a lot to love about it, I instinctively know he won't be the same, and I don't want that. I don't want him to be different than exactly what he is. His eyes cloud, and his smile dims. I know exactly how he took my words. Like he's not good enough. Like he's a country bumpkin. Like I need my men debonair and suave, and he doesn't measure up. That's not how I meant it at all, but I can't blame him for taking it that way. And I'm not sure correcting what I've said and easing his mind is the best way anyway. The fact is, maybe he's a little attracted to me. I'm definitely attracted to him. But that's all anything between us can ever be. A mutual attraction. A short-term fling, although I gave those up years ago. Empty and unfulfilling, leaving me vaguely dissatisfied with myself and the world and annoyed at my weaknesses. And feeling a little dirty, although it's not socially acceptable to admit that. Still, it's true. I'm definitely a city girl, but I'm in touch with myself enough to know that having multiple partners, casual hookups, and meaningless physical relationships wasn't what I was made for. I suppose it's a little like caviar. You can develop a taste for it and actually enjoy it. I just never did. And I don't want to. I suppose, though, if I'm being honest, I don't want to walk away from Bain. And while I know a short-term fling is out of the question, maybe there's a possibility for friendship. Maybe we've already started building that.
Can I have this dance?
He asks, and the words sound formal and a little awkward coming off his tongue. The song is already started, one I recognize, slow and romantic. It's not the kind of song that you dance side by side to. It's the kind of song you dance to wrapped up in someone's arms. I wouldn't have allowed Skylar to ask me. I would have headed off because, truth be told, Bain is the only one I want to dance with like that. But it's not a good idea. Friends, I think we can do, but you don't slow dance with your friend. Except, I'm from the city and we slow dance with complete strangers. I have. It's not really fun, though. Slow dancing with Bain will be more than fun. It will be exciting. His hair, kind of shaggy and probably last cut at home 6 months ago or so, judging from the ragged edges, lifts a little as a breeze blows in through one of the open doors. He's not sweating like Skylar was. In fact, he looks completely cool and comfortable. It's that confidence that draws me, attracts me, makes me want to slow dance and more with this man. I shake my head. A no is getting ready to come out of my mouth, except my grandmother steps in and puts her hand on my arm. I was teaching him how to dance, since Bain grew up in the mountains and never really did it before. He only stepped on my toes a couple of times. She looks over at Bain, and my grandmother does this better than any lady I know. Her eyes twinkle at him, and they share what seems to be a secret smile. I don't believe for 1 second that Bain stepped on her toes, but maybe he did. But he doesn't want to learn how to slow dance with an old lady, so I told him I thought you would teach him. My eyes narrow a little at this, but I've never known my grandmother to lie. Still, it seems a little suspicious, although they had been dancing together. I can't read anything on Bain's face. He's still watching me, waiting for the answer to his question. I can't really tell my grandmother no. I can, but I don't want to. I have a lot of respect for her, even though that's not really a popular thing in Chicagoland today either. Most of us are ashamed of our parents and the small towns they grew up in and enjoy trashing them. I suppose the same way small towns trash city folk. It's kind of funny how we think that we've chosen the best and are smarter than everyone else. My eyes slide back to Bain, and the awareness that we represent two completely different worlds that don't see eye to eye on anything, flashes through my head. I like to think I'm worldly and sophisticated, but if I'm closing myself off to the different culture that's right here in my own country, I'm not really being as tolerant as I like to think I am. I almost laugh at myself because I'm just saying that to give myself an excuse for saying yes. It's not tolerance that's encouraging me to dance with Bain. It's want to, a lot of want to, and even more attraction. I wouldn't want your education to be stunted because of me. By all means, I'll certainly give you this dance. There's a little sarcasm in those last words, since he had asked if he could have this dance, and I found it kind of old-fashioned and funny. And awkward. But maybe that's just him being polite. I don't want to laugh at politeness. It seems to be a vanishing attribute, in men especially. I suppose that's what comes with equality. We get treated like everyone else, and men aren't typically polite to other men.
Thank you,
he murmurs as I slip my hand into his. My grandmother has vanished. It's funny how quietly and smoothly she can move, which makes me wonder if she fakes the limp and the clomping and the jerky old lady movements. It wouldn't surprise me if she stays young forever, and she just uses the old lady act as a cover when it suits her. That would be totally like my grandmother. Bain is just standing there holding my hand, and I realize that my grandmother has made it sound like I'm giving him a dancing lesson, instead of us actually dancing for real, which I have to admit made it easier for me to say yes. Almost it would have been rude to say no. Maybe he's playing the part, but I don't think so. Bain isn't the kind of man who plays games. I'm sure he really doesn't know how to dance, although all he has to do is skim his eyes around the room to realize that it's not complicated. I turn my head and nod at the happy couple whose nuptials we're celebrating, Lee and Doug. Lee chose a dusty rose dress, slightly longer than knee length and with enough swish and sway to make every movement she makes look provocative and sexy. Honestly, the dress looks homemade, but it is better than most wedding dresses I've seen. It looks comfortable, like a dress you have a good time in, and completely untraditional. Maybe I was the one that was stuck in a rut with my thoughts, even as I looked at the folks from my grandmother's hometown and considered them traditional and narrow-minded. Could that really be me and my friends? We are untraditional, of course, although I don't know a single one of them who didn't have a big, fancy, uncomfortable wedding dress that they couldn't wait to get out of and couldn't have a good time in if they tried. Seems like a sensible choice made a lot of sense. I tuck those thoughts away to examine more closely later. See how he's holding her? Bain's eyes seem to be hooked on me. Even while he turns his head, his eyes don't move, until they do, which makes me smile a little. I think he's having the same problem I am.
They're pretty close together,
he says, and while he still looks calm and assured, I feel like there's a thread of fear in his voice, like the idea of being that close to me makes him really nervous. Normally, I'm not like this, but that little thread wakes up the devil on my shoulder. That's how we do it in the city. Maybe you country folk are a little different. I lift my brows as his eyes come back to mine. Maybe you're a little more prudish? Or maybe you enjoy dancing 3 feet apart from your women?
I wouldn't know.
He is still murmuring, like he is preoccupied. That's kind of the way he's been talking to me the entire time, and yet he can't seem to take his eyes off me. Maybe he is preoccupied with me? That sends a warm shiver through me. I like it. I like the idea that he's okay with letting me be important to him. And he's not afraid to let other people see that I am. I get the feeling that if we truly were to have a relationship, he wouldn't pretend disinterest or merely make me an arm decoration as he moves on to bigger conquests. I get the idea that he would make me his world. The idea scares me, even as I like it. I don't want the pressure of being someone's world. But I love the idea of a man who only has eyes for me and wants me to do everything with him, who likes me that much.
You're the teacher. Is that how we do it?
He asks, and his voice is still low and slow, a rumbly murmur that's just above a growl and makes the hair on the back of my neck curl with delight. No, that's not how we do it. Lee and Doug have it exactly right. Now I'm being brave. I step toward him, into his space, well into his space, since our chests touch, and my arms go around his neck, and my feet stand inside his, and I tilt my head with a little challenging smile on my face. I've shocked him, and he's frozen, and there's a small part of me that worries that he'll push me away. Then his hands come up and settle on the small of my back. They're big and hard and confident like the rest of him, and they push me to him until there's not a breath between us. And I have to say, I like it that way.
Chapter 3. Bain.
There are more people in the firehouse than I'm usually ever around. I'm much more comfortable in the woods with just myself, and second to that, if I'm leading a tour down the river or into the backwoods. Still, I'm dancing with Kimber, and it feels like we're the only two in the room. It's pretty amazing how dancing with that special girl can do that, make the world fall away. I think I heard a song about that when I was working in Boise on road construction. I guess I didn't really understand it at the time, but it's funny it comes back to me now as the world really does fall away, and all I see, all I feel, all I smell is Kimber. Her scent is delicate and expensive. It would be ruined in the woods. I know this, and yet here I am dancing with her. Of course, I might not have been if Miss Agnes hadn't stepped in. I appreciate it, although I'm not sure she really did me a favor. After all, the closer I get to Kimber, the harder it's going to be when it's time to walk away.
It's your job to make conversation,
Kimber says softly, her cheek pressed to mine, and I'm not even sure when that happened, but I like that too, her words drifting by my ear. I hope this is a long song, I murmur, not even thinking. She lets out a breath, almost like she's laughing, but it sounds a little pained as well, and I think she agrees with me.
What am I supposed to say to that?
She asks quietly. I don't know. Is it really the man's job to make conversation? I thought everybody was supposed to be equal. I thought men weren't supposed to treat women differently than another man. That never made a lot of sense to me. Women are different than men, and any man that tries to tell you differently is lying out his left nostril. I don't look at a woman, any woman, and think for 1 second that she's the same as my brother or the guy sitting next to her.
We are completely equal, but it's still the man's job to make conversation.
That doesn't make any sense to me either. I think you guys have more rules than I'll ever be able to learn.
Were you really raised in the woods?
She asks, and I guess she must have heard it when we were going down the river. It's not something I try to keep secret. I guess I never really learned how to cover things up and dust myself off and make myself look better. I am what I am, and it seems like it's silly to be ashamed of that or try to pretend I'm something different. I was. I was born in a cabin with no electricity and heated with a wood stove.
But how did your parents support you? What did they do to earn a living?
Nothing, really. My dad sometimes hauled logs or worked on a timber crew if we needed actual cash, but not often.
Did you have to pay taxes?
They weren't much.
What about groceries and clothes?
We never went to the grocery store. Mom did buy us clothes when we had money from Dad working. In the winter, whenever the log trucks were moving and companies needed an extra guy for a bit, sometimes he'd hire on for a while, but that was it. Never for long, either.
What did you eat?
I'm used to these questions. When I go out into the world and start talking about how I was raised, people always want to know. It's just inconceivable to most folks. I suppose the way a city and everything about it was inconceivable to me before I actually saw one. And I've never seen a big city like Chicago. Boise was as far as I got. That was almost too far. The woods will feed you if you let it. We did a lot of foraging, nuts, berries, mushrooms, and those types of things. I am always a little uncomfortable talking about the animals we ate. My parents didn't believe in a lot of government regulation, and the idea that you need a license wasn't something they adhered to. As far as I know, it's the only thing they broke the law about, but it's kind of a big one. I see their point. It really shouldn't be the government's job to manage the land. It should be the people on the land managing it. But the problem is, a lot of times people who are on the land don't have the common sense God gave a goose and wouldn't know how to manage it if a management manual was tattooed on their forehead. Results of living in a fallen world, I suppose.
That's it?
She prompts when I don't say anything. I pull her closer to me, wanting the song to end, and yet not. I know my background isn't going to impress her. It never impresses anyone, and honestly, it hadn't occurred to me to be ashamed of it until I worked in Boise. People make fun of you when you're different than everyone else. I'm a lot different than everyone else. Still, I managed to hold down a job, and since I'm used to living simply, I was able to save enough money to come back, invest in a lodge with my brothers, and start my own tour guide business, which is a legal way of enjoying the land I love, living sort of like I was raised, at least putting that knowledge to good use. Tell me about you. I move my cheek against hers, and I feel her body shake, not sure if it's a shiver caused by me, and if so, whether she likes it or whether it's revulsion. All those things I didn't learn growing up the way I had. Some of my friends in the city had assured me that men everywhere struggle with these questions. No one knows what a woman is thinking, and just when you think you have them figured out, they change on you. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not my lack of social graces and my dearth of knowledge when it comes to interactions with people, especially women, since my mom was the only woman I saw most of my childhood. But I can't help but feel like I missed a few things. Nothing that would make me want to go back and change my childhood. Just a nod to the fact that I'm behind in some areas, while I feel like I'm ahead in others. I know that Kimber and I would never work long term, but I'm enjoying our dance, and we aren't too different to have a conversation.
I'm not nearly as interesting as you. I've never heard of anyone being raised the way you were and eating berries and nuts and mushrooms. Aren't mushrooms poisonous when you get them in the woods?
She asks, and while my head is beside hers, I can just picture her wrinkling her nose. A strong nose and a strong face. Beautiful, but still bold. Come to think of it, she doesn't seem like the kind of girl who leans into a man the way she's leaning into me. She seems like the kind of girl that stands on her own 2 feet and lets the world come to her, choosing which parts of it she's going to accept. Mushrooms. Some of them can be. With some of them, it just takes a bite to kill you. You have to know what you're doing. My fingers want to curl on her back, but I keep the conversation light. I guess my parents must know since I'm still alive.
Good point. Berries, too. I've always heard you shouldn't eat berries that you pick in the wild.
That's too bad. You've missed a lot of good stuff. Wild raspberries are the best food known to man.
I've never had them.
Her shoulder lifts a little.
I love the raspberries I buy in the store, though. They're good.
I've had those. They're nothing like the real thing.
The real thing being the stuff in the woods?
I think I've offended her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply the raspberries you eat aren't real, but cultivated berries are just a shadow of what grows naturally.
A shadow?
In taste, mostly. In color, some. I've never actually seen black raspberries in the store, though. Maybe they have them in Chicago, but not Boise.
You've been to Boise?
She can't hide the incredulity in her voice, although her cheek remains pressed to mine. I worked there for 5 years.
Before you became a whitewater rafting guide?
I nod. Yeah, I did a lot of wilderness backpacking expeditions before I got into whitewater rafting.
I didn't know that.
I almost feel like I've given her information she appreciates, and it's not just small talk. It's a good feeling to have knowledge that I share, even if it is about myself. I hadn't really thought she'd be interested. Suddenly, I realize that the fire hall has gone completely silent. The song has been over a while, and Kimber and I are still holding on to each other and swaying like it's not. I think she realizes this the same time I do, only it embarrasses her, and her cheeks get red, her mouth forms an O, and she jerks back away from me. I want to hold on to her, squeeze my hands tighter and not let her leave me. I might have been raised in the woods, but I know better than that. My hands drop to my sides and my fingers curl while I watch Kimber back away from me. Hey there, everyone. We wanted to thank you for coming to our wedding and celebrating this special occasion with us. Doug's voice comes over the speaker system, tinny and sharp. Even if the sound isn't great, the words are sincere, as is the look on his face. He glances over to his side, grinning at the smiling woman beside him, and they share a look full of warmth and acceptance and love. Idaho winters can be long and hard, and even though sometimes I lead snowmobile excursions and wintertime camping trips, it was slow in the early years of my business, and I've spent more than one evening sitting in my cabin by the fire, staring into the flames and wishing I had someone to share my small space with. Not just someone special. My eyes go back to Kimber, who has recovered from her embarrassment and has turned her back on me, looking at Doug. I suppose it's my caveman ancestors or maybe my wilderness upbringing, but I take 2 steps, closing the gap between us, standing in her space without touching her, just beside and behind her shoulder. I don't know why I do it. It's dumb. But now I catch her scent, expensive and fragile and soft and sweet, the color and cushion my world needs. I know it instinctively. I guess I know it rationally, too. I've felt that longing before, the longing to have someone, but it's always been a general thing, never based on a specific person. Kimber is different. I'm not sure what to do about it.
Chapter 4. Kimber.
I like weddings. They're romantic, although they always make me wish that I had someone for myself. Most of the time, I'm happy with my single status, but I definitely have my days. Weddings make it worse. Watching Lee and Doug so happy together, I can't help but smile, but there is a part of me that's sad. Will I ever find someone like that for me? This has been a beautiful wedding, only interrupted just moments ago by something that sounded like a helicopter. I almost swore it was landing right here in Good Grief, but I think they turned the music up louder, and it eventually went away. Something from the military flying low, doing maneuvers, I guess. Bain is still beside and behind me. It's funny how I can feel him without touching him. My grandmother and her friends, Miss Harriet and Miss Gertrude, have gathered not far from us. Miss Gertrude has earbuds in her ears. She never goes anywhere without them. Apparently, there was a romance convention in Good Grief earlier this year, and while no one really knew the one author who was here, everyone seems to have fallen in love with her audiobooks. My grandmother told me Miss Gertrude had listened to her narrator's entire catalog 5 times, and I can believe it, since Miss Gertrude hasn't taken her earbuds out since I arrived yesterday. I think she even slept with them. Doug and Lee stand on a stage with a microphone, and they call my grandmother up along with Miss Harriet and Miss Gertrude. They've already acknowledged his parents, giving them 6 small cranberry bushes, since apparently their backyard is a bog and they can't ever get anything to grow in it. They've acknowledged Lee's parents, too, giving them a decorative fire truck with what looks like a dog driving and a cat in the front seat. That, too, fits, since her dad is a vet and her mom is the fire chief in Good Grief. I assume they're acknowledging the ladies now, and I wonder what in the world they're going to do for them. I've never been to a wedding where the couple has made it more about the people in their lives than about themselves. It's a refreshing change.
Not long ago, right here in this very fire hall, there was a romance convention.
Doug says, grinning at Miss Gertrude especially.
Since that convention,
now he looks out at the crowd with a baleful look.
Miss Gertrude has discovered audiobooks. Apparently, there was a romance author here.
Doug scratches his head, narrows his eyes, and scrunches his face up, thinking.
I can't remember her name, but it's really not about her. She just happens to have
the best narrator in the world, Miss Gertrude shouts.
Bar none,
Miss Harriet adds in a voice equally as loud and excited. And he's dreamy, my grandmother says, and my mouth drops. I had no idea she could talk like that.
Anyway,
Doug says, with an affectionate look at the ladies, although he also looks long-suffering as well.
I've heard constantly.
He definitely emphasizes that word.
About how amazing this man is, and how wonderful, and how dreamy, and I have been subject to speakers blasting his voice for weeks on end.
His eyes sweep the trio of ladies, and he hastens to add,
which I have enjoyed very much.
Lee reaches over and pulls the microphone to her mouth. Don't let him fool you. He laughs louder than the ladies at this dude.
That might be true, but I don't swoon over him, and I don't think he's dreamy.
Doug says, a little belligerently. Well, he is, Miss Gertrude mutters. She's the one who's the most interested in romance novels.
So, when Lee and I were trying to figure out what we could do to thank you 3 ladies for everything that you have done for us, we decided something that might be fun for you.
He looks up, his eyes scanning all the people who are standing and listening.
For all of you, if Miss Agnes and Miss Gertrude and Miss Harriet are to be believed, would be to bring Mr. J. Dice here to meet you."
He opens his mouth to say more, but there's some screaming going on from the ladies in the front, and he has to wait until that subsides.
He can't stay long because he's on his way to a convention in California, but he did agree to come meet you ladies and autograph your CDs, which Lee and I have bought for you as a token of our appreciation for what you've done for us.
The room breaks out in applause, which grows louder as a man appears in the doorway. I assume this must be the notorious, or dreamy, Mr. J. Dice. Jay is holding the leash of a pretty white and brown dog who seems to idolize her master as much as my grandmother and her friends do. Or maybe she's just hungry. Justin, Lee's brother-in-law, is there at the door to meet Jay and becomes his bodyguard as he helps him make his way to the stage. I've never seen my grandmother quite like this. She and her friends are reaching out, trying to touch him, just like touching the hem of his garment will heal them. Jay seems to take the adoration in stride. I suspect he's used to it, and graciously shakes the ladies' hands. He doesn't even seem to get flustered when Miss Gertrude elbows the other ladies aside and busses his cheek. I'm just happy that in her excitement her dentures don't fall out, and I feel like Jay doesn't know what kind of a bullet he's actually dodged. Lee shoves the microphone at him as he steps up on the stage, and she looks a little starstruck herself.
What a pleasure it is to be here in Good Grief. I've heard so much about you and your town.
I don't think the man has an ungracious bone in his body, but there's a little pinch to his face, and I suspect that the author that was here at the romance convention, whatever her name was, has possibly annoyed him with book-length stories about Good Grief and the people in it. I'm just guessing.
"We love you, Jay!"
one of the ladies shouts. He says a couple of things to the ladies that have them howling, and I think to myself that Lee and Doug couldn't have given them a better gift. He probably spends 10 minutes with them before he announces that he has to leave, but Gertrude grabs a hold of him and calls out loud enough for everyone to hear, "Don't leave! Marry me!" So, while I do feel a little bad for Jay, whose cheeks are most definitely more red now than they were when he walked in, I also laugh because Miss Harriet grabs his other hand and says,
"No, he's going to marry me."
There is no hand for my grandmother, but she's usually the ringleader, and she's definitely not going to be left out of this.
"You guys can fight over who gets to marry him. In the meantime, I'm not one to waste an opportunity,"
she says, and she grabs a hold of poor Jay, who is completely defenseless since Miss Harriet and Miss Gertrude are holding on to both of his hands, and lays a big one right on his lips. I know he wasn't expecting it, because I could see his eyebrows from the other side of my grandmother's white hair. They were hanging out in space somewhere, as were his eyeballs most likely. Still, the man is gracious. I have to give him that.
"You can't be kissing her when you're going to marry me,"
Miss Harriet says, giving a yank on his arm.
"No, I told you he wants me."
I think Jay must be used to this, because somehow he gets himself untangled from the ladies and puts enough space in between them that he can breathe, which is a relief to me. He does have a little bit of pink passion lipstick, which is the only color of lipstick that my grandmother wears, smeared on his lips, but the man is handsome enough to pull it off. He puts up both hands and clears his throat.
Ladies, I'm flattered. I will need some time to think about your kind and generous offers. In the meantime, I really do need to go. Thank you so much for your gracious hospitality.
I have to hand it to the guy. If I'd had a reception like he had, I'm pretty sure I would have my tail tucked between my legs, and I'd be running for the hills. He gives the ladies a wave, and his sweet little bulldog who is laid down behind him trots along after him. The trio of ladies are all talking over each other, and I can't make out what they're saying, but I do notice something white flying through the air, and as Jay approaches the doorway, a large pair of white panties flutter down and hook over the moose head that's hanging right above it. I'm pretty sure they came from my grandmother. But as I, and everyone else in the room, I'm sure, are squinting, trying to make sure that what we think we are seeing is actually what we are seeing, something much smaller and bright red flies through the air and settles on the poor moose's nose. It's a thong. I'm pretty sure that one came from Miss Harriet. I saw it leave her hand. Jay disappears out the door, followed by his faithful dog. I hope he has no idea that the ladies were throwing their underwear at him. I think it would be kind of hard to get him to come back to good grief. Also, it doesn't really give our town a family-friendly reputation. Even though I know the ladies are mostly joking. Mostly. I do notice, though, as the door starts to close behind him, that a crowd of ladies, just slightly older than I am, converge behind him. I recognize a couple of them as Jay stops to talk to them. He is again grabbed by both arms, and his sweet dog, with a long-suffering look on her face, lies down with her head on her paws. He's talking to them, and the ladies are laughing. The door closes before I see whether or not any of them board with him. The speaker crackles, and I turn my attention back to the stage.
I'm proud of you, Miss Gertrude. You at least had the self-control to not be throwing undergarments at our guest.
Doug says, with a slight snub in his voice as he looks down at the ladies, almost tisking them. Miss Gertrude looks unapologetic. That's because I slipped mine in his pocket.
Chapter 5. Bain.
We want to thank everyone for bringing a covered dish and encourage you to help yourself to the food. There's plenty left. Doug is back with the mic. Chuckles ripple through the crowd. There'll be more dancing in a bit, but we want to honor a few more special people in our lives. Doug grins at his wife, who's grinning back at him, and then Lee moves her eyes and looks at the lady standing next to her. Your grandmother really gets around, I say in Kimber's ear. Agnes has seemed to recover from Jay leaving and is grinning slyly. I don't worry too much about that, because I get the feeling that Kimber wants to back up and lean into me. Maybe she has that same feeling I do, the feeling of wanting to share your life, your burdens, share happiness, and your workload with someone. Maybe it's just me wanting that.
You're not even kidding. I have a bad feeling about this,
Kimber says, her cheek brushing mine again, her mouth moving by my nose as she leans her head back and whispers beside my face. Funny, I haven't had too many times in my life I've been this close to a woman, but this feels natural to me. I think it's the specific woman. Miss Agnes, you can explain this better than me. Doug hands the microphone over to Miss Agnes.
Gladly,
Miss Agnes says, looking completely comfortable standing on the small stage in front of everyone. I wouldn't want to talk in front of a crowd like that, but I don't think your grandmother's afraid of anything.
You're right about that.
Kimber agrees.
Talking in front of a crowd isn't hard.
Her face turns. It's so close our noses are almost touching, and she says,
But facing down a grizzly bear is.
I'm a-gonna respectfully disagree with you, ma'am, I say in my best mountain man voice. Maybe I'm using humor to cover what I feel is an inadequacy in my personality. Because, yeah, I would far rather face down 5 grizzlies or more than get up in front of a crowd of people and talk. She doesn't say anything else, but there's an expression that passes over her face that makes me think maybe she likes my respectful disagreement. I'm terrible at guessing those things, though.
Doug and Lee wanted to thank the two people that were instrumental in getting them together and, at the same time, saving Cherry Tree where they both worked and providing Good Grief residents with a senior living community.
My stomach starts to swirl in an uncomfortable and somewhat sickening way. I'm sure they're talking about Kimber, and I hope they're talking about Kimber and someone else. But as I rack my brain, I can't think of anyone. I don't know everything, though, so I hold out hope that they're going to be calling attention to someone else in the crowd.
My granddaughter, Kimber, and our tour guide for the whitewater rafting trip where Doug and Lee finally fell in love, Bain.
The fire hall bursts with applause as Miss Agnes waves us up to the small stage. There is nothing in me that wants to go, because, as I've just admitted to Kimber, I'm not an in-front-of-people kind of guy. Maybe this is where my childhood kicks in, because I spent most of it doing things I didn't want to do. Sure, we played a lot, but there was also a lot of work involved in cutting wood and killing and drying food so we didn't starve, not to mention doing the odds and ends jobs that my parents picked up. Plus, I don't know anyone who wants to get out of a warm bed in a cold winter morning and start a fire. I'd certainly rather do that than face a room full of people, but again, I'm used to doing things I don't want to. Kimber turns around and looks at me, her brows lifted. I think she's expecting me to balk. I will face this the same way I would face a grizzly. I don't want to, but it needs to be done, so I'll do it. The idea of sniveling in the back, scared and crying, is not in my makeup. Maybe it's instinct, but as I take a step, I reach for her hand. Her brows go way up as her eyes widen.
You're going?
Of course I am, I say as our fingers entwine. It's like dancing because we're looking into each other's eyes as our skin slides together. Maybe I like this better than dancing. It feels a little more intimate, even though it's just our hands that are joined.
But
She looks around at the room full of people.
you just said you're terrified of being in front of people.
Folks are still clapping, but it's going to get awkward if we don't get moving. I give a smile, one brow raised, and I lift one shoulder in a shrug. I'm going to downplay this, partly because I don't want to look like a scaredy cat in front of her, and partly because I've learned from experience that if you're going to face your fears, it's better to make them as small as you can in your mind. What's the worst thing that could happen? I'll be embarrassed in front of all these people. I've been embarrassed before. You don't die from embarrassment. I guess today's the day I get to conquer that fear. I take another step, but she stays where she is. Our hands stretch between us. Her lips curl a little, and I know I've impressed her. I don't know what she thought I was going to do, but it wasn't to start walking toward the front. That much is obvious.
Bain, Kimber, come on.
Miss Agnes says into the microphone before she hands it over to Lee. Maybe I should have let go of Kimber's hand. We are giving the exact wrong impression. Sure, I just danced with her, but it didn't mean anything. Not anything that mattered, anyway. Or maybe we're not giving the impression I'm afraid of. Maybe it's okay for me to hold her hand while we walk together. I'm guessing that's probably true. It's just me that has a problem because I actually feel something for her, when I know I shouldn't. Maybe I do hide things, because I don't want the rest of the world to know that I'm fighting my feelings for this woman who is exactly wrong for me. I think that makes me 20 shades of stupid.
Folks, I just want you to know that we owe a lot to these two people who made it possible for Doug and I to be together.
The fire hall erupts into applause again, along with a few shouts, as Kimber and I come to a stop together in front of everyone. Doug takes the microphone. Of course, the ladies and gentlemen from the nursing home had a lot to do with it. Lee and he can't seem to stop grinning, and again, I'm struck by the way they're looking at each other. I suppose that's normal on their wedding day to see people giving each other looks like that, but I haven't been to too many weddings. None of my brothers are married. The last time we got together, we decided none of us ever would be. We just don't seem to be the kind of guys that women want to get shackled to for the rest of their lives. Lee and I spent a lot of time trying to decide what we could do to honor you two at our wedding, and thank you for your part in getting us together. Doug turns to the audience, made up mostly of locals from Good Grief, along with every single one of the folks who live at Cherry Tree, the senior living center he supervises. We decided that maybe the best thing to do would be to recreate the honey scene from our whitewater rafting trip. Doug is a decade older than I am, and he's a little more straight-laced. He was also raised normally, and I give him a searching look. I don't think he's serious. If he is, I'm not afraid of a little honey. I'm fine with the rope, too. For myself, I'm down for anything that puts me in close proximity to Kimber. If he's serious, though, I do think I'll protest, because I can't imagine that the lady is interested. Kimber looks gorgeous in a white dress that turns into pink and flits above her knees. The dress looks sophisticated to me. It looks really good on her. I've no idea how much it might have cost, but I know she didn't come here today thinking she was going to get slathered with honey.
Chapter 6. Bain.
I opened my mouth because I'm going to fight this. Again, for her, because if it were me, I'm in. The crowd is finished laughing, and Doug speaks before I can. But I want to stay friends with both of them, so we decided. He turns, and I hadn't noticed, but Chubb and Patrick from the Senior Living Center are standing behind him. He motions them forward. To just give them each a gallon of honey and their own rope. I know the entire town of Good Grief has heard the story, and there is laughter throughout the room as Chubb and Patrick step forward, each carrying a gallon of honey, which is rather heavy, and a rope curled up and slung over their shoulders. They stop in front of Kimber and me and hand the honey over. I can take that, I say, reaching out to take her honey too, then immediately wondering if maybe I shouldn't. Just from being in Boise, I know some women are sensitive about a man offering to do things for them. I don't want to offend her, and I wasn't implying that she wasn't strong enough to carry the honey. I just wanted to be kind. The manners that my mom was always trying to teach my brothers and me are coming to the forefront. Maybe there is a little snap in her eyes, but I think she knows that I don't mean anything by it, and her lips softened into a smile.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, Doug, I say, nodding at Lee and including her in my gratitude. Doug holds the microphone to my mouth. It is bad enough to be standing up in front of everyone, but the microphone is still there, and Doug is looking at me like I'm supposed to say something else. I've never been great with words, and nothing entertaining comes to my mind. I simply say, "Thanks for the honey. I'm sure we'll put it to good use." I think it's my use of the word "we" that makes the crowd laugh. I hadn't really meant to, but I figure it's probably better to play along than try to explain that I wasn't talking about Kimber and I using the honey together. Maybe everyone knows that. These are those social situations I'm not confident in. I would rather be out in raging river rapids any day. Somehow, that kind of danger feels safer, even though it's life-threatening and I know it, than this feeling I could be embarrassed. I look at Kimber, wanting her at least to know that wasn't what I meant. I'm not sure, but she doesn't look angry anyway. She looks pretty cool, although there are 2 spots of red high on her cheeks that weren't there before. She saw the honey episode on our trip just as I did, and maybe she's thinking the same thing as me. She doesn't meet my eyes, and I'm not sure what's going on in her head. Thankfully, Doug has taken the microphone away from my face. I can't say any more embarrassing stuff as he waves it in front of Kimber. She is much more suave than I am. She gives a cool smile and says,
Congratulations, you two. It's so obvious you're meant to be together.
Her eyes slide to me as she says that last little bit, and I can't help but feel that maybe it's a little bit of a slap in the face. Not huge, but she's saying what I know. We are too different to ever be a couple. I'm glad I asked her to dance. At least I have that. As I think that, the music starts, and after handing the microphone to Lee, Doug takes the honey and ropes out of my arms. I'll set it over here on the table, and you guys can get it after you're done dancing. He seems to assume that Kimber and I will be dancing again. But one dance is probably more than I should have had. Now I know what I'm missing. So I don't even really think about it, but rather than asking Kimber again, which is what I want to do, I turn to Miss Agnes and say, Are you willing to take a chance on me again? I promise I'll try to go light on your toes. Miss Agnes doesn't miss much, and her shrewd eyes go from me to Kimber and back to me again before she puts her hand in my outstretched palm.
I'll take a chance on you anytime, Sonny. You got me down the snake safely. I'm pretty sure I trust my life to you on the dance floor.
Her words mean something coming from her, and I have to smile. Her confidence in me feels good. It's also a compliment, and there's nothing nicer than being complimented in front of someone that you like. I know Kimber heard her. I'm terrible in front of people, obviously, as we just found out, and I'm not great at dancing either. But out on the river and out in the woods, I'm in my element, and I'm good. Miss Agnes puts her hands on my shoulders, I put my hands on either side of her hips, and we sway to the music, which isn't quite as slow and romantic as the song that Kimber and I danced to, but it's still not the wild rock and roll beat of the first one that Miss Agnes and I did together. I glance over and see Chubb has asked Kimber to dance. I'm glad, not only that it's Chubb instead of the dude Kimber had been with, but also that she's not standing there on the platform while everyone else around her is partnered up. I hope I didn't do the wrong thing, but another dance with Kimber is not a smart thing for me to allow to happen. My eyes go back to Miss Agnes. I'd love to know what she's thinking, but I don't want to ask.
You were dancing slightly closer to my granddaughter earlier,
she says, surprising me. I can pull you closer if that's what you want. I just kind of thought your toes are safer if I stood further away.
Really? That's what you thought?
Agnes doesn't even try to hide the disbelief in her tone. I tug on Miss Agnes's hips, but she doesn't step any closer. I lift my left brow. Kimber was a bit more willing. I didn't have to wrestle and hogtie her in order to get her to put her arms around me.
I'm close enough, Sonny.
Her words soften.
You two look good together.
She almost sighs on that last bit, and I kind of think maybe she liked what she saw. I think she likes me too, which makes me feel good. Not like as in I'm a good fit for her granddaughter, but like as in she admires me and has confidence that I'll rise to whatever challenge comes our way, even if it is only not stepping on her toes.
You two would be perfect together,
she says, shooting my thoughts all to pieces. I can't get them gathered back up enough to form a sentence. So I grunt. What do I say to that?
Don't disagree with me, boy. I've been around a lot longer than you.
I'm not arguing with that, I say, and give her a little smirk, with enough tease in my expression for her to know that I'm joking. Miss Agnes is the kind of lady that you can joke about things like that with.
She's going back to Chicago later tonight. Why don't you go over there and snatch her up?
Miss Agnes says, like it's that easy. I sigh and turn my head, looking at the open door and the mountain that I can see in the distance beyond the parking lot. It rises above the house on the other side of the street, blue and majestic and familiar. That's my home. That's where I'm comfortable. But I know, without asking, that Kimber isn't comfortable there. She might like to look at it. She might even like to visit it. She seemed like she had a good time on the rafting trip, all 4 days, and even while sleeping in a tent. Still, she was pretty quick to go back to Chicago. I didn't see her here again until yesterday when she came in for the wedding. We're too different, is all I end up saying.
Different isn't bad. Different is a good thing. You don't want two people who are too much the same. You'd bore each other to death.
My eyes catch on Doug and Lee as they dance barely 20 feet from us, staring into each other's eyes. I nod my head at them. I'm pretty sure you're all about getting them together, and they're like two peas in a pod. Maybe not exactly, but I think Miss Agnes will know what I mean. She snorts. I guess when you're 80, you can get away with snorting like she just did.
That's rubbish. They're completely different. And completely perfect. They rub each other the wrong way and irritate the dickens out of each other, but at the end of the day, that will make them better.
Her eyes seem wise, if old, and she looks at me like I should know what she's talking about. I shake my head. Different in personality is different than being different in the things that you love and the things you want out of life. I feel like maybe I sound a little wise, if not confusing. I didn't mean to sound either way, but I figure that's what she means with Doug and Lee. Doug is straight-laced and serious. Lee is more flighty, a bit more of a risk-taker where Doug is cautious. I see the push and pull, and I see how that will make each of them better. But it's not the same with Kimber and me.
Different is different, whether it's different likes or different personalities. It always makes you better when you let someone else help you grow.
I blink a little and stare down at the lady in front of me. I know she's right. Learning new things, seeing new things, accepting new things, as long as they aren't wrong, make you better. I'm never against learning, I say, meaning it.
And compromising. That makes you better as well.
I shake my head. I agree. But some compromises are just too big. And sometimes, in order to compromise, someone has to give up too much. She doesn't say anything, and I feel like I've won. There is no compromise between the woods and the city. You have to live in one place or the other, and one of us would be leaving the place that we love, and that would be giving too much.
Maybe you're just not thinking with enough creativity,
Miss Agnes says, and if anyone has creativity, it's her. I laugh a little. Aren't we getting the cart ahead of the horse anyway? She doesn't even like me like that. And here we are trying to figure out where we can live. It's not that easy. She hasn't even decided that she wants to talk to me again, let alone live with me.
Isn't that what's keeping you from pursuing her? The end?
She has a point. I am looking at the end, seeing that it wouldn't work, and not even considering participating in the chase. I don't want to waste my time on something that's never going to work.
You don't want to get married.
I did. I do. I want to. I want that person who is perfect for me. I want to come home to her. I want to spend my life with her. But I really was kind of picturing someone who would do my chores with me, who would run my business with me, who would be beside me every day. What is the point of being in business for yourself if the person you love is doing something else, working for someone else? I want to get married with someone who wants to be with me. I don't want to just pass her in the evening and see her some on the weekend. I have the kind of life where I can spend every day all day long with my soulmate. I need to find her, and I want her to be beside me. Agnes really does look down now, because she knows as well as I do that Kimber isn't that woman.
So that's going to keep you from even trying?
Miss Agnes asks in a voice that's kind of soft, like she knows I might be right, but she still wants to push me. Yeah, I'm not going to waste my time on that. I'm going to find someone that will work.
You can take this however you want to, son, but my biggest regrets in life are the things I didn't even try.
Her shoulders go up in a shrug, and those wise old eyes are sad.
I thought I knew better, too. Thought I knew when things were going to work and when things were impossible, and it kept me from even attempting them.
She lifts her brows.
Whitewater rafting at 80?
Boy, she had me there.
I tried to dig a hole to China.
Her eyes go to Doug and Lee, who are whispering in each other's ears as they dance so close not even a breath could fit between them.
I didn't make it to China, but that wasn't really the end result I was looking for.
I narrow my eyes and look at her, sure that Doug and Lee are together because of Miss Agnes and her crazy ideas.
Trying to get pulled over by the police, trying to spend the night in jail, all kinds of other things. Some things I started knowing I wasn't going to be successful, but wanting to start them anyway. Why not?
She shakes her head.
Life is meant to be lived, not to look at all the things that are against you and let them talk you out of doing what you want, even if you think it's impossible. You don't know until you try.
It is my turn to be quiet. I don't know what to say. I know she's right. It's better to try and fail than to never try at all. A life spent safely calculating the risks and only doing that which I'm sure I'll be successful at isn't really a life worth living. I know it, and normally I'm not adverse to risks at all. After all, I'm a whitewater rafting guide. I lead expeditions into the Idaho wilderness. I do all kinds of crazy things. Things most people would say are too risky. But with my relationships, I've definitely been ultra-conservative. I hadn't even realized it until Miss Agnes pointed it out just now. I don't even know if she likes me. What do I do? My question seems to stump Miss Agnes because she grunts a little, looks over at where Kimber is still dancing with Chubb, and then stares at my chest. Maybe she is thinking, hatching up a plan, but then she says,
I guess that's up to you.
That is super helpful. I don't know what might have happened. Maybe I would have said something to Kimber. Maybe I would have asked for her phone number, and maybe I would have even gone to Chicago. I don't know. But right after that, the fire whistle goes off. There's been a big accident out on the interstate, and while I'm not able to go out on every call, when I am in good grief, I always try to make sure I go where I'm needed. I think the wedding breaks up shortly after anyway, but I don't know for sure, because Mrs. Harding and I leave immediately in the fire truck, and I don't see Kimber again before she goes back to Chicago. Chapter 7. Kimber. Christmas time.
Chicago is gorgeous at Christmas time. I just love the city and the winter holiday season. It's cold, and Chicago's called the Windy City for a reason, but with so many fun things to do, I can go out every night. And I often do. During the day, too. There's just something about the lights at night, especially with the snow coming down, and the lake in the distance, and the buildings rising up. I just love it. Nothing says Christmas to me more than Chicago in December. My girlfriends and I always go see The Nutcracker. I know that's probably not the most popular thing that people our age ever do, but I've always loved ballet, ever since I took lessons as a child. I can actually tap dance decently, although I'm sure I'm rusty. I haven't tried for a while. Still, I love The Nutcracker, and we were laughing and talking about our favorite parts as Rachel and Evelyn and Yvonne and I walked down the sidewalk holding our coffees. Maybe we would have gone in and sat and chatted, but the snow is coming down and Yvonne is a teacher. She has to get home. So we're laughing and talking, and I think I'm enjoying myself, but in the back of my head, I know that this isn't really everything I want for my life. Maybe it's because Evelyn is engaged, and she's just glowing. That's why we went on a weeknight, because she wasn't willing to give up any of her weekends when she and her husband-to-be, who is currently living in Milwaukee, meet halfway between our two cities and spend the weekend together. They're planning a spring wedding, and I've looked at more bridal magazines in the last 2 months than I have in my life before. If nothing else will put you in a melancholy mood, wishing you were planning a wedding of your own, it's looking at bridal magazines. I can see my wedding, the gorgeous dress, the beautiful flowers, an amazing cake, and all the trappings. The only thing that I don't have, obviously, is a groom. At night, as I lie in bed, I know who I want my groom to be, or at least whose face pops into my head as I think about my wedding. Funny, because I've never really had that problem before. The problem of wishing I was planning my own wedding. Don't you think so, Kimber? Evelyn says to me, and I look up, making my lips part in a smile and trying to get my eyes to sparkle. I'm having a good time. I really am. I'm sorry. Say it again. I say, never losing the smile and thinking I'm doing a pretty good job of pretending to be happy. There's no reason for me not to be. I said I think your vlog is even more popular since you seem to have pulled a whole new demographic into it. The same people who are watching The Nutcracker with us. I nod. She's right. Absolutely. The young and hip who are watching my videos got their parents and grandparents involved. No doubt. I've almost doubled my audience. I did a little feature on Doug and Lee's wedding, just because it went with the feature that I had done with our whitewater rafting. Ladies love a romance, and that's my main audience. They just ate it up, millennials, seniors, and everyone in between, as Doug and Lee got together. It was some of my best work, and I still get messages about it. How romantic people think it is and how much fun the ladies at Cherry Tree are, especially my grandmother. She's quite a lady. You know, that must have been terrible to have to be outside, sleeping on the ground, dealing with all the bugs and the other junk, but you have it made in the shade. Most of the time, your job is as easy as a job can be. Rachel, who does the 9 to 5 and is not very happy about it, sounds envious. I know how lucky I am. Blessed, my grandmother would say. I don't like to rub in the fact that my job is pretty cool, and I love it. If I could choose anything in the world to do, I wouldn't choose anything else. We've already talked about it. I really didn't mind. I wouldn't want to do it every day, but it wasn't too bad. It was really beautiful. I say that, meaning it truly, as a gust of wind sweeps down and I pull my coat tighter around me. I've worn pants and boots, and we're able to walk four abreast on the sidewalk, despite the snow piled up on either side. It's only December, and it's already been a cold and snowy winter. My friends go on to talk about other things, wedding things mostly, and I let myself space out again. It's because of the wedding chatter, I'm sure, but I'm thinking about Bain. I wonder what he's doing for Christmas. And I wonder again, is this really all I want out of life? Isn't there something more? Chapter 8. Bain.
It's been a busy fall. My whitewater rafting dries up in August and September. Actually, the whitewater rafting part of it dries up before that, but even taking trips down the river ends after the leaves change. It's gorgeous going down the river in the fall. There are still hunting expeditions, backpacking through the woods, and my newest thing is renting the lodge up on top of Roscoe Mountain. It's huge, and once we have everything ready, we'll be able to accommodate up to 100 people. There's snowmobiling and cross-country skiing, and gorgeous sunrises and sunsets. Idaho at its best. I'm just an investor, really, but it's family and I get put to work anytime I'm around. It's already a popular destination and we haven't even opened yet. I really owe it all to Kimber, though. That's the reason my business has been so popular, why I've been booked all summer and fall and am actually booked all but a couple of weeks next year. I have a few weeks in March open. At that time, it's almost too late for winter activities and too early for summer activities, and I'm looking forward to the break. Even though every day is a vacation to me, even though I'm doing something I love, it still becomes a job when I have to do it every day. At least, I think so. Right now, my brother Taft and I are walking down the street of Good Grief, heading toward the fire hall. Our Christmas craft show is going on there today. Neither one of us are really into Christmas crafts. We're going for the food. Because of the craft show, the Lone Pine Tavern is closed, so that narrows our options down to one. You spending Christmas with Mom and Dad? Taft asks me, and I suppose it's a perfectly natural question. Last year, it was only Hoover and me with my parents. Taft, Garth, and our oldest brother, Vincent, hadn't made it to the backcountry. Right now, my parents are living in an extremely isolated cabin that can only be accessed by ATV or snowmobile. I'm planning on it, nowhere else to go. I speak in a neutral tone of voice, even though there's a part of me that's sad about that. Maybe it's Lee and Doug's wedding, and my part in it. Or maybe it is the dance with Kimber, but my mind has been going more and more along those lines.
I'll be there too. I think the other guys are coming as well.
I nod and open the door to the fire hall, letting Taft go in ahead of me. Something smells extremely edible, and my stomach growls.
Better put a leash on that thing. We're in civilization now,
Taft says as he walks by me. I laughed in spite of myself. Will do. Taft is a jokester, always coming up with stuff like that. Even when we were kids, he kept us laughing. He's done okay since he's come out of the woods and gone into society. He was a smoke jumper for a while, something I thought would be fun, but I guess our rural roots pull us, and he's interested in joining my company. I'd love to have him. He might be a jokester, but he'll be great with my guests. He's also extremely knowledgeable and competent. Good help is hard to find. Taft would be good help. We go in and mingle for a while, both of us grabbing big bowls of chili and large slabs of cornbread. It goes down good on a cold December day. I see Miss Agnes. She's talking to Doug and Lee, and I believe it's Lee's sister Claire standing with them. Taft is deep in conversation with Justin, who owns an ATV shop and also carries snowmobiles. We've been talking about purchasing a few, and while I probably should join in that conversation, my feet take me to Miss Agnes. I like the lady, but I also really like her granddaughter as well. If I go over and talk to Miss Agnes, it's possible I might hear something about Kimber. Miss Agnes's and my last conversation was the one at the wedding, where she told me that I needed to live a little, like a whitewater rafting guide needs to live a little. I know exactly what she means, and she is right. That is way more fresh in my mind than it should be.
Chapter 9. Bain.
Miss Agnes is talking to several ladies as I walk up to her. I've been in town long enough to recognize Tammy, who's married to Justin, who owns the four-wheeler shop. Tammy is tall and slender and reserved, but she's more animated today than I've ever seen her.
Bain,
Miss Agnes says, holding her arms out to me like I'm her son instead of an acquaintance. I step into her embrace, which smells slightly of eucalyptus mixed with orange. An odd scent, but unique to Miss Agnes and fitting somehow.
I don't think you've ever met Tammy's sons, Albert and Randy.
Miss Agnes says, gesturing to the boys who are standing behind Miss Tammy. They're talking to Justin's son, Roy, whom I recognize from having attended some basketball games this fall. He plays for the boys' team and is really good. It's our girls, though, that draw a crowd, since everyone thinks they're going to be winning a championship this year. They're led by Evie, Claire and Trey's daughter. Claire and Trey are both standing here in the circle talking to Miss Agnes.
We were just talking about you,
Claire says as I pull away from Miss Agnes. Good stuff, I hope.
We talked about your teenage years some, but after that it was good stuff.
I stop with my mouth open, and then I realize Claire was just kidding. Of course, I didn't live in civilization during my teenage years, and although I did do illegal stuff, it wasn't the typical teenage illegal stuff. I just killed animals I wasn't really allowed to kill in order for my family to eat. I wasn't even violating firearms regulations, since most of the animals I killed were with my throwing knives. In my defense, at the time I didn't know it was illegal. They all kind of chuckle, and after I get over my initial surprise, I join them. Seriously? Trey says. We were just discussing the idea of going away for spring break. He looks a little uncomfortable, and his eyes go from Agnes to Doug. But it's Lee who speaks.
Miss Agnes has a bucket list,
She begins. I've heard of the bucket list. You guys talked about it when we were on the whitewater rafting trip down the Snake. I say, letting her know she doesn't have to explain all that to me, since something is obviously making everyone uncomfortable. Miss Agnes is quite a lady. She has some pretty interesting things on her list. Lee twists her fingers together.
One of the things on her list is mountain climbing. But I think she's agreed to change the mountain climbing to snowmobiling if we go to a mountain to do it.
Lee speaks a little slowly as she's glancing around the group, finally landing on Miss Agnes as she finishes. Miss Agnes smiles. I feel it's a smug smile, and nods her head. I think Miss Agnes has ulterior motives for things that she wants to do. Not that I'm complaining, because Doug and Lee are together because of Miss Agnes. So, while she does have ulterior motives, they're good ones. She's a sweet lady and one you can't really be bored around. I like her. I also think this might be an answer to those 2 empty weeks I have in March. I'm hoping anyway.
Mrs. Boxer told Mrs. Tucker, who told my mom, that you and your brothers bought a lodge a couple of years ago up on Roscoe Mountain and are fixing it up.
Lee tilts her head.
Is that true?
I nod. I don't think it's ready, though. I think the guys are hoping to have it fixed up for this fall. I blink and try to recall exactly what they'd said.
We don't need anything fancy. We just want somewhere to go spend a few nights going snowmobiling and hanging out somewhere other than the fire hall. By March, we'll all be ready to get out of here."
They all laughed. Winters in Idaho can be long and hard, and it does get boring at times. We get tired of each other's company. I know all about that. It wouldn't be fancy, I warn.
"What about the plumbing?"
Tammy asks, and I smile. She might be surrounded by men, but she is definitely a woman. All that stuff works, and the fixtures are there and installed for the kitchen and a few baths. It's mostly the things that make it look like a lodge. I nod toward the moose head over the door. Stuff like that. There's an elk head on the far end of the building. Old fire equipment hangs from the ceiling and walls, along with coats and maybe a number 2 that's been retired. Old hoses, framed pictures of fire trucks, and the stuff that make the fire hall look like a fire hall. That's the kind of stuff they're missing, I say. That isn't my area. Actually, none of my brothers are good in that area. It'll definitely look like a man cave if any of us have anything to do with it. While I'm a partner and I'm invested in it, I'm not involved with the remodeling. One of my brothers handles it, and I'm happy to leave that up to him. I'd much rather be outside, fishing, boating, or leading an expedition through the woods than trying to figure out what should hang on the wall and where.
"Nobody's going to care about that stuff,"
Lee says. "You can go ahead and give us a discount anyway." Trey adds, smirking. "I'm sure we can work something out. It sounds like there's going to be quite a crowd there." I say, maybe digging a little, because they hadn't really said, but if there's going to be a lot of people, I'd like to get it nailed down.
"I think there might be. I know Agnes is the one we're talking about, but most of the residents at Cherry Tree are interested in going. Not all of them are going to want to snowmobile or be outside at all, but as long as there's a place to play bingo and a place to watch TV, I think they'll be fine."
I don't know about the bingo, but we definitely have working TVs, I say, and I know that this is terrible, but in the back of my mind, I'm kind of wondering how I could mention Kimber and ask if she's coming to video it for her vlog. I haven't seen her since Doug and Lee's wedding, although I've thought about her far more than I should have. No, it's probably not something I should ask about, even though I want to.
"That's all we need. Are the dates of March open, or are we limited?"
Lee asks, exchanging a smile with Miss Agnes, who looks positively smug. I do a double take, because she has a phone in her hand and it looks like she's texting. It just looks so odd. Not that Miss Agnes even looks old exactly, just the juxtaposition of the modern convenience and the gnarled hands, and it just seems off. But my suspicions are confirmed when Miss Agnes says,
"I just texted Kimber to see if she can feature us the way she did before. I don't think Cherry Tree needs the exposure."
She ends that last bit on a high note, almost like a question, as she tilts her head at Doug. Doug is a serious dude, although I know he has a sense of humor, and he surprisingly has a romantic side. I got to see that front and center on our trip down the river. It never hurts to have a waiting list. We're full, but we can always add to the waiting list, Doug says, and he and Lee share a soft smile. I look away.
"If you guys are just now opening up your lodge, you could use a little boost."
Miss Agnes puts her hands in front of her and makes a little pushing motion as she says, "Boost."
"I'm not sure if you caught this the last time,"
she continues,
"but Kimber is extremely popular. She's very good at what she does. In fact, I'm not on social media much, but she has millions of followers."
Miss Agnes emphasizes the millions, but she doesn't need to. I already know. Kimber is way out of my league. I know my brothers would appreciate it. None of us are very good at marketing or know much about it, and we've been talking about hiring a firm. I say, then I'm proud of how my voice is level, proud of how I don't watch Miss Agnes's fingers or her phone, and I don't really wonder how long it will take Kimber to text her back. My insides are jumping like bare feet on hot coals at the idea of seeing Kimber again, even if I do have to wait until March. March is better than never. I have the last 2 weeks of March completely open on my calendar. How long were you guys thinking? I asked, not needing to look at my calendar to know the dates I have open. That was my next question. We would like to hire you for the whole 2 weeks, and if the end of March is all you have, we'll take it. Doug looks around and then seems to do some figuring in his head. There will probably be at least 20 of us, although there could be more, but I don't think that most of us will do anything besides hang out in the lodge. Do we have to provide our own food? Since you're the first visitors that we'll have to hash all that out, but I'll talk to my brothers about it. We can come up with something and negotiate a price. One that's fair, if you guys agree to be guinea pigs, and especially if you get Kimber here. There, I said it. Maybe I shouldn't drag her into it, but she really will be good for the lodge. I have to admit wanting Kimber is mostly about me. I want to see her. The conversation goes around me for a bit, and I hear rather than see Miss Agnes's phone buzz. She's standing at an angle, and I can't read over her shoulder. Not that I would do such a thing. Actually, I guess I probably would. But hey, I was basically raised with wolves, so yeah, I'm curious. Miss Agnes doesn't have to read the text message out loud for me to know that Kimber isn't going to make it.
She's going to Europe in March,
Miss Agnes says with a sigh, her face falling. I knew I wanted to see her, but I didn't expect the disappointment to be that sharp. Suddenly, I really don't care about the lodge or people coming or even my business. I want to go to Europe. Or Chicago, at least. Maybe she can recommend someone else to come. Doug says, it's a very sensible suggestion, although I want to argue with it. If Kimber can't be here, I don't want anyone, which is ridiculous and not a good business decision in any sense of the word.
Why don't you call her and talk to her? Get a recommendation,
Miss Agnes says, handing the phone to me. I take the phone, but even though a part of me has done a complete 180 and is beyond excited to think that I might have Kimber's number, the other part of me knows this is not my area. Not even a little. Don't you think Doug ought to make that call? I ask, even though I don't want to. You go ahead, Doug says. I think, but I'm not sure, that Lee elbowed him. Surely I'm wrong. She'll need to know all the details about the lodge to pass them along, and I can't supply those. She'll also want to know what all is going to be going on and what you can offer someone in the way of accommodations and perks. She'll want to know what they're going to get paid. I can't help her out with that. I say, even though I agree he has a point about the other stuff. He gives me a figure. I think, considering the success of the last time we did this, we can offer that much. If she can't find anyone for that, get her number and I'll give her a call.
When she came the last time, she didn't charge us at all. I don't think she would charge if it were her coming.
Miss Agnes's shoulders droop, and she almost sounds like she's pouting. She doesn't see her granddaughter much, so she was probably really looking forward to this.
Go ahead and call her. See if she can find someone who's good but won't charge us an arm and a set of dentures.
Miss Agnes gives me a little shove toward the back of the group. After a quick glance around, I see that everyone seems to be okay with this. I figure it must be my nerves or the emotions I don't want to admit I have that is making me think this isn't my place. The rest of the group seems to think it's totally normal. Miss Agnes puts her password in, brings up her contacts, and presses the button for Kimber. I take a deep breath and put her phone to my ear. I hadn't started the day thinking I was going to talk to Kimber, but life has a way of being unpredictable sometimes.
Chapter 10. Kimber. I hit publish with a satisfied smile, leaning back in my chair and putting my arms behind my head. The latest installment of my vlog is now live, and the notifications start coming in. I know it will be a hit. I volunteer at the no-kill animal shelter not far from my apartment, and Duffy, a pit bull mix, has been there for more than 1,000 days. I documented his 1,000th day, getting some footage of him playing with me and him playing with some kids who came in with their parents to pick out a pet. They didn't choose him, and he's still there, but not for long, I think. He's a really great dog, but he really favors the pit bull look, and it scares people. I've thought about adopting him myself, but I don't want to tie myself down with a dog or anything else that will keep me from doing what I want. Maybe, if this doesn't work and Duffy's still there when I come back from my European trip, I might think about it. For some reason, Bain's face crosses my mind. Not unusual. I see him in my head a lot, but usually at night. I don't want to be tied down with a boyfriend either. I don't think he's the kind of man who would be satisfied with a boyfriend label anyway. He'd want a wife and kids and the whole shebang, and I'm almost over that. Too old for it, for one. It's funny I'm thinking about him when my phone rings. It's my grandmother, with whom I haven't spoken in almost a week, beyond a short conversation by text a little while ago. We have a weekly date to chat on Sunday afternoons, which works perfectly, since I can tell her how my latest vlog went over and she can tell me what she has planned for the week. Usually I end up wishing I didn't know. My grandmother is quite a woman, and she's not going into old age quietly or meekly. I hope I'm just like her when I grow up. "What big eyes you have, Grandma," I say, answering her call like I usually do.
Kimber?
"What a deep voice you have. You don't sound like my grandmother at all," I say, embarrassed but covering it with a joke. I look at my phone screen again, thinking I must have misread it. Nope, this is supposed to be my grandmother, but it sounds like Bain,
That's because I'm not.
he says, and his voice has more confidence, like he's adjusted to the unexpected way I answered.
And I don't have your grandmother tied up in a closet, although I do know people who know people, and I can get rope and some honey to go along with it. But I'd prefer to be in the closet with the grown-up version of Little Red Riding Hood, if it's all the same to you.
I'm sure I can find someone to wear a red cloak for you, but it's going to be a harder sell with the ropes and honey. Are those requirements? I ask, fingering the drink on my desk and grinning.
The only thing I require is you. The cloak, the honey, I'd even ditch the rope, but you're the only Red Riding Hood I feel safe being locked in a closet with.
I noticed you ditched the little. Are you saying something I need to correct? I ask, wondering if he'll understand I'm teasing him.
I ditched it because I was thinking little was synonymous with young, and I'm not interested in young.
So I'm old.
Not as old as me. I don't think, anyway.
I'm 39, and I don't go around telling people that. Ever.
I'm 37.
He snorts.
Huh. I guess you are old. Sorry.
My eyes widen. All the men I'm around know you don't tease a woman about her age. But Bain isn't like all the men I'm around. He's different. In a good way, of course. Does my grandmother know you've stolen her phone and are using it to insult me?
Nope. She's in the closet, remember?
I thought you didn't want to be in the closet with her.
I'm not. I'm trying to talk you into coming here and taking her place.
I laugh. I know he's teasing me, and I have to admit I like it. In the circles I run in, men don't really tease anymore. We all spend most of our time talking about styles and fashion and people, and we act like our opinions on those things are extremely important, ones the rest of the world would be wise to adopt. I'm not completely clueless to the fact that I sometimes have an expanded sense of my own importance. Funny that's even possible when I'm surrounded in this city by millions of people. I know how small and insignificant I really am. So that's what this is. You think I'm going to go to Idaho, in the winter no less, to rescue my grandmother?
Sure. I know you like her, and she seems pretty stuck on you.
I like her, but not that much. I say, totally teasing.
I guess I'm going to have to tell her that.
Bain tries to make his voice sound sad, but he also sounds eager, and I can figure why. He knows my grandmother. I won't be in trouble exactly, but I bet any money she'll have me helping her with something on her bucket list in retaliation. Maybe the swimming with sharks one, or the stowaway on the space station shuttle one. All right, what's the price of your silence? I ask, only half joking. There has to be a reason for this call. Then a thought occurs to me that I probably should have asked right away. Graham is okay, right?
She might be a little hungry, but yeah, she's fine.
When you keep people in closets, you have to feed them, I say. There are laws about this kind of stuff.
I think that just applies to kids.
He says unhelpfully. I think you'd look good in stripes. My tone is threatening and playful, if there is such a thing.
Hopefully they're vertical. Horizontal ones make me look fat.
I snort. Is there a reason for this call? I ask, because seriously, what is there to say to that?
Yeah.
His tone becomes serious immediately, and I wish for our fun banter to come back. Still, I can't help but be curious as to why he's calling me on Graham's phone. Okay. I prompt when he doesn't say anything more.
Your Graham told me that some of the folks here in Good Grief are planning a getaway in March.
Yeah, she wanted me to vlog it, but I can't because I'm going to Europe with some girlfriends. I should have known Bain would be involved. I don't believe in ditching people when someone else better comes along. That just seems shallow and selfish. But I really wish I could come up with a legit excuse to back out of the European trip. I want to see Bain again. Of course, if he wanted to see me again, he knows where I am, and he obviously can call me if he wants to. That makes my heart fall, and I lift my chin to compensate.
We were just standing here talking about it. We'd like to get some exposure for the lodge, and Doug said it wouldn't hurt to get a little more for Cherry Tree. Your Graham and her friends are popular and seem to be well received. Since you can't go, I was wondering if you had someone else you would recommend.
He sounds like he's rambling a bit, and maybe like he's being forced into the call, but I don't really notice because I feel like pouting. My grandmother is mine. If she needs a vlogger, I want to be the one she gets. And I don't want Bain to have anyone else but me either. Which is totally out of character for me. What do I care? I shouldn't care at all. Not even a little. I'm going to Europe at the end of March. Is that the only date that suits everyone?
I'm booked solid for everything else.
He pauses here, and his voice changes.
I owe you all the thanks for that. I know you were trying to help out with your grandmother and Cherry Tree, but you helped me as well. I never expected it to, and I don't think I ever thanked you.
You can thank me by moving the date to some other time so I can do it again. I love that I'm able to help not just my gram, but the town of Good Grief. It's a great town full of wonderful people, and I want it to prosper. It also makes me feel hot and cold and warm and absolutely terrific that I was able to help Bain with his business. His words are the best thing that's happened to me since I came back to Chicago. Still, I want to be the one who videos Bain. I don't want to examine why. I don't even want a dog, for goodness sake, let alone a man who would tie me down so much more.
I wish I could. I think some people, like Lee and Doug, were hoping that we'd do it and coincide with spring break so their kids, who live with the other parent, can go too.
Oh, that I could understand. I knew lots of kids growing up whose parents had split. It made logistics for something as simple as having a sleepover difficult.
So,
He drags the word out.
if it were totally up to me, I would juggle my commitments or get my brother to take a couple of my tours so we could make your schedule work. But since everyone else is involved...
His voice trails off, and I know he's being serious. He really would make the changes necessary to fit my schedule. I don't say anything for a bit, unreasonably disappointed. I really want to be able to go. I know my girlfriends would be okay. They could find someone else to take my place or go without me. I would be out my deposits, since I'm sure they're non-transferable. I even have my airline tickets bought, but I don't care. Losing the money doesn't matter to me, not even a little. Still, it just isn't right, when I know my friends are counting on me to go, to have something better come along and ditch them. I've had that done to me before, and it never feels good. Even though I'm sure if I brought it up with them, they'd tell me to go ahead and go. They'd want me to be happy, and they'd truly mean it. But they'd be hurt too. I know there's a school of thought that says I should just make the best decision for me, but I don't want to be that kind of person. So I shake my head. I appreciate you asking me first. I really wish I could arrange things so that I could do it, but I know I can't. There was silence on the other end for a while, and I hear Christmas music faintly in my ear. Bain doesn't seem like the kind of guy who plays Christmas music in his house, even though it is the season, and I want to ask if he's at Cherry Tree. Maybe he met my gram somewhere in Good Grief, like the fire hall. That seems to be where everyone hangs out. I don't, though, because I just want to sit down and sulk for a bit. Disappointed.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to make you feel guilty or try to talk you into anything. Everyone just thought... I wanted to know if you could give me a recommendation for someone else we can get.
He says, slowly, like he's speaking reluctantly. I guess that makes me feel better. Bain, everyone, wanted me first. I think for a couple of minutes, because I do know people. Rachel is one of them. Her vlog isn't quite as popular as mine, but it's close. She's also fun and sweet and nice, and there's a part of me that doesn't want to have her doing anything with Bain. I guess that's the small part of me. If you're in charge of hiring them, how about you give me your number, and I'll text you the names and contact info of the top 2 or 3 that I know would be really great. I finally say, knowing it's the right thing to do but not really wanting to. Then I add quickly, you do have a phone? I'm pretty sure I saw him on his phone, not often, when we were rafting down the river. Surely, since he runs a business, he has to have a phone. That doesn't really explain why he's using my grandmother's.
I do. I guess your grandmother just wanted to make sure I called you, so she shoved her phone at me.
That sounds like something my grandmother would do. I say, humor in my voice. And affection. I do love my grandmother. He laughs.
She's quite a woman.
I have to agree with that. I hear the admiration in his voice. I love my family, but my grandmother makes me proud. I want to be like her someday, I say, and I can't really believe I've admitted that.
I'm sure you will be. You're quite a woman, too.
I think he's wondering whether or not he should have admitted that last, because it is kind of telling. I think he likes me. He probably has some of the same reservations I do. I'm sure he's not concerned about being tied down, but Chicago is a long way from Idaho. And my life in the city is even further away from his life in the country, especially since he makes his livelihood in the wilderness. It's not even the country. It's not like a small town, which I suppose, as long as there's internet, I could do a small town. But I don't think I want to. Do I? I think that was a compliment, and I'll take it. Thank you. I almost make a snide remark about how he insulted my age and my size earlier, but I don't. I don't want him to think I'm actually upset about it, because I'm not. I think people need to be able to tease and joke and not be so sensitive. If I think it, I need to live it. I also think about telling him he's quite a man, but that doesn't quite sound the same and is a little bit too forward, even for this city girl. I don't want to give the wrong impression.
You're welcome. Thanks for talking to me.
You can thank my Gram for calling me and tell her I'll chat with her tomorrow. I say, since he's already admitted that he actually didn't call me. And I'll send you those contacts.
Thanks.
We hang up, and I sit in my chair and stare at my phone for a minute. I need to start responding to the notifications on my blog. I also have some other things I need to do, videos to edit and some research to do, but I'm feeling down. I want to just sit and wonder what my life would be like if I were free to do what I wanted. Which sounds crazy because that's the point. I am. I can do whatever I want. It's just, maybe I'm not sure what that is anymore.
Chapter 11. Bain. March.
My brothers and I have done a lot of work on the lodge over the winter. I was booked pretty solid, but what I couldn't give in time, I was able to give in money, for the first time in my life. I grew up never really having much money at all, and even now, I don't really care about it, other than how it helps me get back to the land. I suppose eventually I'd like to fix up the small cabin that I bought that's only about 15 miles away from the lodge, and just hang out there. I guess I kind of would like a wife and kids. Maybe it's the way I was raised, but there aren't too many women with whom I feel like I would want to be shut up in a cabin with for an entire winter, let alone the rest of my life. Not to mention, to be fair to the women, there probably aren't too many that would want to be shut up with me. Or shut up at all. I know it'll take someone special, and I'm kind of stuck on Kimber anyway, who is so wrong for me I shouldn't even let myself think about it. Still, I haven't been able to look at anyone else since I danced with her. Not that I did much looking before that. The lodge is in better shape than I had thought it would be when the vehicles bringing 25 or so people from Good Grief pull into the lot. It's been a pretty mild winter, and normally this time of year there'd be snow everywhere, but there's not. Although there's a big storm forecast for tomorrow night. I'm not too worried about it. Depending on how it tracks over the mountain, we'll get snow, and if we have to stay a little longer than what we're planning on, it's Idaho, and nobody's going to be too bent out of shape, because snow is what we do and we take it because we have to. Plus, this time of year, we can expect it to start melting. Regardless, I know everyone wants to go snowmobiling, and it's hard to do that with no snow. Still, you can't snowmobile in really deep snow, which is something that a lot of people don't know and are surprised about when they find out. I've had to explain that to more than one person this winter, that we had to stay on the trails and they couldn't get off them, or their snowmobile would get stuck. They look at me like I'm crazy when I say their snowmobile can get stuck in snow, but it's true. Typically in the spring, we can really get dumped on, but I'm not going to fret about it. The storm will last a couple of days, and then it will be over. We'll deal with whatever we have to deal with then. I guess I have a more relaxed attitude because I don't have a 9-to-5 job, and I don't live my life by the clock. I definitely live my life by the weather, by the sun coming up and the sun going down, and what the temperature is and whatever it's doing outside. I think that's the way we are created to live, but that's just my opinion and not a very popular one. People pour out of the vehicles, and I grin and walk forward as Doug and Lee come up and shake my hand. Doug's looking all around, and he says, "Wow, this is someplace you've got here. I wasn't expecting anything this grand, and honestly, I was a little concerned about the seniors. We have 10 of them, the 5 from the rafting trip that you know, and 5 more, who will probably be just as active as those others, since they were convinced to come here by the vlog that Kimber put up." Doug had to love that vlog. I wish I could take credit for it, but Doug and Lee being tied up and slathered in honey and kissing was probably a good bit of the reason why the vlog went viral. At least, that's my opinion. Of course, Agnes is a huge personality, and she made the video. Or maybe it's just Kimber and her talent.
You didn't change your mind?
Lee asks softly as Doug turns away and talks to someone who's asking him a question. No. I shake my head and lift a shoulder. After I got off the phone with Kimber before Christmas, I told the group what she said, and I also told them that I didn't really feel comfortable having anyone but her do a vlog for us. I knew we could get other people, and they'd be almost as good, but it wouldn't be the same. Maybe I'm just the kind of guy who doesn't like change, or maybe I just like to get someone and stick with them. Or maybe it was because of Kimber. I don't know, but I think Doug and Lee felt the same. I know Agnes did, and none of us are so desperate for more business that we felt the need to give the spot to someone else. So we decided if Kimber couldn't do it, we weren't getting anyone. That was probably a bad business decision on my part, but for me, business isn't just about making money. Business is about principles and character and all those other romantic things that are really important to me. More important than making money. Although maybe there was a temptation to build the business for my brother's sake, I am glad I was able to stick with this, and I am glad that Doug and Lee and everyone else supported that decision. Truth be told, I've been thinking about Kimber a lot, probably on her way to Europe even as we speak. I don't know exactly when she was leaving. I hope she has a good time, and I suppose if I were a really generous person, I'd hope she'd meet a nice Frenchman, or maybe a big blonde Swede, or a stoic Londoner, a man she could fall in love with and be happy with. But even though character is important to me, I'm not quite there yet. So I hope she has a safe trip, and I also hope she doesn't see a single man the whole time. There. That's my lack of character. How about I tell you all what we have for accommodations, and you can split everyone up to where they go? That's not exactly how we'll normally do it, but since this is our first group, and we don't have the lodge actually open, we didn't hire any front desk people, although we did hire a cook. Maybe it's because we're all boys, but my brothers and I decided that the most important thing is that everyone eats well. Doug nods, and he and I spend 5 or 10 minutes while I explain to him where the finished bedrooms are and all the other details he needs to know. We have that sorted out, and Doug is just about to turn to talk to everyone when Miss Agnes comes up to me and greets me with a hug. I wasn't really expecting that. I like her, and we did share a couple of dances together, but I wasn't sure exactly how she feels about me. I think she might be a little upset that Kimber isn't here, and even though she knows it wasn't because of me, I hope she's not somehow upset with me anyway. She might be elderly, but she's still a woman, and sometimes they can be unreasonable.
"How are you doing, Sonny?"
she asks, and I grin. I like that she calls me Sonny. She doesn't do that with anyone else as far as I know. "I'm doing good. Got things all fixed up for you, and I'm looking forward to taking you for a snowmobile ride, maybe tomorrow," I say, and she grins.
"That's why I'm here. I can't cross it off my bucket list if I don't go."
I don't argue with her, although I do believe that several times she's allowed Lee to do things and then cross them off her list. She's a little squirrely with that list, but I don't let her know that I'm on to her, because I like it, and I also think she's sweet and cute. And harmless. We might have to go early before the storm gets bad. She nods, her brow tightening a little like she's thinking about it. I don't typically go snowmobiling in the mountains when it's snowing hard out. 2 reasons.
"Why, Sonny?"
she asks finally, like she couldn't figure out what the problem might be. Number 1, when it's cloudy and there's snow coming down everywhere, you can get lost pretty easily in the woods when everything looks the same. The second reason is you can't really ride a snowmobile when the snow gets to a certain depth, which I think we're going to see with this storm. Sometimes when you're out, it's hard to tell when you're going to hit that point, especially when we're talking feet of snow. I was just getting ready to ask Miss Agnes whether she'd like to take a quick ride just around the lodge once we get a few inches, when a phone buzzes. And I think at first it's mine. I pull my phone out, but it's blank.
"It's Kimber."
Miss Agnes says, her head bent down, reading the text before swiping and bringing it up since it's too long to fit on her screen.
Evelyn eloped and canceled the European trip. We might still have gone, but Rachel has a huge opportunity for her vlog in Africa, and she's headed there. Is it too late for me to come to Idaho and go with you guys on your winter adventure?
Miss Agnes's lips are pressed together, and she looks at me with a twinkle in her eyes. She's 80, and yes, she's got a phone, but I just can't imagine that she had anything to do with the things that happened to Kimber, although judging from the look on her face, I would totally say she did.
"I wonder if we can get Doug to go back down and pick her up,"
she says, giving me a side glance that is not subtle at all before she looks around, presumably for Doug, who isn't that far from us. I know I'm doing exactly what the old lady wants me to, but hey, what can I say? She and I are on the same team. I can do it.
"Why don't you just take it from here?"
She waves her phone at me, indicating my phone, which is in my pocket.
"You probably know better where the closest regional airport is."
With the storm coming tomorrow night, Kimber needs to get here fast. I'll take care of it. Miss Agnes nods, giving me another look that I can't decipher, and walks away, still spry for an 80-year-old. I hope I look half as good when I'm 80. I decide calling Kimber makes more sense than trying to figure this out through texting, or maybe I just want to talk to her. I guess, if I'm being honest, that's it. I pull up her number. It's in my contacts since she sent me the information about the other vloggers, which we ended up not using, and the phone rings. It doesn't take long for her to answer. She says,
What big ears you have!
I grin immediately. She's probably referring to the fact that she texted her grandmother, and I heard about it. All the better to hear you with, my dear, I say in kind of a growly tone.
What big teeth you have,
She says with a laugh in her tone. I know what I'm supposed to say, but instead I growl, How do you know what my teeth look like? She doesn't answer for a couple of seconds, and I almost look at my phone to see if I lost the connection. Normally the service out here is pretty good because we're up, but sometimes when there's a storm or something coming, things get squirrely. Then I hear her voice over the air before I hear it in my phone.
because I'm standing right behind you.
I grin. I can't help it. Anyone who sees me has got to know I'm pretty happy about the fact that she's here. I assume the cancellations on her European trip happened a few days ago, and Miss Agnes had insisted I not be told because she wanted to surprise me. Or maybe they didn't think about it or weren't sure whether she was going to make it. I don't know. Regardless, I'm not upset about that at all. Why would I be? She's here. My teeth aren't in the back of my head, I say, still talking in my phone.
Turn around so I can see them,
She says, and I turn my phone off, turning around. This is a surprise, I say, maybe stating the obvious. It's a happy surprise. She looks good. Her ski vest is zipped up over a long-sleeve shirt, and she has on jeans and boots and a beanie with her long hair flowing out from both sides of it. Her cheeks are rosy and her eyes sparkle, and she really does look good enough to eat. Not that I'm going to tell her that.
I asked everyone to keep it to themselves so I could make it a surprise.
She looks proud of herself, and I can't help but tease her, just a little. I can't believe you're not more disappointed you're not going to Europe. Idaho hardly seems to be able to compete with all the sophistication over there. Her eyes twinkle, and she acknowledges that maybe she really shouldn't want to go to Idaho rather than Europe, or maybe she should be more disappointed that her European vacation didn't work out.
Maybe I just knew you guys needed a vlogger, and I'm happy that I'm able to offer my services.
I shove my hand in my pocket, cognizant that there's a lot of activity going on around me, but not really caring. She must know that since we couldn't get her, we hadn't wanted anyone. Her words seem aimed in that direction. That's a little more than I want to admit, though, so I say instead, everyone says your vlog is the best. Why would we settle for less? There's humor in her expression, like she knows I'm not really saying everything that I should say, or could say, but she lets me off the hook.
I'm looking forward to snowmobile rides, but...
She spreads her arm around over the mostly brown ground.
But where's the snow?
I ordered it, and it's just a couple of days late. I say, like I have any control over the weather. You know, it's pretty amazing the people who book a trip and complain about the weather like somehow I have control over whether the river is higher or lower or whether there's snow or not or whether it rains on our hiking trip. I shake my head a little and laugh. I just want you to know I'm not God. Kimber manages a look of total surprise.
I'm so glad you said that. I was sure you were.
Lots of people get mistaken ideas about that. You're not the first. I say, like I deal with this all the time. I really do deal with people thinking I'm in charge of the weather all the time, but no one has ever seriously mistaken me for God. Hardly.
I'll try to keep that in mind,
She says, and I'm not sure exactly what she's keeping in mind. Maybe all of it. Doug is responsible for assigning everyone their room. If you'll show me where your bags are and figure out where your room is, I'll carry them in for you. I follow her to the van, and we dig her bags out. My brothers are already working on carrying people's stuff in, and I make a mental note that when we open, we ought to have someone to help with bags, although I doubt most of our guests will be senior citizens. Still, This might be something people expect when they go to a lodge. Have you stayed at a lodge before? I ask. She's a sophisticated woman, and I'm sure she's been places that I've never dreamed of. Maybe she can give us some tips on what we need to do to improve.
I skied a couple of times, but usually not this remote.
She tilts her head and points out her second bag, which I grab.
Why?
I thought maybe you could give my brothers and I some tips and pointers on what we can do to improve. As I was standing here watching you, I was thinking that maybe we should have someone helping with bags. Her brows draw together, and she puts a hand on her hip.
I don't think it's necessary, although the fancy ski resorts do have them. But out here, you probably want a more rustic experience. People can carry their own stuff.
I wonder to myself if she says this because she doesn't need the fancy stuff, or if it's because she really thinks it isn't necessary. I guess I get my hopes up a little bit, because I really want her to not need the fancy stuff. I want her to be happy in the woods and not need the busyness of the city and all the perks of living there. But that's not fair, not any more now than it was last summer at the wedding. Dance with any good partners lately? I ask as I shoulder a bag and back away from the van. She stills, and I guess she's thinking about what I said. Maybe she doesn't want to answer. Maybe she's hiding something. Maybe she doesn't want to hurt my feelings. Finally, she says,
Not since this summer. I danced with a man who didn't know how, and it was probably the best dance I've ever had.
Our eyes meet, and her words hover in the air. They make me wish for things I can't have. Make me want to give up things I know will hurt. Maybe want to be someone I'm not. They're good words, words that make me feel warm and happy in all the right places. Also, maybe sad, because the potential to be more is there. But I know it's going to require a sacrifice that's too big for either one of us to make.
Chapter 12. Kimber. The rest of the afternoon is busy, and I don't see Bain again until supper. He is in the same room, but not at the same table as I am, and it's like the rafting trip anyway. I'm working. Part of the reason my vlog is so successful is because I take a lot of video and do a lot of editing. If you have your camera running almost all the time, you're almost guaranteed to get the very best moments, if not the best angle. There are a lot of things involved in it, technical things I won't go into, but I'm good at what I do. While my job could be really easy and I could do it in less than half the time, I don't do things the easy way, and I make sure I put in twice as much work as what might be strictly necessary. Maybe that sounds a little like I'm bragging, and I don't mean to. I'm just stating the facts. People think it's an easy thing to get into, and it really is, but to do it well, it takes more time. Even though I'm not getting paid for this, having lots of good video can only benefit me. So while I notice Bain is in the room, of course, because I don't seem to be unable to notice him, I try not to pay attention to him and don't talk to him. I do get a lot of footage of Midget, Claire and Trey's dog. Midget kind of steals the show since she's a Great Dane and huge. Justin has also brought a dog, Max, I believe his name is. He and Midget seem to like each other an awful lot. Animals are very popular for my vlog audience, and I think of Duffy. He was adopted the next day after my vlog on him went live. It's funny, because every day since then, I wish that I had adopted him myself. He went to a good home, but I missed my opportunity. It seems kind of stupid now. I didn't want to be tied down. But I guess maybe there are certain things that might be worth giving up some freedom for. I don't really want to admit it, but wanting my freedom seems a little selfish on my part. I shake that out of my head, and I laugh and joke as the folks from Good Grief linger over their meal. Once it's over, they seem to split into a ladies' group and a men's group. The men's group heads to the far game room that has large TVs and a pool table. The ladies' group decides to play strip bingo, which, I have to admit, I'm not interested in. At all. Plus, I'm feeling a little jet-lagged, I think. Or maybe it's just melancholy in general, because there are so many happy couples. Even the senior gentlemen that went on our trip last summer, Chubb and Patrick, have found themselves ladies I don't recognize. I'm sure by the time we're done here, I'll have learned their names, but in the meantime, I take a few short videos of the beginning of strip bingo, but then as everyone is laughing at something, I slip out of the room, throw my jacket and boots on, and walk outside. The sky is clear and beautiful as I stand on the huge deck. The stars are so much brighter here than they are in Chicago. But I knew they would be, after being in Good Grief. Still, it seems even more wild and scenic and peaceful here. Pretty. There also feels like there's some kind of anticipation in the air, and it gives me goosebumps. I rub my arms.
Cold?
Bain's voice comes from the side of the deck, and he walks closer to me. I didn't realize you were out here.
I wasn't. I followed you, although I went out the side door because I grabbed my jacket.
I didn't realize the deck was a wraparound. I think everyone else got a tour, but I was busy videoing people unpacking and I missed it.
I'll donate to the cause if you want it.
He holds the jacket up in his hand. I'm not cold, actually. It just feels like there's something in the air that's going to happen. That wasn't what I really wanted to say, but I don't know how to explain it. Bain doesn't seem surprised, though, and he nods.
I feel it too. It's probably the barometer dropping. Because of the storm tomorrow, there's low pressure coming. Before I knew all of that, I could just go outside and feel it. Not everyone can.
He narrows his eyes at me, like he's looking at me in a new light, before he sets the jacket over the back of a deck chair and finishes walking toward me. Maybe not everyone pays attention to it. I didn't notice it until I'm out here away from everyone else by myself.
No, I grew up away from society, remember? With brothers. None of them feel it. But my mom does.
So, happy parents? Did they eventually give up living off the land, and are they, I want to say normal, but I don't want to insult him, back in society? I think that's a more politically correct way of saying what I wanted to. Some people get offended pretty easily, and I care about what Bain thinks.
No, they actually have a cabin up in the far north of Idaho. It's a little more remote than down here and a little more conducive to the things they need to do in order to support their lifestyle. Now that I'm making money, I take them some. I mean, I can't really send it.
Everybody has a P.O. box or a mailing address. Bain just looks at me, lifting his brows. Taxes? I ask. Everyone pays taxes. He jerks his head.
Their accountant has their taxes sent to his P.O. box. I'm sure they pay for it, either through him or themselves. But it's miles from where they actually are, and they don't check it during the year. He has the key.
I nod, struck again by how different our lives are and have been. I can't even imagine growing up in such remoteness. You seem like you've adjusted okay to society. Did you go to school at all? I've seen people who were raised normally who are less well-adjusted than he is, but maybe that's on purpose. If you try to assimilate with the people around you, you usually can eventually.
No, never set foot in a school. I was pretty awkward when I first came out of the woods. Had a few hard times, too, since I didn't have a birth certificate or a social security number.
How is that possible?
Have your babies in a secluded cabin in the middle of the woods and don't tell anybody about it. Not that hard.
He says, like the answer is obvious, or, I don't know, maybe he didn't want to talk about it. Am I being nosy?
No, just sometimes I feel like a freak.
He doesn't say that like he is confiding anything. It is more like annoyance. I know sometimes I use annoyance to cover something else. You're not a freak. It's not your fault however your parents raised you.
I guess the freakiness comes in because I feel like it was a good way. I like the way I was raised. I'm not ashamed of it. I just know it's not normal.
That puts a different spin on things. It's one thing to be forced into some kind of childhood you're ashamed of or don't like. It's a completely different story to think that your abnormal childhood is actually normal, and that you think everyone should be raised like that. I try to keep the absolute astonishment out of my voice. Surely he doesn't think that. He turns away, putting his hands in his pockets and turning his face up to the sky. His movements are sure and confident. I don't know anyone else who moves like he does. Like he knows what his body can do and knows he can handle whatever situation he's in. It's a weird thing for me to think, and I don't dwell on it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I guess if we were all raised like that, it would make for a weird society, but maybe a better one. Still, I don't think it's the way everyone should be raised, but I don't think that it's a type of childhood that a kid should be saved from either, which is kind of what modern society thinks.
But you didn't go to school, I say, wondering how well he can even read, or if he can.
I guess we learn what we want to, what we put our minds to.
You mean to say that anyone who can't read doesn't want to? I totally disagree with this.
No, I'm just saying whether I sit in the classroom and am taught to read by a teacher with a bunch of other kids around me, or whether I'm sitting at a rough-cut table and learning how to read by the light of the fire behind me, with my mom pointing out the letters and giving me the sounds as I squint my eyes and try my hardest to figure it out. I just know it's possible because I did it.
I nod, thinking of all the things he missed. You never went to any dances. You never rode a school bus. You never sat in a classroom, never played sports, never had neighbors. You never had friends. I look at him, standing there staring at me, not disagreeing. He couldn't. I know I'm right. You never dated. You never danced. I say that last, and I realize now exactly what it means, even though I had known it before.
You never killed a rabbit by throwing a knife and cutting its windpipe, skinning it, taking it home, and feeding it to your family.
I don't feel like I missed anything. I interrupt him before he says anything more.
You didn't let me finish, but that's exactly how I feel.
I stand there with my mouth open, just staring at him.
You never got up in the morning, climbed a tree, and spent the day in it just because you could. You never went outside until tonight and felt something changing in the air and knew there was a storm coming. You never spent the day walking through the woods, learning what plants are poisonous and which ones are not, which ones will help you get better when you have a fever, will take pain away, will give you a good night's sleep. You've never been completely non-dependent on electricity, on a grocery store, on anyone else to take care of you other than yourself.
He lifts his brows, challenging me, asking if the things he'd missed were really as terrible as I had thought, and if the things I hadn't done were things I wish I had. As though to put an exclamation point on that, he says,
Do I really need to have ridden a school bus in order to live?
Of course not. It's just something everyone has done.
Is it okay that I'm not like everyone else? Can I be different and still okay?
I know what he's asking. I know what he thinks the answer should be, but the accurate answer is no. Of course not. We don't like people who are different than us. If someone doesn't live the sophisticated city life, I think there's something wrong with them. If they don't agree with my political views, I can't be friends with them. If they don't admire the people I admire, like the things I like, do the things I do, the problem lies with them, not with me. Of course. And yet, here he is, challenging me to think differently. Not about all those other things, but about the things he has done. I sigh and turn away from him, looking out over the deck, at the full outline of the mountain in the distance. The moon is almost full, and it makes the area around us bright enough so you don't need streetlights. He grew up without streetlights. I can't even imagine.
Is that a no?
He asks softly. I haven't forgotten his question. He asked me if everything he said was okay. No, that's not a no. It's just I guess I get so busy advocating for things that I think are important, other cultures, but I mean in other countries. Then I guess I honestly don't even know what those cultures entail. I just know I have to accept them, and I feel compelled to force others to accept them and respect their culture too. It hadn't even occurred to me that I was being a hypocrite because I was refusing to accept the different culture that was right under my nose.
You never really considered that there might be another culture in your own country that you have a natural bias toward because you know it clashes with your own?
Oh, wow. So, when you got out of the woods, I say, for lack of any better way to explain it, did you go to college? He seems pretty articulate for not having any education at all.
As my brothers and I got older, my parents made sure we had books to read. That required Dad actually working a job because books aren't free. We didn't really live close enough to any large town to borrow them from the library.
You could have had some on a Kindle or tablet, I offer.
No electricity.
He reminds me. Are there a lot of people like you? I ask, because this is just so crazy. He shrugs.
I've never met a whole lot. I'm sure there are. There have to be people who want to live away from civilization. I can't imagine that my parents are the only ones. I just think we don't hear about them because they don't want us to. I know my parents don't.
I nod. That makes sense to me. People trying to live off the grid, they're not going to go around announcing it.
I think if I hadn't told you these things, you wouldn't have any idea that I'm that much different than everyone else. I mean, you know I'm different, but not weirdly different.
He says, and his tone is flat, like he doesn't want to hope that I'll agree with him. But I think that's what he wants. And he's right. I can't disagree with that. You've shocked me, and I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around someone who was raised as you were. But if I look at it in a way I never have before, the way I was raised probably looks really weird to you. And I'm not entirely sure it's better. I say that last, being as honest as I can. Because if anything were to ever happen, I wouldn't have any idea of how to take care of myself. Grow my own food. The thought kind of grosses me out. I don't think anything will ever happen, but it could. He's certainly much better off to survive a nuclear war or some other kind of catastrophic event than I am. To me, a catastrophic event would be if we had a big storm and the electricity went out for a couple of days. For him, it wouldn't really matter. How can I say my way is better? Chapter 13. Bain.
I wished I hadn't said anything. I wish we wouldn't have had that conversation. I already know that we're too different to get along for there to be anything between us. I didn't need to show her exactly how different we are. I'm not even sure why I went there. Maybe we could talk about something else, I suggest, still wanting to spend time with her. It is like the dance. I knew I'd just have one. I wanted to enjoy it. Maybe I'm just going to have a little time with her before she disappears from my life again, and I want to enjoy it.
Sure, like what?
She asks with fake cheerfulness, like she knows I'm trying to change the subject, and she's helping me. We do pretty good with Little Red Riding Hood. We could try the 3 Pigs.
You know nursery rhymes,
She says, like this is a great discovery for her. Doesn't everyone? I say, and I smirk, because we just figured out I'm not like everyone. She rolls her eyes and pushes me lightly on the shoulder. I roll with it, even though I could have stood and not allowed her to move me at all. I guess a part of me, the caveman part of me, is tempted to do that. But I don't want to be that kind of man. The kind of man that can't roll with things and that can't show any weakness. I've been around guys like that, and they're not fun. We get so serious about ourselves.
Now you're teasing me again,
She says. She might be flirting, but, my social ineptitude and all that, I'm not sure. I ask, "Are you flirting with me?" She freezes, then she smiles.
I guess if you need to ask, I'm not doing a very good job.
I grunt. Nope, you can blame it on me and my crazy childhood.
I thought you thought your childhood was perfectly fine and normal.
No, I never said it was normal. I just said I didn't see anything wrong with it. But I probably do have a little bit of trouble understanding the nuances of women in particular, since I only have brothers.
I said you never dated, and you didn't argue with me. Is that true?
I tried. I don't really want to go there. I tried, truly, and I was never successful.
What went wrong?
She asks, like she's trying to figure out where my malfunction is, like I'm a robot, not a human. I put my hand on the railing and try to answer honestly. To begin with, I'm not great with small talk. Also, it took me a little while to figure out that the girls I was with did not want to talk about hunting deer and skinning rabbits and walking outside and figuring out what the weather was going to be. I'm teasing her now, and she grins.
So that's a test now that you give all the women that you talk to? I passed,
She says, and she gives a little snotty sniff, just goofing. You sure did.
Now what? Is there another test?
Sure. This is where you shoot the deer, gut it, and butcher it. She presses her lips together and purses them.
And after that?
I lay out 5 different types of fungi in front of you, and you pick the one that's edible. I wiggle my brows.
That's easy. I pick it up and then I give it to you. You eat it and I watch to see whether or not you die, right?
Nope, that's not quite how it goes.
Well, maybe you have to adjust your expectations depending on who you're with.
Since you're a city girl, I have to lower my expectations?
There's nothing wrong with city girls. I think I could teach you a few things.
There is no smile on my face as I study her. Finally, I say, I bet you could. I'm not sure I want to learn the things she could teach me. In fact, I'm pretty sure I'm happy not knowing them.
So you're all about teaching me stuff, but you're unwilling to learn? Isn't that a little hypocritical?
She asks. She has me there. I guess I have to admit it. Or maybe I don't. Considering that you're here, I look around, throwing my arm out, in the middle of the wilderness. Now, we do have electricity, but it could go out in the storm that we're going to have, and since I'm not in the city, it seems like maybe you need to learn my ways, and I don't really have any need to learn yours. I think she can tell by the expression on my face that I'm teasing her, and sure enough, she smiles.
Well, then I guess we'll have to get you to Chicago. When's your next free date?
You won't believe this, but there was this vlogger I spent a few days with last summer, and ever since she put my company on her vlog, I've been booked solid. She chuckles.
Are you trying to say it's my fault you can't go to Chicago with me?
Oh, with you. Maybe I can find some time in my schedule, now that you mention it's with you. She huffs out a breath.
I can never figure out whether you're serious or whether you're joking.
I don't mean to be a mystery to her, although I do find it kind of funny that she's the suave and sophisticated one and she can't figure me out. I'm pretty simple.
Do you mean that?
Mean what? She just looks at me, and I think she doesn't want to give away any more than I do. I guess I have been teasing her with the truth. I also guess that I'm probably supposed to be the brave one, and when it comes to physical danger, I can be brave. But this idea of admitting that I might be vulnerable to her, it's hard. Maybe that's the kind of bravery I need to work on. Maybe that's the reason my dating was a disaster. Because I spent the time talking about animals and hunting and things I'm comfortable with, and never allowed the conversation to go outside of my comfort zone, into feelings and thoughts and hopes and dreams. Or maybe I was selfish to never allow the conversation to go beyond my interests, since I was looking for someone to come with me, not someone to compromise with. I've always known. This feels hard to say, so I twist my tongue, crossing my arms over my chest, facing the horizon and the mountains in the distance, the ones that feel like home to me more than any other place on earth. Maybe they give me courage. Maybe it's just easier to say hard things when you're not looking at another person.
Yeah?
She prompts me, gently, softly, almost like she's holding her breath and wanting me to go on, which gives me courage too. I've always known that if I were going to have a partner, I need to just say what I mean. If I were going to get married, fall in love, find that perfect woman for me, that she was going to have to be pretty special, tough. The longer I live away from the mountains, the more I think that there might not be a woman like that for me. How can I manage to say so much and not say anything at all? I turn my head and look at her. My words have not made her happy. They haven't made me happy either. I shake my head. I like you. I lift my chin, almost as though preparing for a blow, shoring up my defenses. Funny how those words are so hard to say. I like you a lot. I find you attractive. No, I'm attracted to you. I think about you when you're not around, and I wish that you were. I shrug my shoulders. That's enough. I don't need to completely lay myself bare. But I know because of the things we talked about earlier, you and I would never work. I'm too weird for you, and you are too, how do you say it, high maintenance, worldly, for me. We're too different, I guess, bottom line. And while I suppose there's a part of me, part of any man, that makes me willing to give up anything for the woman he loves, I don't want to get to that point. I don't think I would ever be happy in the city, and I know that if you were to give up your life, you wouldn't be happy either. There. No teasing. Yes, I'm being kind of blunt and honest. I've thought about it a lot. Her eyes are wide, and she blows out a breath like she doesn't know what to say. Her arms go across her chest, and I suppose in a conversation like this, it just feels the most protective.
I could say everything that you have, almost word for word.
We're quiet for a while. I still feel that anticipation in the air, the one that pricks my skin and does something inside of me, where I feel the excitement, the expectancy, the calm before the storm I know is coming. But I don't want our conversation to end like that. I suppose it would be easy for either one of us to say, "That's that. I guess we'll avoid each other from now on." I don't want that. She's here. I can enjoy spending time with her while she is, right? So I say, "You're agreeing that you're high maintenance?" She snorts, as I intended.
Compared to you,
She huffs a breath.
I need grocery stores at least.
Her comment makes me wonder. Could we compromise on a small town? I do dream of going back to the woods, off the grid, just being my own man with my family. But maybe I could do a small town. Good grief has a grocery store, I say, and I guess it means exactly what she probably thinks it means, and I hold my breath.
That's a pretty small store,
She says. It's a non-committal answer, and maybe that's because she really doesn't know. Doesn't know whether she could compromise on the small town. I guess I want to be hopeful, even though I know there's probably no point. So, you were talking earlier about my lack of education, because I'd never been to dances, and I just want to point out that I've danced twice with 2 different women. Don't tell your grandmother this, but you are my favorite. She grins, having no idea where I'm going with this, I think, but she looks pleased because it was a compliment.
I'll tell her,
She murmurs. I continue. Although, now that I'm thinking back on it, I'm not sure, and maybe I ought to try it again, just to see if you really are my favorite. Now she smiles.
There's no music?
You feel the storm coming? She nods. Isn't there a beat with that? I ask, knowing there is in me. Not maybe a beat like modern music is used to having one, something hard and thumping, drowning out everything else in the urgent rhythm, but a beat just the same. Something more subtle, a small buzz of excitement, maybe a heartbeat in the background, pushing it on. She tilts her head a little, like she's listening. Finally, she nods.
I think so. Maybe not one we can dance to.
Can we make our own music? I ask, turning toward her, dropping my arms. I want to. Dance. I'm not sure about making our own music. If we have a song that we make together, that's just one more tie that will have to be cut eventually, and I'm guessing every tie that needs to be cut is going to be that much more pain.
We could try,
She says, dropping her arms, and I step toward her. I don't try to hold her as close as I did at the wedding. I hold her more like I held her grandmother, with my hands on her hips and hers on my shoulders, as we sway in the soft electric calmness of the evening air. She seems content, but I have something to say. When I picture my life with my wife and kids in the cabin and the isolation, I picture the evening, my wife and I together. Maybe over the years it would get boring, I don't know. But I think making our own music and dancing to it might be a nice way to end each day. Just a little thing I think sometimes. I say, to try to lighten the seriousness of my words. I take a breath and do something that's a bit scary for me. What do you think? Chapter 14.
Kimber. He asked me what I think. I don't know how to answer that. I've never considered something like that. I guess the woman in me thinks it's romantic. I suppose the independent city girl in me is scared to death of the idea of standing on a porch miles away from anyone. No way of getting to a store or hospital or a gas station. I'm not sure what to say, so I hedge. So tell me, in your daydream, do you have a car? Bain laughs, and I admit that's probably not what he expected me to say, but it does lighten the mood. And honestly, it was a serious question.
A snowmobile works almost as well.
In the winter, maybe. Didn't someone just say that you can't drive a snowmobile if the snow is too deep?
True.
What do you do in an emergency?
Whatever needs to be done.
He says it simply, like it's common sense. But what if you need to call 911?
You are 911.
But there's gonna be things that you can't fix. His hands tighten just a little on my shoulders, and he says,
Don't you know there are things 911 can't fix either?
So true. It's so true. I think about that for a bit. A lot of times, medics come and the person dies anyway. But if there's an emergency going on right in front of me, and the person is going to die, and I call 911, it's no longer me who's responsible. It's someone else. Somehow that makes me feel better. It's not my fault, not my responsibility. There are less things that 911 can't fix than things I can't fix, I finally say.
You're probably right about that.
We are quiet for a little longer, and then he presses me more.
What else do you think?
For some reason, I think that question is hard for him. Like he's afraid I'm going to disagree with him or that I'm going to say something he can't argue with. Or maybe it's just hard to talk about things that aren't concrete, a man thing. I'm not trying to stump him. Maybe he's just afraid to see how different our dreams are. It used to be when I was younger, I thought I wanted to be independent all my life and do whatever I wanted to do and be whatever I want to be and have the freedom to have it all. He's listening to me, his eyes on mine, and I feel like he's absorbing my words and processing them. Sometimes, when you talk to someone, you can tell they're not listening. With Bain, whatever I say, I know he hears me. For a while now, but especially since the wedding this summer, I've been feeling like those aren't good things. I'm not exactly longing for a family, but I feel like being able to do whatever I want whenever I want isn't as important as I used to think it was. He makes a humming noise, and then he says,
So, if that's not as important, something else has taken its place?
Good question. I don't know. No other deep desire other than maybe a little bit of longing to be something or someone or be a part of something bigger than myself.
You're saying that all of your life, what you want, basically yourself, has been your idol, and now you're not sure that's right.
I bristle immediately at the idea that I've made myself an idol, but I deflate almost as fast. He's right. I did. I put meeting my wants and my needs and my independence and getting what I want ahead of everything else. Me first. Isn't that idolatry? Where I worship myself, basically. That's an awkward thing to come face to face with in someone else's arms.
But you said it was shifting.
He asks, and I feel more like he's prompting me than trying to elicit a specific response. I appreciate that I don't feel pressure to answer in the way that he wants me to, but rather in the way that's honest. I guess I don't really want to admit this next bit, but he was so honest with me, I feel like I should. It started shifting after I met you. Maybe I already admitted I was attracted to him, when I said I agreed with everything he said. I don't want to say it again because I'm already uncomfortable. So I say, maybe it opened my eyes to things that are different, and maybe it made me realize the things I admire, like, and agree with aren't necessarily the things that I'll always admire and like and agree with. That's about the closest I can come to what I want to say. I hope it is enough. He seems to understand.
Seasons change,
He says, and I find it interesting that living close to the land gives a person a perspective that someone who doesn't live that way might not have. I have a bigger worldview, but we are living in a world that has been made small, in a sense, by technology. Knowledge is different than wisdom.
A person's life can be like that, you know. We don't think of it much, but childhood is spring, and then there's summer and fall and winter. We have different needs for each season. As you shift into a different season, it makes sense that the things you like, the things you value, and the things you want change, doesn't it?
I nod, but I'm not sure whether I'm in summer or fall or whether I'm actually shifting. But I guess it doesn't have to match up exactly. It's just the idea that there's a change in my life like a change in the season, and things change. My hands are still on his shoulders, and they feel strong and solid and warm. I like the idea that I could depend on him, but it's scary to depend on a man. Maybe that's why there's a God. It's easier to think of a man as a partner and someone you work with, and God as the one who pulls it all together. Maybe that's something else lost in civilization, because it's no longer God that we depend on. It's government or the EMS dudes, or schools or hospitals or whatever, and there's a general sense that I don't really need God. Maybe that's a depth I don't want to think about today, so I push it aside. Only I guess I really don't, because I ask a question I've never asked of my friends in the city. Do you believe in God?
I thought religion and politics are the two things that people aren't supposed to discuss.
I laugh. Stands to reason that would be one of the first things you learn. He laughs, but then he answers me seriously.
I do. I don't see how you can look at all of this and not.
He indicates the sky, the mountain, and everything else by jerking his chin, and he kind of confirms what I don't even realize I'm thinking. When I see buildings made by man's hand and live surrounded by them, it gives me a different view, a different perspective. Although Chicago, being beside Lake Michigan, has a natural body of water that I love looking at. Maybe that's why, because I believe in God too. A person has to believe in something.
Even if it is nothing.
His eyes crinkle, and I smile because he's right.
Chapter 15. Kimber.
I don't get to say any more because at that moment, the door opens and Midget, the big Great Dane, thunders out. No one comes out with her, and the thought flashes through my mind that she must have figured out how to open the door herself. Regardless, she goes running by us, stopping for just a second to sniff us and rub against my leg before she takes off toward the end of the porch.
Midget.
Bain says in a commanding tone that would have made me stop. Midget ignores him.
Trey said she has a tendency to run away.
Bain says.
We better stop her if we can.
He calls her again and starts toward the end of the porch while the door opens and people pour out. I follow Bain, and as Midget starts taking off across the back lot, I call, "Midget!" She stops. Her head twists, and she's looking back over her shoulder like she wants to see where that sound came from. I'm not sure why she's listening to me, but I press my advantage. "Midget, come on, girl. Come on back." I didn't think for 1 second she was going to listen to me, but her head tilts, like she's thinking about it, and then she charges back toward the porch, almost as fast as she charged away from it, straight toward me, not stopping until she's right in front of me. If I hadn't been so surprised, I would have stepped out of the way. She skids to a stop and puts her head on my chest, looking at me with adoration. The people on the porch laugh, and Claire comes over. I've never seen her stop once she starts to take off, she says. Trey steps up beside her, putting his arm around her.
Me either. Usually when she goes, she doesn't stop until she at least makes it to Mrs. Thompson's house and gets treats. Normally, she makes her stops at least 4 other places before we catch up to her.
They laugh softly together. Meanwhile, my hands have come up around Midget's neck. I'm scratching her ears, and she looks like she's in heaven. I think again of Duffy and wish I could have adopted him. There's just something sweet and happy about having a dog look at you with so much love and affection. I glance up to see Bain watching me. I'm not sure exactly what he's thinking. Maybe he's just watching to make sure Midget doesn't take off again. Somebody probably ought to get a hold of her collar, but I'm so busy scratching her ears, I don't.
Did she open the door herself?
Bain finally says, and the chatter around me stops as Trey runs a hand over his hair.
I think she might have. I wasn't really paying attention, but there wasn't anyone else around.
He looks at the people who've gathered on the porch. My grandmother is there. She's missing her dentures, which is not unusual during a game of strip bingo. I don't think Miss Harriet has hers either. Lee and Doug are standing by the door, watching, but they haven't said anything. I'm sure they didn't open the door and let the dog out.
I'll take a look at it and see if I can rig something up in the morning to make sure she can't let herself out again,
Bain says, coming over and running a hand down Midget's back. Midget obviously loves the attention, and I think the more people that are petting her, the better. Claire comes over too. Thanks for calling her. I'm surprised she listened, but Midget has a mind of her own. I'm glad she did. There aren't any houses around for miles. If she thought she was going to go to Mrs. Thompson's, she'd have been running for a while. I hate to think of what could happen to a dog lost in the woods, especially with a storm coming. Not as bad as a person, but almost. With a dog as sweet as Midget, she wouldn't stand a chance.
In the direction she was going, she'd have to cross 2 mountains before she found another house.
Bain says.
Although there are a couple of uninhabited cabins on the way.
Yours? I ask, remembering that he mentioned a cabin.
One of them, the closer one, it's about 15 miles away.
I nod. That's a long way to be chasing a dog through the dark woods. Midget doesn't seem to pay any attention to him at all, not to his voice and not to his hand on her. I've heard of dogs and met a few at the shelter who are partial to either men or women. Midget seems to be a woman's dog. I think I'd better take her back inside. Claire takes a hold of her collar, and I drop my hands. The people on the porch slowly make their way back inside until it's just Bain and me again, but our conversation was interrupted, and while we talked about some deeper things tonight, he's still a stranger to me. Or maybe that's just the way I want him to stay, since that will be the easier, more painless way of dealing with whatever's between us. He smiles at me and takes a step closer, and maybe he's going to say something. Maybe he wants to dance again, to that crazy internal music that I didn't even know I had. But I've had enough for tonight. I'm going to be spending time around him over the next few days, and I don't want to get too familiar. I guess I'm going to go to bed too. I'm feeling a little jet-lagged. That's a great excuse, even though here in Idaho we're only an hour behind Chicago. Maybe that's disappointment on his face. I don't know. But I don't study it and start to turn.
Maybe we can go for a snowmobile ride together tomorrow,
He says, sounding perfectly normal, like he's just a friend asking a friend. And while I know that's what I want, I'm disappointed too. I nod without looking at him. Maybe. I don't make any promises, and I go inside without saying anything more.
Chapter 16. Bain.
The next day, I spend a lot of time putting out fires. My brother Hoover and I meet about mid-morning, both of us having been working since before sunrise, fixing minor things like a water leak, a door that wouldn't latch, a fireplace with no wood, and a bathroom that didn't have towels. If this lodge thing is going to work out, someone is either going to have to be here full-time to take care of the little details, or we're going to have to hire someone. At 10 o'clock, it starts to snow. At 11 o'clock, our cook is done cleaning up breakfast and quits. She wants to get off the mountain before we get snowed in, and she leaves as soon as she tells me. I am shocked and dismayed because I'm not sure what we're going to do. I do appreciate her at least telling me. It would have been a lot worse to find out at dinner time when we sit down at the table and there's nothing to eat. Growing up, I cooked plenty of food, but never for this many people. But the cook left all of her notes and the menu that she'd intended to use. Unfortunately, on today's menu for lunch is a dish I don't recognize and have no idea how to make. I can Google it, but I think maybe I'll give myself a break and cook spaghetti. I know I can handle that, and I also know I can have it on the table in time. I've been too busy to say more than good morning to Kimber, and after her coolness of the night before after we were interrupted, I'm guessing that she's decided a compromise with me isn't worth it. I have too much to do to sit around and mope about that. Not that I'm a sit-around-and-mope kind of guy, but it definitely hurts my pride and my feelings. I don't want to think about her. Once I got the water on and the sauce and meat simmering on the stove, I text my brother and tell him to come to the kitchen because we need to talk. I am not going to be stuck cooking for the rest of the time our guests are here. It takes him 15 minutes to show up, and by then my water is boiling, and I'm wondering if there's a limit as to how much spaghetti you can cook in one pot. I picked the biggest one. I have no idea how to judge how much spaghetti each person will eat and how much I should cook total, but I do know that to keep people happy, you need to keep them fed.
What's so important you couldn't text me about it?
Hoover says as he walks into the kitchen. His eyes are on me, but as I continue to stir the noodles I just put in the water, I see out of the corner of my eye that he stops and looks around. I don't need to tell him what the problem is. After all, I'm not supposed to be standing in front of the stove stirring spaghetti noodles.
Where's the cook? She sick?
He asks abruptly, like he still thinks that this is going to be a quick conversation and he's going to get back to whatever it is that he is doing. She left, I say with no fanfare.
You're kidding,
Hoover says with a slight tone of pleading in his voice. I give him a look, and then I turn back to the stove. Some noodles in the pot are sticking together, and I work to get them separated. I guess I wouldn't be standing here in front of the stove if I were.
Are you sure she's not sick or something? Is she lying down?
She got in her car and drove down the mountain, saying she wouldn't be back. She did, however, leave her menu and the note she had for the food that she was going to serve. I jerked my head in the direction of the counter. Everything's written in the black book. I'm thankful she wasn't a techie. Hoover walks over and thumbs through the book.
I don't recognize half this stuff.
Me either. That's why I'm cooking spaghetti.
I guess we know who we don't want to hire when we open. Did she say what the problem was?
Hoover taps his fingers on the counter.
Was somebody rude to her?
I think she was afraid to be stuck up here. The snow coming down freaked her out, and the idea that we might get a couple feet and not be able to go anywhere for a few days was more than she could handle. Hoover nods. Neither one of us are bothered at all by the idea. Both of us know that we could survive as long as we needed, as long as we have our knives. A hatchet and some matches would be nice, but not necessary. But both of us know that not everyone was raised like we were, and I would be uncomfortable stuck in the city without having a way to escape. I truly wouldn't know how to survive there. Not without money, anyway.
Maybe we should have survival classes,
Hoover says thoughtfully.
I'm amazed at how far off track his mind has gone.
Maybe we can figure out what we're going to eat this week and think about survival classes some other time. Hoover was always the dreamer out of us brothers. We can all survive in the wilderness, but are not clones of each other, for sure. Still, I need him to focus. I'm not going to be the only one to take the place of the cook. I feel like we have 3 options, I say. We can leave immediately and head for town while one of us texts everyone we know to try to find someone who'd be willing to come up and cook for us. Or we can ask the people here and see if anyone wants to have the job of cooking, or if anyone wants to take turns, or the last and worst option is that you and I do it together. Hoover scratches his chin, always one to think things through before making a decision. In the meantime, I think I've pretty much got the noodles unclumped when a movement in the kitchen doorway catches my eye. Corey, sister of Claire and Tammy, bounds in, there's no other way to describe how she walks, beside Kimber. It almost looks like Corey is pulling Kimber along. She says,
Come on, I'll ask how long it is until lunch, and if we have enough time, we can see if we can do it.
You have about 10 minutes until lunch is ready, I say, figuring it is silly to pretend I don't hear the conversation. They aren't exactly trying to be quiet. Corey bounces the rest of the way in with a little pout on her lips.
Really? Just 10 minutes?
Apparently, this end of the conversation is all mine, since Hoover's not saying a word. He almost looks starstruck. She is cute, with a short, bouncy haircut and energy that just seems to burst off her, if you're into that type of thing. Which I would not say Hoover is. Like I said, he's the thoughtful, quiet one. What is it that you wanted to do? I ask. We are the hosts, after all, and we're supposed to be making sure that everyone has a good time. I think, anyway.
I was hoping to go for a snowmobile ride. The ground is covered now, and the snow is still coming down.
She holds up her phone.
My service is spotty, but the last time I checked, we could get almost 2 feet. If the storm tracks in a different direction, we get 3.
Kimber says, sounding much less enthused and looking at Hoover as she speaks. Then, almost as though she realizes that maybe she's not being the most mature person in the world, her eyes shift to mine. There's a little shock as they meet, and I try not to show that I'm feeling it. Her eyes twitch a little, and it makes me wonder if she's feeling it too.
It's not a good idea to ride snowmobiles during a snowstorm,
Hoover says, and his voice is almost monotone. Corey must have that effect on him, where she has just so much energy and is so bright and chipper that it makes him shut down. We probably all have issues from not being raised in regular society, but the more time I spend out of the woods, the more I realize that everybody has issues. We just have to make the best of who we are and keep trying to get better. If we stay near the house, we'll be fine. There are a few trails that aren't long and we'll be safe on. The problem is when it's snowing out, it's easy to get lost. I explain Hoover's statement, since Corey doesn't look like she understands. She nods now, and her smile dims for just a couple seconds before it moves up again and she turns to Kimber.
Didn't I tell you the kitchen was divine? I mean, look at all the stainless steel. When I cooked at the diner, it was a tiny little thing with chintzy pots and pans, and it took some real skill to get anything edible out the door.
You cooked in a diner? I ask, not allowing myself to get excited.
I did. It was a lot of fun, too. But just cooking the same thing day in and day out got boring after a while. So I quit.
Funny you should mention that. I say, my voice wobbling just a little before I clear my throat and start again. Our cook quit this morning. We're actually looking for a new one, and that's what Hoover and I were talking about when you ladies walked in. Whether or not we should try driving to town and seeing if we can find one.
The town?
Kimber says, not as disinterested as she had seemed up to this point. In fact, I think she looks concerned.
In a snowstorm? Isn't that like an hour and a half away? Is that safe?
Her brows are drawn together, and there are vertical lines in her forehead. Well, we gotta eat, I say, deliberately casual, trying to downplay her concern. I like it, though. It makes me feel like she cares.
I'd love to cook,
Corey says before anyone can say anything else.
I was admiring this kitchen yesterday, and it's like a dream to be able to come in here and cook. I've taken classes, too.
The previous chef left her book and notes. We have all the ingredients to make what's in there, but I hate admitting that I don't know things everyone else knows. I'm not ashamed of the way I grew up, and I do think it was good in most ways, but it does put me at a disadvantage a lot of times. This is one of those times where I feel it keenly, but more because Kimber is there looking at me than because I'm embarrassed about it in front of Corey. She takes the book from me and skims through it.
I know most of these, and what I don't know, I can Google. And what I can't figure out, I'll improvise.
Corey just seems so bright and happy and cheerful you can't help but smile when you talk to her. But I voice my concern. Are you sure you can cook for this many people?
I was the one who cooked for the large get-togethers. It was a diner, so it wasn't anything fancy. But when the town council got together or the fire hall had their annual meeting, I'd do the cooking. I've helped at the fire hall, too. Because of my mom, we were all involved.
A nod. Everyone knows that her mom is the fire chief in Good Grief. I don't recall there being a diner there, though, so she must have moved away at some point. I suppose most of us do. The job's yours if you want it, I say, hoping she'll take it and also hoping that she'll actually be able to do it. For the first time, she looks a little unsure. She bites her lip.
I don't know if I can do it all by myself. Kimber, you game?
I'll do it with you.
Hoover says, in that low voice that's almost unemotional, but if I know Hoover, that's because he can't put any emotion in it, because there are too many. I don't examine that now. I'm just feeling relief. If Corey and Hoover are going to cook, I think it worked out, and that's a problem solved. Sounds good to me, I say, looking at Kimber to see if she's going to protest because she wants to cook. She doesn't protest, but she does turn like she's getting ready to leave. I move back to my spaghetti, not wanting to overcook the noodles. I'm looking forward to after lunch. If we're going to be taking snowmobile rides, I'm going to make sure that I get to ride with Kimber. Maybe I can figure out why she's not talking to me and what I've done that's making her so uncomfortable. I want to fix it.
Chapter 17. Kimber.
I want to go snowmobiling. I think it will be fun. I've never been. But after lunch, I go to my room and spend some time editing videos. Even though my door is closed, I can still hear happy laughter, chatting, and even occasionally the stomp of footsteps like someone's running. It's fun to have such a mixture of ages in the house. Claire and Trey have their boys, and Tammy and Justin have theirs, all three of them. I occasionally see people bundled up and running past my window. I even witness a snowball fight, and I'm not sure, but it kind of looks like my grandmother is crouched down behind a snow fort that someone in a blue beanie hat spent almost an hour making. I want to go outside and join in the fun, but I don't want to risk running into Bain. I know that makes me a coward. I don't think there's ever been a time in my life where I've actually avoided someone like this, unless it was someone that I dated once or twice and didn't want to date again, and I just didn't answer his phone call, or avoided the coffee shop where I met him or something. This is different. I'm not avoiding Bain because I don't like him and want to ditch him. I'm avoiding him because I like him too much. He's sensible, tough but gentle, a combination I haven't seen much and can't resist, and he's challenged me in ways I didn't like and that made me uncomfortable. I don't want to change what I think and what I do. I'm too old to realize that the things I thought all my life aren't as right as I thought they were. I'm happy the way I am. I say that to myself, and I feel I need to talk myself into it, because I'm not sure it's true anymore. I also didn't like the way I felt when I thought Bain might be driving down the mountain in that snow. Coming up, it was all twisty turns and steep uphill climbs with almost sheer drop-offs and little berm. I can't imagine going down it, slipping and sliding and careening out of control in snow and ice. I was going to volunteer to cook, just to keep them from having to do that. I hear the machines running, and right after, I hear footsteps along the hall, and they seem to stop by my door. I hold myself still, pausing the video that I'm in the middle of and listening. After 10 or 15 seconds, they move on down the hall. Maybe someone dropped something or stopped to type on their phone. In my room, I have an up-close and personal view of the pine trees that start about 100 yards away from the lodge, and of the mountain as it goes up in the distance. It's beautiful, wild, fresh, and real, but it also scares me. I understand why the cook quit and left. I feel the same thing, almost claustrophobia. I think about getting up and going outside, but I didn't sleep very well last night, and I ended up taking a nap instead, waking up just as everyone is getting ready to sit down for supper. Corey and Hoover make a good pair, at least good in the kitchen anyway, because the roasted vegetable soup and homemade bread they serve, along with a perfectly cooked roast, is delicious. I sit beside my grandmother and Miss Harriet, and their cheeks are ruddy and fresh, and my grandmother talks about the snowmobile ride that Bain gave her, and how much fun it was, and what a good driver he is, and how knowledgeable he is about the snowmobile and the surrounding area. And I try to pay attention, and I try to listen without looking like I'm hanging on every word, which I am. The man interests me. What can I say? He's not sitting close enough for me to talk to, 5 chairs up but on the opposite side of the table, but my gaze slips to him more often than I want to admit. Why is it that I look forward to seeing him, but I deliberately avoided him all afternoon, and now that I'm sitting at the same table as he, I can't keep my eyes from tracking to him.
I didn't even notice until just now, but you weren't out there today, were you?
My grandmother has put her hand on my arm and is looking up into my eyes. She's far too perceptive for me to be able to pull the wool over her eyes about much of anything. I answer her honestly. I didn't sleep very well last night, and I ended up falling asleep on my bed instead of going out after I was done editing a video. She looks at me. I give her a level gaze back. I'm not lying. That's exactly what happened. She nods, and I breathe a sigh of relief. Conversation over, and I win. But the thought is premature, because she looks down the table and calls,
Bain? Excuse me, Bain?
The entire table goes silent, which is saying something, since there are more than 20 people sitting here. She probably didn't have to call him, because I think he was already looking in our direction, but he says,
Yes, Miss Agnes?
His eyes shift to me before they go back to my grandmother.
Kimber fell asleep and missed the afternoon snowmobile rides. Do you think you could take her for one after we eat?
I want to protest. I don't want to go. But I can't be disrespectful to my grandmother either. I know there are probably people who would say that I should stand up for what I want and not let people push me around. But I guess I feel like being respectful to my elders is more important than that. I'm not saying I'm right and everyone else is wrong. I'm just saying they can have their opinion. But that's all it is. Opinion. I won't be made to feel guilty because I won't defy my grandmother in order to please myself. Maybe I'm just trying to make myself feel a little better, because I have recently realized that a lot of my life has been lived selfishly.
If she wants to go, I'll take her.
Bain says, the easy teasing and the gentle affection that was on his face last night is nowhere to be found. My fault. I wanted to put distance between us, and I did.
She wants to go,
Graham says.
She just told me she did.
I stare at my soup, my head down, my cheeks heating. She makes it sound like I just asked to go for a ride with him, which is not true. Again, though, I'm not going to argue with her in front of everyone. I think she thinks she's doing me a favor. Maybe she has spent enough time around Bain to know he's a good catch for someone. He's honest and kind, and funny too. He also would know how to take care of a wife and his family. I trust him completely in the wilderness especially, but anywhere really. I suppose if someone can survive out here, they can survive in the city. I don't think the reverse is the same.
I'll take her tonight if she wants.
Bain says simply. I can't argue with my Gram, but I delay what might be the inevitable. Not tonight, I say, lifting my head. Maybe tomorrow or whenever the snow stops. Didn't you say it's dangerous to go while it's snowing? Other murmurs and conversations have restarted, now that my grandma isn't yelling down the table anymore, but I still hear Bain when he says,
I did, but I also said that the trails around here would be safe.
He shrugs and picks up his bread, like it doesn't matter to him.
But we can wait till tomorrow or whenever you want to. It doesn't matter to me.
I want it to matter. I want him to want me more than my reluctance and to push through the defenses I've erected. Maybe that's the sign I want. Maybe I just want to be chased. I don't know. I don't think I play those kinds of games. I never have. Corey and Hoover outdid themselves because there's even dessert. Maybe it's simple, just chocolate cake with ice cream, but it's good. and most of the folks linger at the table, coffee's steaming, enjoying the cake and the ice cream and the companionship of friends and relatives. Even the teens seem to be having a good time, which, I suppose, considering the personality of my grandmother and her friends, shouldn't be surprising. Miss Harriet still has earbuds in. I'm guessing she's listening to the narrator that she's so in love with. Every once in a while, Miss Gertrude will pull a bud out of Miss Harriet's ear and hold it up to her own ear, and they'll laugh together or give each other looks. I bet it would have made their week if someone had invited him to hang out up here with us. It was probably safer for his sanity that they didn't. I smile at that and think about romance at any age. Even mine, my grandmother's, Miss Harriet's. The narrator's too young for them, but they were just having a good time, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think maybe I take myself too seriously sometimes. I push away from the table. When my grandmother looks at me, I say, I'm going to walk outside for a little bit and watch the snow come down. She shakes her head, but her attention is taken away from me when Miss Harriet starts cackling, presumably over something she's heard in her earbuds. I slip away without finding out what my grandmother might have wanted to say. I just need a little time alone. We've gotten over a foot of snow as I shrug into my jacket and walk out, glad I put my boots on. I always love it when it snows in the city, although in Chicago the snow almost always comes with freezing cold wind. There's no wind tonight, just the soft, gentle fall of millions of snowflakes, and it doesn't feel particularly cold to me, but maybe that has to do with the lack of wind. It's simply gorgeous. With all the cloud cover, you can't see the full moon, but it's brighter than it might normally be, I think. Maybe it's the whiteness all around that makes it feel brighter. Regardless, I see the snowflakes coming down and hear the gentle settling sound as they pile up. Even though I'm right next to the house, I feel I'm in the world by myself. I lift my face to the sky, letting the snowflakes fall on my face and melt, just listening and smelling and feeling. That easy anticipation has receded, but there's still some kind of unsettledness inside of me. I feel restless, and yet I don't want to go anywhere. Odd.
Nothing like a spring snowstorm.
A voice says. I don't have to open my eyes to know it's Bain. He's coming around the side of the house where he showed up yesterday, and I say, Are you following me again?
Did you come out here hoping I would?
I laugh and answer honestly. No, I didn't even give it a thought. I just feel restless. Maybe he's going to tell me that has to do with the weather, but he doesn't.
I kind of feel that way as well. It was busy today, and I didn't think about it. But I want to walk, and yet I want to stay here. I have a whole house full of people that I'm responsible for, and it's terrible, but I just want to take off. Never felt that before.
He shifts, taking a hand and knocking the snow off the banister.
Of course, I never had a whole house full of people depending on me before either. I'm not sure I'm going to like this.
Aren't you a little too invested to decide you don't like it? I ask. I don't know how much money they sank into the lodge, but he said it wasn't in great shape, so it must have been a good bit.
Not me, really. I do have a bunch of money put in it, but I'm going to be spending most of my time until late next fall guiding tours, so I don't have to worry after these 2 weeks. But I feel like I'm responsible for all of you because I'm the one that set things up with Doug and Lee.
I nod, understanding. I suppose I should think of something to talk about, Something neutral that we can both discuss without making either one of us uncomfortable, unlike last night. But I can't think of anything, and he doesn't say anything either. He just stands right there by the corner of the house, looking out at the trees and the mountains in the distance, like he's thinking or just enjoying as I was. Suddenly, we hear a door slam, a couple of barks, and some yelling. Then a black shape streaks by, and my first thought, for some odd reason despite the barking, is that it's a bear. I want to turn and run back in the house. Bain has figured it out immediately, and he calls,
Midget! Midget! Get back here!
At that point, I realize what's going on. Either Midget has let herself out of the house again, by a different door, since Bain has fixed this one, or she slipped out when someone else came out. Either way, the dog is just now disappearing in the woods. Even so, I call, Midget! Midget, come back! Come on, girl! Nothing. The shadow doesn't stop, and now I can't see her anymore. Bain immediately turns and starts walking, meeting Trey and Claire at the corner of the house. I'm so sorry, but somehow she was able to get the side door open. Claire pants, her hand over her heart, her eyes scanning the edge of the pines.
It's my fault.
Bain says,
I fixed this door, but I should have checked the others. I guess we had the cooking issue, and then we were riding snowmobiles, and I forgot all about it. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
Trey says,
We should have been watching her more closely, but I don't think she'll come back. Someone's going to have to go after her. It's going to be tough walking through all that snow. Can we borrow a snowmobile?
Let me go after her.
Bain says,
She's following the trail, and if I go immediately, I'll follow her footsteps and catch up to her pretty quickly. I'd better do it, though, because that trail is not marked and will be hard to follow in the dark with the snow coming down.
One of us should probably go with you. She wouldn't come to you. She doesn't always listen to us.
Trey says, I'll go, I say, stepping forward. She came to me just fine yesterday. I'm not sure why I volunteered. Maybe I'm worried about Bain, but that's crazy. Me going with him isn't going to make him safer. What in the world would I do if something happened? It's my heart speaking instead of my brain keeping me silent.
That would work, I think.
Trey says,
She did come to you yesterday. She hardly ever comes to me. She comes best to Claire.
Bain and Trey look at each other before Bain says,
If Kimber's willing to go, we'll head out and see if we can catch up to her before she gets too far.
Trey and Claire nod. Claire isn't dressed to go anywhere, wearing short sleeves and a pair of shorts. I think she has on sandals, but I can't really see her feet because of the deep snow. Bain turns to me.
If you want to put a heavier jacket on and get gloves or whatever, go ahead and go do that. I'll grab a machine and come around and pick you up.
I nod and turn toward the house. I don't know where we will end up going or how long it will take, but I figure it can't hurt to put more clothes on, and I know I'll have 5 minutes at least. I don't smile, not on the outside. But my heart is smiling and happy because it got its way. This isn't exactly how I thought I would get a ride with Bain, but I can't deny I am looking forward to it.
Chapter 18. Bain.
I bring the snowmobile around, and Kimber's waiting for me. She's put a heavier jacket on, and she has mittens. I kind of wish she would have put snow pants on as well, but I don't say anything. In my experience, which is more than most people's, I guess, you can never be too prepared to be in the woods, because you never know what will happen. but I want to get going quickly so we don't lose Midget's tracks. The snow is coming down thick and heavy, and while it's beautiful to look at, I also know, out here, it can be deadly. She climbs on behind me, her hand on my shoulder, and she settles down in. Are you ready? I ask, not really needing to lift my voice too much, because the motor idles quietly.
I didn't think this was how I was going to get my first ride.
Expect the unexpected or something like that, right? I say, because this wasn't exactly how I was thinking her first ride was going to be either. Riding snowmobiles through the woods in the moonlight is romantic and relaxing, but it's not quite as relaxing and romantic when we're trailing a dog and feeling the pressure to find it, along with the snow still falling. Plus, in the back of my head, I know it's easy to get lost, no matter how skilled I am or how well I know the area. She laughs a little.
That's a good reminder.
You can hold on to me, I say, not wanting to tell her what to do, but not wanting her to fall off the back either. Once, I was giving my mom a ride, took off too fast, she wasn't holding on, and she tumbled off the back behind me. We all laughed about it and she didn't get hurt, but I don't want Kimber to fall off in the woods somewhere and me not know it. Her hands land on either side of my waist, and I figure that's good enough. Hopefully, I'll notice if she disappears. Yell if you need me to stop, I say, just because the very last thing I want to do is lose Kimber. It's bad enough to be looking for Midget. Looking for a human in the snowstorm is definitely not my idea of fun. We take off, the headlight on the snowmobile easily picking out Midget's tracks as we head toward the pines. This is probably one of my favorite things in the world to do, ride a snowmobile at night. There's just something about the dark and the cold and the snow and the beauty of the landscape and the feeling of being all alone in the world with a lot of power under the hood that is just right up my alley and calls to the deepest parts of me. It's even better with Kimber behind me. I do think we choose to be happy, but I'm definitely content right now here with just us in the woods. We go deeper in the woods, and with the trees it feels darker. The snow isn't as deep, but there is some that has made it to the forest floor. The pines don't last forever, and they're not this thick the whole way up either. I still see Midget's tracks, and I go at a steady pace. I don't want to accidentally lose them. There are tracks in the snow from other animals, maybe rabbits, and also some indentations where big blobs of snow have fallen off the branches and into the snow below. Tracking isn't something I've ever been great at. It's not something I had to do much of, and it won't be hard for me to lose Midget's trail.
Are you following her tracks?
Kimber asks, and I turn my head just a little, seeing hers hovering over my shoulder, squinting like she's looking in the snow and can't see anything to follow. I slow down a little more and take my left hand off the handlebar, pointing over the windshield of my machine. Right there, see them? I indicate the tracks in front of us. It looks to me like she's still running at this point. See how wide and far apart they are?
Yeah, I guess I hadn't thought to determine how fast she was going by her tracks.
I didn't do a whole lot of tracking growing up, but a lot of it's just common sense. We'll be able to tell when she at least slows to a walk and maybe when she trots. I slow down a little more. I feel like we have a little bit of time. It's not like we're not going to be able to catch up to her, so when I come across some rabbit tracks, I stop. See those? I ask, pointing at the tracks that cross the path in front of us. That's a rabbit. Just one. She huffs a breath, and I think she might be impressed, or at the very least a bit admiring, since she says,
I would never have thought. I guess I just never noticed tracks before.
I doubt there are many in Chicago to look at like this.
We have parks, and snow. I'm sure there are animal tracks in them.
Her voice sounds anything but sure, but I don't point that out. Probably. There are probably ducks and geese around somewhere.
Yes, I hadn't thought of those. There are also squirrels and chipmunks, and I'm sure there are other things.
Don't say any more. I really don't know. I've never been to Chicago. In Boise, there are a lot of different kinds of birds, along with the animals that she's named. I don't recall seeing too much else. My job didn't give me a whole lot of spare time, and I worked as much as I could since the goal was to make money to get out of there, not to stay and enjoy myself. I speed up again, surprised that we haven't caught up to Midget already. I can't imagine that she wants to run for miles, but at least she's following the trail. I do worry that maybe the noise of the snowmobile behind her is scaring her, making her continue on. I don't know what to do about that. Claire and Trey didn't say anything about her not liking noises, but maybe they don't know how she'll react to the snowmobile. And maybe after being cooped up for a couple of days, she's ready to run for a while. We travel on some more, and we must have gone several miles, although it's hard to keep track in the dark, when Kimber says,
Do you think we're scaring her?
I had considered that. I'm not sure what to do about it, though.
Do you think we ought to stop and see if we can call her?
I'm game for that, so without saying anything, I release my hold on the hand throttle and let it twist back to idle. We slowly stop. I cut the engine, and the light goes out with it, wrapping us in darkness and snow and the quiet beauty of the woods in winter. It feels magical to me, and maybe Kimber feels it too, because neither one of us moves or speaks, just letting the snow settle down on us. Finally, Kimber says softly next to my ear,
I'd better call her.
Go ahead. I don't think she'll come to me. She does, calling her, asking her sweetly to come, and I gotta say, if she were saying that to me, I'd come running. That's just me, I guess, because as her voice dies down, it's just us in the snow again. She might be too far ahead of us to hear, I say.
Maybe.
Kimber answers me. I don't say the thought foremost in my mind, though, which is since we've gotten out of the thicker woods and the trees have gotten farther apart, I'm less sure about where the trail is. I think we're still on it, but it's not marked, and without the stars or sun to guide us, all the woods look very familiar. If it doesn't take too long and the snow doesn't come down too heavy, we ought to be able to follow our tracks back. It's just, I couldn't tell you how many times something should happen but doesn't. Especially when you're in the woods. Double that at night.
Chapter 19. Bain.
I didn't think to bring a gun. I should have. All I have for a weapon is the knife in the scabbard under my pant leg. I'm just about ready to start the snowmobile again when a wolf howls in the distance. This is unusual, but not unheard of during a snowstorm, but Kimber hears it, and her hands tighten on my hips. Actually, they're not on my hips anymore. They've slipped around me, and she presses against my back.
What was that?
She asks. She knows. It's not like you can mistake a wolf's howl for, I don't know, a cow mooing. Sounds like a wolf, I say in the most casual tone I can muster. This time of year, wolves are usually pretty hungry. Food is scarce over the winter. I think they're protected in Idaho, although I've shot several. Not sure what state I was in when I did it. Protected or no, if they're looking at me like I'm lunch, I'm going to convince them that that's a bad idea.
It sounds close.
I just hear one, and I want to tell her it's far, far away, but it's probably not. The fact we can hear it, with the snow muting so much noise, means it's probably not too far away.
And what?
She asks softly. And that might keep Midget from stopping. I say, starting the snowmobile. So we better get going.
Are you scared?
She asks like I'm turning and getting ready to run. No, I'm not. And that's the truth. Maybe I should be, but I've faced down wolves before. And while I've never killed a wolf with anything other than a gun, I have my throwing knife. It's just part of my daily attire. Normally, I have a gun and a slip holder in the back waistband of my pants, but that isn't quite as natural to me, and I took it off earlier when I was giving snowmobile rides this afternoon. It's on top of the cupboard in the kitchen. Not doing us much good now. I'm not scared, I say again, but wolves have an uncanny ability to lure dogs to them. I almost say to kill and eat them, but I don't. She's already scared and clinging to my back. I do not mind this, like it actually, but fear is not the emotion I want to elicit in Kimber.
They would kill Midget?
She asks, and I think her fear up to that point has been for us. I want to face things head on. I always want to know the truth, so I don't try to tell her anything different. Yes.
What about us?
If they're hungry enough. They have a natural fear of humans, though, so I think they would prefer Midget. I'm not entirely sure about that, but I'm telling her the best I know. Regardless, they're not going to eat us if I have anything to say about it. I start my machine again, going slow, making sure I'm following the right tracks. After hearing the wolf, I realize that it's possible I might not even be following Midget's trail anymore. If she crossed with a wolf and I ended up following the wrong set. I want to focus on the tracks and the night around me and being alert to other dangers, but I also don't want Kimber to be afraid. If we were in Chicago right now, and there were gunshots, there are gunshots in Chicago, right?
Sometimes, not usually close.
You would have a better idea of what to do, what areas to avoid, and where to go to be safe than I would in the city. You know what I mean?
It's not a matter of survival there.
It really is. If you go to the wrong spot, some places in the city aren't safe for someone like you or me to go to. You know where and what they are. She's quiet, but I know she knows I'm right. The woods are basically the same. Just instead of two-legged predators, we have four-legged ones. We keep going, and I have myself convinced that we're following the wrong tracks. I'm almost ready to turn around, thinking that I know where I might have gotten confused. It was back in the pines, where there were some rabbit tracks and some big craters where snow had fallen. I'm about to suggest going back, trying to figure out how to word it without scaring her, because right now, I think the only thing that is keeping her from panicking completely is the idea that I know what I'm doing. Even sometimes when you know what you're doing, you mess up, right? That isn't exactly what she wants to hear right now, though. But then I look ahead and see a dark shadow. "Did you see that?" I ask over my shoulder.
Midget?
She asks, hope in her voice. "I'm not sure." I twist the throttle a little more and we speed on, going around a dip and over what might be a stream in another few weeks when the snow melts before zipping back up and coming out in an open meadow. This time, the black movement is on the other side and I kill the motor right away. "Call her."
Midget!
Her voice isn't quite as confident as it was the last time. The threat of fear is easy to hear. "Say it louder. It's okay."
I don't want to call anything but Midget,
she says with a little bit of irony in her voice, like she's going to call Midget and 6 wolves are going to prance up and hang out next to us.
Your voice will scare away anything that's not Midget. Hopefully.
Midget, come here, girl,
she says, and then lapses into silence. A stick breaks, and right after that, a wolf howls again. Maybe not the same one. The howl sounds like it's coming from right outside the circle of the meadow that we're sitting in. Behind me, Kimber shivers. I want to shiver too. A wolf's howl doesn't sound too scary when you're sitting in your cabin, your back to the fire and your gun above the door. It actually sounds pretty cool, and I've always enjoyed listening to it. It's a little more frightening when you're out here with nothing but a knife and not entirely sure exactly where you are. Still, I know unless it's extremely hungry, it's going to be afraid of me, and we shouldn't have anything to worry about. I had teased Kimber about expecting the unexpected, and that's how I'm feeling about the wolf. If it's the same one, it's following either us or Midget. I'm not particularly happy about either one of those choices. She calls Midget again, but if her voice was wobbly before, she's downright petrified now. I'm not sure what to do about that. Still, I know there's no point in me trying to call, because Midget isn't going to come to me. I start the snowmobile, and it sputters. My heart turns over. I'm still not scared, but I'm pretty sure Kimber's gonna flip if the snowmobile quits. I try again, and the motor catches and does the regular idle, but not before Kimber tenses her arms around me. It runs good for 5 seconds, then sputters again.
please tell me that's normal.
Kimber says in a weak, shaky voice.
I don't care if it's not. I don't care if that means the snowmobile is about to blow up underneath us. Just tell me that it's normal, okay?
I laugh. I'm not sure she appreciates my laughter, but I can't help it. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm just not. The sputtering is not good. Maybe it has a little bit of water in the tank. Maybe there's just a little bit of dirt. Maybe the filter's getting plugged. None of those things should keep us from getting to where we need to go.
Are we gonna run out of gas?
She hesitates on the last word, like she's afraid to put the thought out there. I don't think so. The gauge says we're at 3/4, and it's usually pretty accurate. I've been in vehicles that weren't, but usually they say it's empty way before they actually are. You don't typically have trouble with something saying it's full when it's not.
Could you say that with more confidence, please?
Kimber says, and again her voice is shaky. We're not going to run out of gas. The snowmobile is not going to blow up underneath us. Nothing bad is going to happen. This is an adventure, part of your life. Enjoy it. So, yeah, I'm lecturing her a little, but it's a good reminder for myself, too. Anytime I've been scared, I've gotten through it just fine. Well, just fine except for maybe a broken bone or two, but what's a fracture or two among friends, right?
I'm supposed to enjoy the fact that we're being chased by a wolf and we can't find the dog we're looking for and we might possibly be lost. You know what? Just assure me that we're not lost,
she says. What gave you that idea?
You were kind of looking around back where the last time we stopped, like you aren't quite sure where we are. I didn't want to say anything because I was hoping I was wrong, but it definitely freaked me out. Just tell me you know exactly where we are.
We might be lost.
I'd like to get off for a minute and have a panic attack, but I'm scared of the wolf, so I'm just going to have one right back here, okay?
Sure. Is there anything I can do to help? I ask, striving for a light tone. I aim to be helpful. It's my business model. I add, just to be smart.
You could drive away very quickly and get me back to the lodge, with Midget preferably, although the closer that howling gets, the less I'm concerned about Midget and the more I'm thinking that we need to get some special forces in here to take that thing out.
I think they're protected, I say, not a little irony in my tone.
You're kidding.
No, rattlesnakes are too. I think the people who pass those laws are the people that are never around anything like that. She's quiet. That makes me think that maybe she supports those laws. In theory, anyway. Reality is often a different story. I don't laugh because I'm sure I do weird things like that too.
I don't want to lose Midget, but I'm not sure I want to sacrifice my life for her either.
I don't think you'll have to make that choice, I say, and I'm confident in that. I'm not confident, however, that we're going to make it back to the lodge tonight. Can you panic while I follow Midget's trail, or do you need me to stop while you do it? I ask, and she can't see my smirk.
Let's make this a moving panic,
she says, and I'm glad she hasn't lost her sense of humor anyway. I start out watching around us, because there is the off chance that the wolf is hungry enough to attack a moving snowmobile, although I've never heard of that before. I kind of want to get the knife out of the scabbard in my leg, but I don't want to freak Kimber out any more than what she's already freaked out. She's actually doing pretty good. I suppose if I were in the middle of a gang war in Chicago, I'd be freaking out too. This is what it must feel like to her. I start to motor forward slowly, and she clutches me. I'm no longer afraid she's going to roll off the back. But I keep that to myself. No point in pointing out all the things we could be afraid about.
I think you're enjoying this,
she says, and it sounds like her teeth are clenched. I don't know what to say about that, because I am. I'm not afraid, although I am wary. But I also have the confidence that I can handle whatever comes. Short of a grizzly bear, which is highly unlikely. Expect the unexpected. I almost laugh as the words pop in my head and a shiver goes up my spine. I'm not even going to think about that. If a grizzly shows up, we'll deal with that when it happens. We're back in the woods, but the trees are sparse and it's pretty steep. Hey, that looks like Midget. I nod my head at the top of the hill, and what looks like a rear end and tail disappear over the top.
I think you're right,
she says, excited. I'm not sure, but I think we're closer to my cabin than we are to the lodge, and if we can get a hold of her, that might be the best place to go. The snowmobile has sputtered more times than I'm completely comfortable with, and although I have no reason to think it won't get us home, right now, in the dark especially, I feel like the best thing to do is take the shortest route to safety. If it were me, I would take more chances, but Kimber is seriously scared, and although I've been joking with her, I don't want to torture her.
You're saying if we find Midget, you want to go on to the cabin rather than going back to the lodge?
She asks, and I can tell from the tone of her voice that she definitely does not want to do that. Yeah, let's get Midget first. I'll give her my logic then, but until we have Midget, there's no point talking about it. Even if that's the plan that's forming in my head. We come over the rise, and the lake I remember is flat and smooth beneath us, the ice covered with snow. There's a black dot bounding out on the snow-covered ice, and I cut the motor immediately. Call her, I command in clipped tones. It's been warm for the last week, and the ice is probably soft. Midget might break through. I don't want the dog to drown in front of our eyes, and I'm not sure it would be wise for me to even try to rescue her. If anything happens to me, Kimber will be alone on the mountain.
Midget,
she calls, drawing out both syllables.
Come here, girl. Come on,
she says, somehow making her voice sound happy and excited like she's not scared at all. I'm impressed. She calls a couple more times, and Midget skids to a stop. She starts to turn, and a crack reverberates up out of the dip,
hitting my ears and scattering my heartbeat. The ice is cracking. Kimber calls Midget again, and now I'm holding my breath, hoping the ice holds. Another crack as Midget turns and starts to come, gingerly, almost like she has an idea that she might be, literally, on thin ice. She has about 20 yards to go, and I figure the closer she gets to shore, the safer she is. I've swum in this lake several times, but I don't know how deep it is. Deeper than me. Another crack, and Midget's back leg disappears.
My goodness,
Kimber whispers in my ear, horrified. Midget's pulling herself up, and I stand up.
don't leave.
Kimber says. Then, in the next breath, she says,
I'm going with you.
I throw my foot over the snowmobile and talk to her out of the side of my mouth, my eyes glued on Midget. Don't move from the snowmobile, and whatever happens, whatever you do, don't go out on the ice no matter what. I pull my phone out of my pocket and give it to her, saying my password, which is just 4 threes, because I can't be bothered to remember anything else. You might have to go somewhere in order to get service. Sometimes if you climb a tree—
Stop talking like that. I'm not going to use your phone without you. I'm definitely not climbing a tree. I don't want to see anything happen to Midget, but nothing had better happen to you.
Well, that's good. You like me as much as you like Midget. I like that. I feel like I've come up in the world a little since this afternoon.
Are you serious? You're joking now.
Emergencies are the best time to joke. Everything seems funnier.
To you, maybe.
She looks around.
Do you think the wolf is still following us?
I do. Maybe I should have lied to her. Maybe I shouldn't have answered her. Midget has gotten her back foot out, and she's hunched down, creeping over the ice, like she's got her eye on a cat that she's about to pounce on.
Then I'm going with you.
To the edge of the lake, no further, I say. And I'm not sure whether I take her hand or whether she puts hers in mine, but as we start down over the bank, I have a hold of her, and she's following me closely. Midget breaks through again. This time it's her front leg, and the crack reverberates even more as we're down in the crater-like hole.
She's almost out.
Kimber says, almost to herself.
Just a little bit more.
Call her, I say, knowing it's not going to do me any good to talk to her. She's a woman's dog.
Come on, Midget girl. Let's go get warm.
Are you cold? I ask, having never even thought about it. The windshield on the snowmobile breaks the wind, and my handlebar grips are heated as long as the machine is on. Normally the person in the back is fine, although sometimes the snow flying from the track piles up on their back.
Not really. I'm just shivering from fear.
Excitement. Shivering from all this wonderful excitement. You are going to put this on your vlog, correct?
I thought of that. I can't talk about it. No one will believe it.
People in Chicago won't understand, I guess. She doesn't say anything, and I take that as agreement. It's hard to picture yourself outside of the experiences that you've actually lived through, or possibly not seen on TV. Midget's coming closer, and we both stop at the edge of the lake. I assume it's the edge anyway. With the snow, it's kind of hard to tell. Give or take a foot. I am sure we're not so far out on the ice that if it breaks, we're going to drown. Midget makes it back, and I think she's so relieved to be off the ice that she might be happy to see me, even if she won't listen to me. I grab a hold of her collar while Kimber pats her face and leans down, allowing Midget to lick her and telling her what a wonderful dog she is. I'm not so sure I agree with that. If she were a wonderful dog, she would have stayed in the yard and played in the snow there, instead of leading us on a merry chase halfway up the side of a mountain. I don't argue, though. It's probably pointless anyway.
With a firm grip on Midget's collar, I straighten and look around. The first thing that catches my eye is a silhouette of a wolf, about a quarter of the way around the lake, up on the rim of the bank. She's outlined, with her head up, sniffing. The snow is too thick, the night too dark, for me to see her ribs, but I'm betting if I were close enough, she would look pretty scraggly and hungry. She has to be that close to us and not be scared. I definitely don't want Kimber to see her, but it solidifies my decision. The lake is about 3 miles away from my cabin, and that's where we're going to go. If, and this is a big if, the snowmobile starts. I had left it idling when I jumped off it. All I hear now is the soft sound of snow falling. The snowmobile shut off. Chapter 20. Kimber.
Bain has a death grip on Midget's collar as we walk up the steep hill toward the snowmobile. I'm so happy to see her. Bain doesn't seem exceptionally concerned about the wolves. For the last 30 minutes, all I could think about was that Midget was going to be dead, bloody and half-eaten when we found her. I'm so relieved. For the last 10 minutes, I was scared to death she was going to drown in the lake. I think Bain was going to go get her, and I wasn't sure whether I was going to be able to beg hard enough to talk him out of it. Not that I want to lose Midget. I just didn't want to lose them both, and if the ice wasn't going to hold a dog, it wasn't going to hold Bain either. That would leave me alone in the mountains, except for the wolf, or wolves, of course, which I don't think count as company. I'm not looking up the definition of company right now, but I'm pretty sure if something wants to eat you rather than talk to you, it falls into a different category. We reach the snowmobile, and Bain puts Midget across the front, where I assume he's going to hold her while he drives, when I realize it's not running. Didn't you leave it idling when we walked away from it? I ask, an ominous feeling making me feel like my blood cells are being poked with needles.
I did. Sometimes they shut off.
Bain says, sounding unconcerned. I'm not sure whether it's calculated on his part to keep me from hyperventilating, or whether he really doesn't care. I've been trying to tell myself this entire ride that me flipping out is not going to help him stay calm, and that flipping out doesn't help anything. I know that. I've been chanting that in my head, but that doesn't keep me from wanting to, if that makes sense. In fact, regardless of whether I want to or not, sometimes you just can't control yourself, like in times of great fear. Like now. Except maybe I can. I'm just not used to it. I don't recall ever being this scared in Chicago. I wish I were there now, in my nice, cozy apartment, with my TV on, a mug of hot chocolate in one hand, the remote in the other.
The cabin is only 3 miles from here. That's where I'm going to try to go.
The cabin? I ask, ignoring the fact that he said try, and I don't like the sound of that.
It's basically a shack that I bought and stay in during my off time. It'll have wood for a fire, some canned goods, and a gun.
I live in Chicago, and I am not familiar with firearms at all, but it's his last 2 words that convince me that the cabin is where we need to go. Okay.
We might be there for a few days, until the snow melts enough that I can take this down.
That's fine, I say, and I mean it. If we get to the cabin, and we have a gun, and we can shoot anything that tries to eat us, I'll be okay. He said we had canned food, so it's not like we're going to be the Donner Party or anything. A few days in the woods is something that we can handle. He didn't say, if I get the snowmobile started, but maybe he should have, because it doesn't turn over when he does whatever it is that he was doing to start it before. I don't think there's a key, but I could be wrong.
Can you hold on to Midget?
He asks as he stands up and brings his leg over the snowmobile, careful not to hit me. I can.
Hold tight, please. I don't want her taking off again.
I feel a little irritation tickle the back of my throat, and I want to tell him that I certainly don't either, and I know, and I won't, and I'll hold tight, of course, but I don't. I know people who panic and lose their heads and can't think for themselves and need someone to tell them to do basic things. And maybe he feels that's what's going on with me, or maybe he just wants to make sure and double-check. If we're both on the same page, both of us trying to make sure that everything that needs to get done gets done correctly, we are more likely to survive. He's trying to save our lives. That's not going to irritate me. I look around, keeping a tight grip on Midget's collar. I can't explain the sensation, but I feel like something's looking at me. It makes the back of my neck prick and my chest tighten. Not comfortable feelings, but I don't see anything in the darkness. No shadows against the snow, no movement around the snowflakes. Nothing that would make me think that we're not alone, completely alone, on the side of this mountain. Maybe Bain feels it too because he pulls the seat of the snowmobile off, tinkering with something underneath. I'm not even sure what it is, and I don't care, as long as he's able to fix it. Every few seconds, he lifts his head and looks around. Finally, I can't stand it anymore, and I whisper, "Do you feel it too?" After all, we felt the impending storm together. His head jerks to me, and his eyes narrow.
Feel what?
It's a question, but there's more fear in those words than there has been in anything he's said all night. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. You do. You feel like something is watching us. What is it? One side of his mouth hitches up before he looks back down at his fingers.
It's a vlogger with an overactive imagination. Nothing else.
You're patronizing me. I don't appreciate it. He's quiet for a couple of minutes. Then he finishes what he's doing and puts the seat back on. This time, instead of using the key or button or whatever it is that I haven't seen, he pulls on a pull rope. On the second pull, the snowmobile starts to idle. The choirs of heaven would not sound as beautiful to me as that little motor chugging sound.
You're right. I feel it too. Let's go.
I love that. He waits until the snowmobile is fixed before he tells me I'm right. I want to laugh. Maybe that's what he intended. Maybe if I'm irritated with him or laughing at him, then I can't be scared. That might be his strategy. I don't know. He has a hold of Midget's collar, and I unbend my fingers, slowly and stiffly, and pull them out. I think she's tired from her run, because she doesn't struggle but allows him to take her front feet and put her over the snowmobile seat. I climb on behind him, and just as he starts to move out, he stops and nods his head a little to our left.
See that?
He asks softly. I look in that direction, gasping. It's a wolf. I had my hands on each side of his waist, but the sight of that animal makes my arms go around him, and I squeeze, not thinking to care whether or not he can breathe. I'm scared, true, but even as I want to open my mouth and urge him to get us out of here, take us anywhere, as fast as this thing will go, my eyes run over the animal, completely still, its head up, its nose in the wind. It's beautiful and regal and wild, and while it's very dangerous, I'm sure, I admire it. I admire the wildness and the strength it must take to survive in a climate like this, in country like this, And I feel a little bad for it too, because it's close enough that I see even its shaggy winter fur can't hide the deep ridges of its ribs. It's hungry, I say, wishing I had something to give it to eat, realizing almost immediately it doesn't want me to give it anything. It wants to eat me.
Yeah,
He says, not needing to say any more. I've already figured it out. So beautiful in a wild way that I can't explain, I say, not really meaning to. He nods, and I get that he feels it too. That's what was watching us, I say. He nods again.
I saw her.
He says low.
I was hoping that there weren't any others. Sometimes they hunt in packs. Most of the wolves I've seen, though, are loners.
He's seen other wolves. He knows their habits. Because he's experienced them. Kind of blows my mind. That people live with this kind of wild animals, things that want to eat you. But I hear the respect in his voice. He respects them, but he's not afraid. Maybe I shouldn't be impressed, but I am. We motor away from there, Midget in the front, me holding on tight, very tight, the snowflakes still falling, heavy and thick around us, and the wolf watching us go. Chapter 21. Bain.
She didn't flip out. I'm impressed. I'm not scared, but I definitely feel a strong desire to get to the cabin. How much stronger she must be feeling the need to go. I want to thank her for not flipping out, but once we get in the cabin and have a fire going and the danger is past, there will be plenty of time for conversation. Or tomorrow, or the next day. I'm guessing it'll be at least that long before we can go back down the mountain. Even now, the snowmobile is struggling on the uphill climbs. Most of the ride home will be downhill, although we did go through a couple of gullies that are only going to get worse as the snow continues to fall. I told her that it was 3 miles to the cabin. I hope I'm right. If this is the lake I think it is, and if we're going in the direction I think the cabin is. Honestly, with the low clouds and the snow, it's easy to get lost. We've gone more than 3 miles because it's about 20 minutes later before the cabin comes into view. We approach it from the backside, and it's off to the left, and I almost miss it. For a mountain kid, this might be a little unusual, but I was fascinated by Amelia Earhart growing up. I got my hands on a book about her when I was maybe 10, and I read everything I could find on her. Having that cabin so close, and almost missing it, makes me think of her running grids looking for the tiny little island where she was going to attempt to fuel when she disappeared. If we did miss the cabin, I could have gotten somewhere, kept us alive at least, I think. If not, maybe people would spend years looking for our wreckage and bodies, and we'd never know how close we were to the cabin and safety. Thankfully, that doesn't happen, and I don't think I'll share that little tidbit with Kimber. Maybe I will. Tomorrow. She's impressed me. Maybe it's the city girl in her. She's strong, stronger than she thinks she is, and tough, too. I pull the snowmobile right up to the front door. Let's go in. I'll start a fire. I want to go out, though, soon and climb a tree and see if I can get service enough to let everyone know that we're okay. I don't want them to be calling a search party and having people going out in the snow, potentially endangering themselves when we're fine. Kimber nods.
Agreed. You don't even have to start the fire first. If you want to go let them know, I'll be fine in the cabin for a bit, as long as there is no other company in there.
I grin. I like her spirit. I'll check it out. I don't think we'll have any critters in there, and I left it well stocked. That's one of the laws of the backwoods. If you stay somewhere and you use the stuff there, you replace it. But that's not always possible, and you never really know what you're going to find when you walk in. It doesn't look like anyone's been here since I have, and there's a can opener on the counter beside the pot, tea kettle, and some coffee grounds. All the canned goods will be in one of the cupboards. Nothing fancy, but it'll be enough to survive on. We're not starved, and we'll be able to feed Midget as well. I might be able to catch us some fresh meat, but I'm not going to say that to Kimber. Not now, anyway. She seemed a little upset yesterday when I started talking about throwing my knife and hitting the rabbit's windpipe. I guess city folk aren't used to having to kill their meat before they eat it. That's probably not so common in a small town either. You sure you don't want me to start a fire before I head out? I really do want to get a message sent. We've been gone for a long time, and if it were me, I'd be pacing back and forth, wondering if I should go look for whoever was missing.
Yes, I'm fine. Maybe I'll work on starting a fire.
She says that like she knows she won't be able to, but wants to have something to do. There are 2 boxes of matches here. You can use all the matches but one, okay?
How about I save you a whole box, just in case you've lost your touch?
Her eyes crinkle, and I love that she hasn't resisted my laughter. When you can provide your own entertainment, it makes life enjoyable. If you can laugh through the hard things. At least, most of the hard things. No point wasting your life being grumpy all the time. Your confidence in me is contagious. I crack before I move to the door.
Bain?
Yeah? I stop with my hand on the doorknob.
Please don't fall out of the tree.
I suppose it will make you feel only better if I tell you I've fallen out of it before?
No, actually not. It makes me feel like you're better at falling out of trees than you are at staying in them. And currently, I prefer that if one of us has to fall out of the tree, it should be me. You want me to call?
How about I just say I've stayed in trees more than I've fallen out of them? Does that make you feel better?
Slightly. Can you give me a percentage?
I laugh. Really? You want stats at a time like this?
Fine, forget it. Just go make the call and come back and start a fire so I can have some coffee.
As my lady commands. I say, maybe saying more than I should. My eyes fall to Midget, who is curled up on the single piece of furniture with a cushion in the room, a ratty old armchair. Where we are going to sleep, and how, hasn't even entered my mind, but I do want to make sure that Midget doesn't escape again. I think there's some rope in one of the drawers beside the sink, if you wouldn't mind rooting around. If you can find it, we'll fashion a leash for Midget, and we won't let her outside without it. She nods, totally on board with keeping the dog contained. I don't think either one of us wants to go running over any more mountains chasing her, no matter how sweet and kind she is. I walk out, pulling my phone out of my pocket and figuring I'll have about 25% battery. I think I'll have better luck with a text than I will with an actual call. I put my phone back in my pocket and swing up into the tree, picking my way up until the top starts to sway. I've made calls out of this tree before, but with these low-hanging clouds and the snow, I'm not sure what service will be like. I type out a text, then send it to Hoover. Just want to let everyone know we're okay. We're at my cabin northwest of the lodge, about 15 miles away. We have Midget and are safe. I send that much, then start a new text. There are supplies and both of us are uninjured. The snowmobile is working fine. But the snow is getting deep, and I'd rather stay and ride out the storm here and not risk getting stuck. I send that. and then my thumb hovers over the screen. I have my arm hooked around the tree, and it's wobbling pretty good even without any gusts of wind. We're high enough up that the snow is blowing a little more. I don't want to fall out of the tree, but I'm trying to decide whether I'm going to tell Hoover about the wolf and its possible friends. He'll know exactly what's going on if I tell him I think the same one has been trailing us the whole time. We are safe in the cabin, but we don't dare go too far away from it. In the end, I decide not to mention the wolf, but I do send one more text. We're fine. Please don't let anyone risk their lives to come get us. You know as well as I do that we'd be okay for a month or two, let alone the few days it's going to take for the storm to stop and the snow to melt enough that I can get the snowmobile down. I hit send, just as a text from him comes in.
Good to hear from you, bro. Doug, Trey, and I were just talking about coming after your sorry butt. For some reason, even the old ladies are standing in the living room staring out the windows, straining to hear you. I guess they like you or something.
I wait and a second text comes in.
I'd convince them that you know what you were doing and you would be fine. Glad you didn't make me out to be a liar. Take care.
I laugh and decide to shoot back one more text. I'll survive in the woods. You survive in the kitchen. I start climbing down from the tree. If he sends me a reply, I probably won't get it, but it doesn't matter. If I'm joking, he knows I'm fine. Although, I'd probably joke even if I weren't fine, just so he'd think I was. If I need help? No, if Kimber needs help, I won't hesitate to ask for it.
Chapter 22. Kimber. I want to have a fire started when he comes back in. I'm not sure what possesses me to think I can start a fire, since I've never started one before in my life. My condo in Chicago has a fireplace, but it's natural gas, and all I have to do is flick a switch and I have flames. In the cabin, there are logs laid out already. All I have to do is get them to catch fire and not burn the cabin down. I've only been out of the lodge for a couple of hours, but I'm already tired of feeling incompetent. In Chicago, I'm a confident, sophisticated woman who knows my way around. I can take care of myself, and I don't need anyone or anything. I don't enjoy feeling like I need a babysitter up here, scared to walk out the door, not even able to get myself warm. Frustrated. I know Bain is joking about saving him a match, but I use 5 and get nowhere, so I quit. Not because I want to, not because I'm a quitter, but because I don't want to be the one to use all the matches and keep us from being able to make a fire. He hasn't said how long he thinks we're going to be here, and I'm hoping we're just going to rest and recover and head down the mountain in an hour or so, but I don't know. I find the rope he said was in the drawer. There's no clip with it, but we can make it work for Midget. I'm not any good at knots, so I wait for Bain to see if he is before I make something up. It's so natural to want to look it up on the internet. That's what I do with everything that I don't know anymore. But there's no service here and my phone is less than half charged. I don't know if I'll need it or not, but I figure it can't hurt to save it, because I don't need it right now. It's not life or death to figure out how to tie the dog, so I don't even try to see if I can get service by standing on a chair or something. Midget hasn't moved since she came in and lay down. There's a small table and 2 other chairs. That's it. There is no other doorway, no bathroom, no bed. The sink is a pump handle and a metal bowl. All right, so even though it's late, I'm really hoping that we're just going to hang out here a couple of hours, make ourselves a cup of coffee, and then scoot. Otherwise, we'll sleep on the floor? I try to be patient when Bain comes in and not attack him with my questions immediately.
I sent a few texts to my brother, Hoover. He'll make sure everyone knows we're fine.
Good. I wait. If it were me, I wouldn't want someone pounding me with a million questions before I can get the information out of my mouth. Unless he doesn't say anything more, I'm going to let him tell me at his own pace.
Why are you staring at me?
He asks with a lifted brow in my direction.
Did you use all the matches?
I think that he's joking. He'll be not very happy with me if I did. No, I used 5. Now his lifted brow goes to the fireplace, then back to me.
Give up?
I didn't want to waste them. I did find the rope, though. I say, holding up the rope with a triumphant grin, one that says I want to be confident and competent in something at least. Maybe he knows how I feel. Maybe he understands that I'm tired of being the bumbling idiot between the two of us. So he says with his hands raised,
I have no idea how to tie knots. I hope you do.
I wish. I sigh. I don't, but I'm willing to work on it. How hard can it be?
Good. I won't worry about it. You figure something out so when we take Midget out, we won't lose her. I don't think either one of us wants to go ripping off through the woods again. The next time she leaves, she might not go in a direction where there's a cabin for us to stay in.
Or the snowmobile might not start in the middle of the woods next time. I say, that had really scared me. Bain has gone over to the fireplace and kneels in front of it.
Do you want me to show you how to do this?
I wasn't expecting that, but I guess there's no rush to get the fire started, and if he's willing to show me, why not? I can't imagine this is a skill that I will ever need in Chicago, but I'd like to know. I felt incompetent when I couldn't get it started.
Even someone who's really good at it sometimes takes a while.
His teeth flash, and I like looking at his profile. I definitely found a lot to admire in him today. But we are on his turf, too. He waits until I kneel down beside him, and I feel self-conscious, which is weird. It's not like he's done anything to make me feel that way. I guess I know that I like him, and I'm still attracted to him. Nothing's changed in that direction, even if I did have the scares of my life today. He explains about the kindling and about blowing on it, and tells me that a little fire starter goes a long way, but we don't have any, so I don't have to worry about it. Although he does launch into a little story about him and one of his brothers using kerosene to light a fire and making the fireplace explode to the point where rocks are falling down. And I'm laughing, and before I know it, there's a cheerful fire blazing, and we're sitting on our butts in front of it, our hands stretched out, and laughing together. And I've forgotten about the wolves and lakes and dogs that run away, and the fact that there's no bed or bathroom in this cabin. Until I remember. How long are we staying here? I ask. He looks at me out of the corner of his eye, his arms hooked around his legs, his toes right in front of the lip of the fireplace, his hands held out to the heat.
I figure the storm will last 2 days, and then I figure it to be another day, maybe a couple more, until the snow is melted and we can get down out of here.
You're kidding. It's an automatic statement. I can tell from the look on his face that he's not. He shakes his head.
The snow will be too deep to try to get the machine through. I don't want to scare you about the wolf or wolves, because I'm not worried about them. But at the same time, we don't want to be out in the middle of the woods with a machine that won't run. Once the storm stops, we could set out, but the snowmobile won't be able to go through the deep snow, and we'll do a lot of walking.
How far? I know it's mostly all downhill. There are a few times when we drove through a gully, down, then up, but it should be mostly easy walking anyway.
About 15 miles from here to the lodge. In 3 feet of snow, it's going to feel like 100 miles.
I try to picture 3 feet of snow in my head. In Chicago, we get a lot of snow, but I can't recall getting 3 feet at one time. It would be up to my waist. You think it's going to melt?
I didn't check the temperatures up here, but the temperatures at the lodge were supposed to be above freezing the day after tomorrow. It won't melt terribly fast, but I think we'll be able to attempt it.
He takes a breath, his hands hanging on his knees and his eyes studying them.
I used to have snowshoes up here, but I took them down to the lodge and I didn't bring them back.
You mean you can't make more? I ask, only a little sarcastically.
I can, but none that would be comfortable to walk 15 miles in.
I nod. I didn't really think he would. So we are stuck together for at least 4 days. I'm sorry about your luck, I say with a little grin. So, is there an outhouse? I ask, hoping he says yes. An outhouse is better than... What do you do when you don't have an outhouse? Just go behind a tree?
No, there's not. I'm sorry.
He really does look sorry. Well, this is awkward. And for more awkwardness, because that is not enough for me apparently, I say, a bed? He looks around the cabin and shakes his head.
This is it.
He nods his head in the direction of Midget. There's a chest against the far wall.
There are some blankets and a couple pillows in there. They'll be softer than the wood floor.
I can handle dirt, but I'm not sure I can handle things crawling on me. I'm going to have to handle going to the bathroom outside with no enclosure, and I'm going to have to handle sleeping on the floor. But I feel like maybe I need to have it broken to me gently if there are going to be bugs. But I don't ask for mercy. I just ask, bugs?
No, no bugs. I'm pretty sure I can promise you that.
Pretty sure?
Mostly sure?
Absolutely sure?
We can go look right now if you want to.
I shake my head, wanting to sit here for a little bit. I'd rather not know than know that there are. Let me adjust to all these other things.
Sure, it's a big adjustment. I'm sorry about that.
This is the cabin you grew up in? The thought just occurred to me.
No, that's a lot deeper into the woods. Actually, 2 mountains over. But what's a couple of mountains among friends, right?
I laugh. That's new. I guess only someone who grew up in the woods talks like that.
I guess.
He shifts so he is facing me a little more. You look tired, I say, but it's more than that. His voice sounds depressed and sad. He's been trying to be positive all day, laughing and joking, and now all of a sudden in the last 5 minutes or so, he's gotten subdued. I'm hoping it's not more bad news.
Not really. I just feel bad. You thought you were going to a nice lodge and spending some time with your gram and not exactly roughing it, even if you don't have all the city conveniences. At least thought you'd have a bed and a toilet, hot water, a mirror.
Mirror? My hand goes to my hair, still wearing a beanie, so I know I don't look too terrible, but I tease him. Are you afraid what it's going to look like when I take my hat off? That mirror is for your benefit? He laughs and looks away.
Promise me you're not going to be throwing a hissy fit right now.
I'm starting to adjust, I say, meaning it. I think I can handle a couple of days of this. This is not the way I want to spend the winter, though.
I agree. I'd at least want a bed.
A bathroom. I think the bathroom is the more important of the 2 necessities right now. Maybe hot water.
Really? You'd give up a bed for a bathroom and hot water?
Definitely. If you have hot water, you'd at least be clean. It would make not having a bed not so bad. Bain doesn't say anything. I realize that maybe if I were in Chicago, my friends would make fun of me for saying that, but he doesn't even seem to notice. After a moment of silence, he shifts a little.
Not to change the subject or anything, but I don't want you going outside without me.
I know he didn't want to say that. He's very serious, though. Why? I ask, thinking that might get a little awkward when I have to use the restroom. Using the restroom to mean going outside behind a tree, apparently.
I don't want to scare you about the wolf, but I'd rather keep an eye on you, because I know I can handle it, and I don't expect you to be able to.
He says, not in an arrogant way. I guess I might have been offended if he had. So, how close are you going to need to be to me when we're outside together? His lips curve up and he glances over at me.
Are you teasing me?
No, I'm asking for informational purposes. I let my lips tilt up. Okay, I'm teasing you too.
Close enough that I can save you if I need to, but far enough away that you feel comfortable with your privacy.
He tilts his head and clasps his fingers together.
How's that for an answer?
That has to be good. Now I have another question, I say, and he sighs.
Should I be scared?
Instead of answering him, I just ask the question. Which one of us is the chef for our stay?
You can cook?
He asks, looking hopeful. I think I make spaghetti about as well as you do. I'm not sure about anything else. He laughs and shakes his head.
We don't need to get fancy. If you look through the cupboards, you probably saw the canned goods.
I didn't see any canned goods.
You're kidding.
He gets up immediately and walks over to the cupboards. I get up a little slower and follow him. I'm not concerned that we're going to starve to death, but I'm starting to get a little hungry, and I think that 4 days together might be a little more nicely spent if we can eat. The cupboards are bare.
I hadn't thought anyone was here, but it looks like someone came and helped themselves to the food at least.
His eyes go over to the chest.
Maybe we don't have to worry about there being bugs in the blankets.
He strides across the small room. Midget doesn't even lift her head or crack an eye. He lifts the lid of the chest, and I see his shoulders sag with relief.
We have blankets.
He turns around slowly, after closing the lid, with a thoughtful look on his face.
Maybe the answer to this question is obvious, but do you know how to use a gun?
I shake my head. Guns are not allowed in Chicago.
That's funny. I read headlines almost every day about people shooting each other there.
He says it kinda sarcastically, and I acknowledge the truth of his words with a shrug and a little smile. I think that might be a bit of an exaggeration, but he's right. Just because there's a ban on guns doesn't mean the bad guys don't have them. I don't suppose we want to get into a debate about gun control, because right now I'm glad he has a gun here in the cabin. It's going to get us food. It will also keep the wolves away, hopefully.
I was thinking that we would heat something up over the fire so we don't go to bed hungry, but...
He looks out the one small window. It's too dark to see the snow coming down, with the light from the fire glaring against the glass.
Will you be okay here for an hour or so if I go get us something we can cook?
I'm hungry, but I'm also tired, and so is he. I don't know what time it is, but it must be midnight or later. Can it wait until morning? I ask.
I think I'll have better luck tonight. You might end up with something you've never eaten before, but it will be food.
He's smiling a little, but is also looking at me like he's concerned about how I'm going to feel about that. Are you going to skin it and gut it before you bring it back? I ask, thinking that if I don't know what it is, surely I won't care, right? Once a person gets hungry enough, they'll eat almost anything. I'm hoping.
Of course.
He says, like the knowledge that a man skins and guts the food before he brings it home is commonplace, when, in my world, it's not. Whatever you bring home, I'll eat.
That's a nice frontier woman,
he says, and he winks at me. I grin, but another thought has popped into my head. How would you feel if I go with you? He stares at me like he hadn't considered that, and I think he'd rather have me with him than have me here at the cabin, where he doesn't really know whether I'm safe or not. I like that he's taking my safety seriously, but it's also been a very long time since anyone has tried to mother hen me.
I guess you know you'll have to be quiet,
he says,
and do whatever I tell you to.
Have I been a problem so far? I ask, knowing that I haven't.
You did threaten a panic attack,
he says, like I need to be reminded of that. It never materialized, I remind him.
Sure you wouldn't rather stay in by the fire?
Maybe. Actually, no, I'm sure.
Then let's not mess around and go see what we can find.
He goes to a nail in the wall, where a pouch is hanging, and after flipping open the flap in the front, he pulls out 2 knives that are about 6 or 8 inches long. You're not going to shoot it?
I'm going to take a gun, but I'd rather kill with a knife if I can.
I kind of want to ask him why, but maybe that's getting into a bunch of stuff that I don't want to get into, so I grab my mittens I laid by the fire. They're a little more dry than they were when I took them off, and I put them back on. I haven't taken any other layers off yet. The temperature in the cabin has gone up some, and it is warmer inside than it is out now, I'm sure, but I hadn't thought out enough to start removing things.
I don't want to scare you.
Would you stop saying that? Every time you say it, you scare me. He laughs.
Just don't forget about the wolf, and stay with me, okay? In fact, if you want to, you can hold on to the back of my shirt.
Maybe that should make me feel like a 2-year-old, but it actually makes me feel safe, and I grab a hold of it as soon as we walk out the door. He grins at me, almost as though he knows that in any normal circumstance, I would never be doing this.
I don't know. I'm starting to think she likes me. Can't get rid of her.
I huff, in a fake angry way. I think it's you that likes me, since everywhere you go, you want me to go with you. In fact, you want me to do all kinds of private things right beside you.
Speaking of,
he asks with his brows raised. I have to say, I appreciate him standing watch while I do what needs to be done, and I'm not very comfortable while he walks off himself for a few minutes. He has the gun over his shoulder, and the barrel is sticking up behind his shoulder as he murmurs.
I guess that's a project for the next time I have some spare time, making an outhouse. I hadn't really considered that it would be important.
I can't believe that you don't think that a toilet and tub are essential.
In a man's world, they're really not,
he says with a shrug. I feel bad for your mom, I mumble to myself, and he laughs out loud.
I think she would accept your pity and commiserate with you.
She must be quite an interesting lady, I say, wondering about anyone who would raise a pack of boys in the woods while following her husband all over tarnation.
I actually think it was my mom's idea to stay in the woods. I think my dad would choose an easier lifestyle.
This is one of those things where I'm not entirely sure whether he's kidding or not. I decide to think that he is, because I can't imagine a woman talking her husband into living in the wilderness without a tub and toilet. The thought is just inconceivable to me. We walk for a bit, slowly and quietly, and come to the edge of a small clearing. He puts his finger to his mouth and turns a little toward me until he knows I see him. Then he hunkers down, and I go down with him. I've got a death grip on the back of his jacket, and buddy, let me tell you, I am not letting go.
Chapter 23. Bain.
I'm hunkered down in the snow. Kimber's holding on to my back, and she'd probably be upset to know that I'm content. Fingering the knife in my hand and thinking that I was kind of impressed with the city girl. Not that she was able to do anything like start the fire or that she'll be able to help me skin or gut an animal. But from what I've seen so far, I think I can kill in front of her and she's not going to flip out. From all the tracks around the snow, there is a family of rabbits and they've been feeding since the snow started. The thing is, where there are rabbits, there are predators. I'm one of them, but there could be others. Just as hungry as me. Hungrier, maybe, since I did eat dinner. And dessert. But that cake wore off an awful long time ago. Regardless, I'm listening pretty hard, and Kimber couldn't be quieter. I don't even hear her breathe. I don't look behind me to see if she is. It's enough to feel her fingers on the inside of my belt loop. It's been a hard day, I admit, but I also admit that I've had a good time, regardless of the danger, or maybe because of it. The laughter and maybe a little bit of panic, but the easy acceptance of the setbacks that we've had have allowed me to see a different side of Kimber. I was already attracted to her, and today has made it very plain to me that while she might not be up for spending the winter in the woods, she could match me step for step with a little bit of training. I like that. Thing is, I feel bad because I know I wouldn't have reacted as well in the city. I don't know what danger is there, although there's plenty of it, I'm sure. But it seems like if she can live in my world and get along just fine, I should be able to do the same in hers, if there is any hope of us being together. I know that's not going to happen, me being comfortable in her world. Maybe I don't have to be comfortable. Maybe I just have to be okay. The idea that I could do it for a bit, spend a day or two in the city, I can handle. But the idea of the rest of my life is not going to happen. To be fair to Kimber, I can't do it for a few days or a few times just to win the woman I want and then never go back. If I end up with Kimber, and that's a big if, I have to be willing to have a foot in the city if that's what she wants, for the rest of my life, permanently. That would be the only fair thing. I laugh at myself. I'm so far ahead of where we actually are in our relationship, it's not even funny. But I guess I need to see the end result before I try to find the path to get there. I need to know that there's a way it can work. I need to know that I'll be able to do what it takes to work. Once I'm sure about that, then I'll look for the trail to get there. There's movement, and I still, hoping that Kimber doesn't get bored and want to start to talk. I don't think she will, and if she's quiet just a bit longer, I think we'll have supper. My hand twists the knife between my fingers. I'm gripping the handle, and I'm going to use an underhanded throw. I can throw harder overhand, but from my crouched position and the way I'm holding my knife, that's not going to be an option. Even so, it won't matter. Rabbits are relatively easy to kill, and although my aim would be better from a standing position, I've killed plenty from this position as well. Another 90 seconds, and it's over. My knife has severed the windpipe, and while Kimber flinches at the sound the dying rabbit makes, she moves with me when I stand and go forward. "Are you okay?" I ask, not wanting her to lose it now. Someone who is tired doesn't have as much self-control as someone who's not. Maybe we should have waited until morning when I found out she wanted to go with me.
I'm fine.
If I were totally sure about that, I would tell her what I'm doing as I go to the dead rabbit, pulling my knife out of its neck and bending down in the snow after looking around and making sure we're alone. I don't feel the eyes or the presence, and then it occurs to me that I should ask her. "How are you feeling?"
I'm not going to throw up, if that's what you're asking.
I chuckle. "That's good. But I was actually asking if you're feeling like anything is looking at you. How do I say, do you have the same feeling you had earlier today beside the lake?"
No. You?
No. But sometimes the excitement of the hunt, I hate to use the word excitement, but it's the closest thing I can think of to come to it. There's definitely adrenaline pumping through my arteries and heightening my awareness. That usually subdues any sixth sense I might have.
I see,
She says softly, and I think she does. I know she doesn't feel the same. And it's not that I'm happy to have killed an animal. It's just a man thing, I guess. Regardless, I'm quiet as I use the other knife I brought to slice the abdomen and do what needs to be done. One rabbit will feed us for tonight, and it's late and I'm tired. I'm sure she is too. So I stand, wiping my knives off in the snow and holding the rabbit in the same hand with them. I'd like to hold her hand, but I need to be ready, on the off chance that the wolf is still around and decides she wants my rabbit, or, I almost say my woman, but I don't do that, not even in my head. It's uneventful, our walk back to the cabin. Midget greets us at the door. I'm thankful she's friendly. It would be a little awkward if we got to the door and the dog we rescued wouldn't let us in. Kimber's quiet the whole way back to the cabin, and she doesn't say anything until I throw a few more logs on the fire and start to prep the rabbit to cook.
Where did you learn that?
I think back over the things that I'd done, and I'm not sure exactly what she's asking. I don't mean to be obtuse, but where did I learn what? I say, looking at the rabbit because I can't look at her. Her tone is odd.
Throw knives like that.
My brothers and I started throwing knives before we could walk almost, I think. Soon as we were old enough to tell the sharp end from the handle, we've thrown them.
I've never seen that before,
She says. I guess you're talking about the whole shebang? Maybe there's a little ghost of a smile on her face, but I don't stand and look, focusing on putting the rack over the flames, then hanging the pot with the lid on the rack. It's going to be a bit until that's ready. It's not going to taste the greatest, because I don't see my salt either.
That's okay. I'm hungry enough, I don't think it matters.
I'll make up a bed and you can lie down and take a little rest until it's ready.
You?
I lift a shoulder. Maybe I'll kick Midget off the chair and sleep there, unless you want to. She looks at the chair, which isn't much. Furniture isn't exactly in my line of abilities.
I guess I'm getting to the point where I don't care. I don't want to take the best of everything, but I'm getting tired, and I don't want to argue.
She yawns and stretches.
I think I've had enough excitement for one day. If you don't mind, I'm going to lie down.
She sounds exhausted, and I go to the chest, grabbing the blankets and shaking them, saying a small prayer that there really aren't any bugs in them. I make a pallet for her, far enough away from the fireplace that I'm sure she won't catch on fire, but close enough that I think she'll be warm. I wait for her to lie down before I cover her with a blanket. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have let you come with me if I'd known this is what we were getting into.
I don't recall needing your permission to do anything,
She says. The words a little harsh maybe, but she says them softly and gently, like she's reminding me that I can't take the blame for this myself, because she's her own woman, and she made the choice to come. Thanks, I say, liking that her last words before she falls asleep are meant to help me, so that I'm not sitting here racked with guilt that she's sleeping on the floor of a remote cabin with no food or bed, no electricity, and, most importantly according to her, no toilet and tub.
Chapter 24. Kimber.
I'm not sure what time it is when I wake up, but it's still snowing. I barely remember waking up in the middle of the night and eating some of Bain's rabbit stew. It was just watery meat, because there were no seasonings or spices or anything aside from the rabbit and water, but it tasted good to me. He apologized for waking me up and said he almost didn't, but he had said he would before I lay down, and he didn't want to break his word. I'm pretty sure he said all of that, but it's a little fuzzy. The fire had died down, and there was just one bowl. After I realized that, I insisted that we share, which seems kind of intimate now in the light of day, but last night it seemed like the reasonable thing to do. It wasn't fair for me to eat first and him have to watch me, especially after he did all the work to catch it and cook it. I didn't watch the rabbit die, and I think I would have been okay if I hadn't heard the keening cry before the woods went silent again. I don't know how long we're going to be stuck here, so I guess, when you're in a situation like this, you really realize it's death for life. It's something that you don't see in the city. In the city, death is just a waste. Bain has already taken Midget out. That's what woke me up. He walks outside with me as I go behind a tree, and he stands with his back toward me, far enough away that I hope he can't hear me. I'm going to have to tease him some more about that outhouse we need. Maybe we can make it today. I don't know what else we're going to do. Of course, if I suggest it, I probably ought to be prepared to see it through, and I have no idea how to build an outhouse.
Leftover rabbit sound okay for breakfast?
He says, and I grin. Go ahead and give me my options, and I'll let you know.
So the lady's a jokester in the morning.
She sure is. How do you feel about making an outhouse today? He laughs.
I can't provide you with a tub. I might be able to do a lean-to, but there isn't going to be anything to sit on.
I'm thinking a lean-to is better than nothing, but then he says,
And without a latch for the door, we might end up having more critters inside than out. But, hey, if that's what you want to do today, after we make sure we have something to eat, I'm down for it.
I laugh. Am I allowed to go hunt with you again?
I thought after last night you'd want to stay home.
I don't think I'm ever going to enjoy hunting, and I definitely won't ever be able to throw a knife like you, but it's something that we need to do. And yeah, I'd like to go. Which surprises me. Even a day ago, I would have said that I would never ask to go hunting, knowing I was going to watch something die. But I want to for sure. Maybe it's just wanting to be with Bain. We go out after breakfast. It takes a little longer than it did last night, and we don't get a rabbit. We get a deer, which Bain claims he didn't really want, but it will keep him from having to go out the rest of the time we're here.
The meat won't go to waste. We're feeding Midget, too.
I noticed he'd given her the rest of the rabbit when we were finished with it, and she'd eaten it all. We spend the day cutting up the deer, the front part of it anyway. Then Bain uses some more of the rope that was in the drawer and ties the rest of it pretty high up in a tree, the one he climbed last night to make his phone call. We play cards, take Midget for a short walk, and sit in front of the fire, waiting for the meat to cook.
Roasting it might be tastier, but boiling is more filling. I hope you don't mind.
I think we've already decided that you are far more knowledgeable about any of this than I am. I'll take your word for it. He laughs but doesn't say anything. I'm tempted to say things that I probably shouldn't. Before I open my mouth, I get up and walk across the cabin to the window and look out. It's still snowing. I feel Bain's eyes on me. I'm not sure if that's the new sixth sense that I didn't know I had, or if that's just my awareness of him. I'm guessing it's the second. This was about the worst thing that could happen to me, not because I'm uncomfortable or because of the lack of a toilet or tub, or hot water or anything like that. It's because I'm already attracted to the guy, and now I just spent today with him, and despite all the things I don't have, it was one of the best days of my life, which doesn't even make sense. I watched an animal be killed today. I cut it up. I should be grossed out, throwing a fit, demanding to be taken down the mountain. And here I am watching it snow and hoping it never stops. What's wrong with me? Suddenly, Bain is standing behind me, and I didn't even hear him move.
You want to go home?
He asks, soft and low, with a little bit of disappointment in his voice. No.
What is it?
I don't want to admit it out loud. That makes it real. But it's the truth.
You don't want to go home?
He asks, like he misheard me, and of course he would think that he had. Why not? It's totally crazy. No. Isn't that awful? I ask, turning toward him, knowing we shouldn't be having this moment. The day has already been so off the rails. I haven't had a shower in 2 days. That alone should be enough to make me back away. But it's not. I step closer.
I think it's good.
He says, his eyes searching my face like he's trying to figure out if I'm being serious.
I guess I haven't told you how much you've impressed me.
I laugh. Yeah, because I was just so amazing out there killing a deer and doing all the outdoorsy, woodsy things. He shakes his head.
No, not that. Just your calmness and your good attitude. You are taking everything in stride, not complaining, even laughing, and just being everything I ever wanted.
He sighs. Then he says, very distinctly,
You amaze me.
I want to laugh again, because I have not been amazing. It's the opposite, and you know it.
I guess we can argue about that, but I wasn't kidding.
Neither was I. He swallows. His hand comes up, brushing my hair back. It makes me shiver, and I put my own hand on his waist.
I've been thinking all day that you look good in my world.
I like that he's not asking anything from me, not demanding that I be in his world, just saying that he likes the way I look here. He leaves it open-ended for me, and I say, I've enjoyed being in your world. His lips twist a little, like my words didn't satisfy him. and I'm not sure I can say any more. Not right now.
I keep wanting to think that there can be something for us.
He looks over my head, like he's weighing his words and he wants to say them right. I appreciate that. I don't want him to tell me a bunch of things that aren't true just to get me to do what he wants. I'd rather build whatever we're building, if we're even building anything, on the truth. I'd rather fail because of the truth than succeed for a while on lies, if that makes sense.
I know, as good as you look in my world, I can't ask you to give up everything without offering to spend some time in yours.
Like visit Chicago? I ask. I hadn't even been thinking along those lines. I know if there's ever going to be anything between Bain and me, I'm going to have to be in Idaho. I hadn't even considered him being in Chicago.
No, like we can't just move into my world and me be okay with you going to the city sometimes. If you're going to have a foot in my world, I need to have a foot in yours. That's the way it needs to be. Permanently.
A foot in my world, a foot in his. That sounds fair, but not possible. How? He is a tour guide. He leads whitewater rafting trips. He kills rabbits with knives. He makes his living out here in Idaho. It's his world. I can't ask him to go to Chicago.
I won't ask you to stay here with me and give everything up that you have without me doing the same. Not just to get you. That wouldn't be right. It has to be a full compromise for the rest of our lives.
I can't believe he's willing to do that. I can't even fathom it. It's huge. I mean, I can't figure out the logistics, but I assume that's something that we would have to hash out. There's something that bothers me about it, though. Something that I don't like. Something that irritates me, that, although it seems fair, I'm feeling it isn't. But I guess maybe standing so close to him, or maybe just spending the day with him, I don't really want to talk about it right now. So, we are talking about spending the rest of our lives together. Is that the subject? His lips pressed together.
It's fast, but I'm not messing around.
I grin. I think it's his upbringing. He knows what he wants and goes for it. There are no games. You haven't even kissed me. Maybe we ought to get that out of the way first.
Out of the way? I think that's the thing we look forward to and enjoy, right?
I love that slow grin. It flows over me like warm honey, soft and smooth and sweet. My hand goes around his neck, working into the longish curls that lie there. Okay, I agree with that. He bends down as I reach out, and the cabin, the snow, and the rabbit and the deer and the wolves and the cold, none of it matters. Nothing matters, except his lips on mine, and my future with his, and us together.
Chapter 25. Bain. We stay in the cabin 3 days. By that time, we've talked about everything and anything, and we've come to some pretty great compromises, if I do say so myself. We did spend a good bit of time kissing. I also spent some time teaching Kimber things I knew from my childhood, making weapons, tracking, facts about wolves and other predators, among other things. She seemed interested, and I didn't have as much trouble as I thought I would paying attention when she talked about her life in the city. I've also taken the carburetor off the snowmobile and cleaned it out. I'm almost positive it will get us home, but if it doesn't,
I've texted Hoover and he knows to look for us. Ready to go? I ask, and I hate to think that our time together with nothing, no other people, no electronics, no outside pressure at all, has come to an end. I could live the rest of my life right here with Kimber and be very happy. Maybe it's wishful thinking, but I think she could too. She sighs, standing beside me as I reach to open the door for her.
I guess.
That doesn't sound too sure.
I thought I would get bored, but I haven't.
You're welcome, I say with a teasing grin, the one she loves. She smacks me lightly on the arm.
I'm saying, doofus, I don't miss the city. I'm not wishing I was there, and I think I'd be happy settling in good grief, with regular trips to someplace like this. Although,
She tilts her head.
I think I'd like to have electricity.
My heart has turned over, basking in her words and what they mean. I was ready to spend half the year in the city and half in good grief. Are you sure? I ask. Just because she's given me what I want doesn't mean I'm going to take it if it's not really what she wants too. I can be pretty blind sometimes, but even I can see only a jerk would treat the woman he claims to love like that. She nods her head, but I've just remembered something. I love you, I say. My timing, as usual, is a little off. I take my hand from the doorknob and put my arms around her. I'm sorry it took me so long to tell you. I just know I'm never going to say those words to anyone else.
I love you too. Maybe that's why I don't care about being in the city anymore.
But you still want electricity? I have to tease her. She knows by now to expect it. I think it might be one of the things she loves about me. I'd like to stay here another 3 days and talk about that. Well, maybe talking isn't all I want to do.
Are you seriously going to make me choose between you and electricity?
She asks, and now she's teasing me. Are you struggling with that? I ask, grinning.
No, I've lived without a man all my life. A washing machine? It isn't gonna happen.
But she's grinning and she winks. I laugh. Well, as long as it's not another man, and I suppose since you're choosing me over the city, I can bend a little on the electricity.
Plus, how would I do my vlog if I can't get online?
It's a legitimate question.
I think people would be pretty interested in seeing how I adjust to living in the backwoods.
Good grief is hardly the backwoods, I argue, but she ignores me.
I wish I could have taken more videos than I did here.
We can come back, I say, and the idea sits well, really well, with me.
Should we have our wedding here?
She asks, and I laugh. Is that a proposal?
Do I need to get down on one knee?
Okay. She starts to bend down. I'm kidding, I say, holding her so she can't kneel in front of me. Let me go home. Let me do this right. I'll find a ring, think of something really romantic, spend 6 months planning the perfect proposal, and maybe by Christmas I'll ask you. She lifts her brows. I try to keep a straight face. She caves first.
Fine. Ask me at Christmas. But I'm not kissing you again until we're engaged.
The man says yes.
Ha, I thought so.
I exaggerate a sigh of relief. Now we can get started on all that kissing we were going to miss between now and Christmas.
Nope. I've decided no more kissing until we're married.
That throws me. I know she's joking, but hey, I'm not going to throw away this opportunity. All right, give me 5 minutes to climb the tree and send Hoover a text. She crosses her arms.
What does Hoover have to do with this?
He can have a preacher back at the lodge before we make it back down. I purse my lips and look down at Midget, who's been patiently sitting beside us this whole time. How do you feel about Midget being our flower girl? She huffs out a laugh.
It's fitting for sure.
All right, just give me a few minutes. I put my hand on the door and start to twist the handle.
Bain,
She puts her hand on my arm.
it can wait until tomorrow.
No way. I'm not waiting until tomorrow to kiss you again. She drops her arms and steps closer.
I wouldn't want you to.
Midget has to wait a little longer. Kissing Kimber is my new favorite pastime. Epilogue. Hoover. Since my brothers and I weren't exactly raised like everyone else, it stands to reason that our lives are not going to play out the way everyone else's lives do. After coming back from being stuck in the snowstorm, my brother announced yesterday he was getting married. Today, it's done. They've just said, I do. Not typical. Unfortunately, that works against us when we're trying to romance a woman. At least, in my experience, it does. Although Corey didn't seem too bothered by my suggestion that we have possum pie 2 nights ago after I caught 4 of them rooting around in our trash. No point in letting good meat go to waste. We had a lot of leftovers that night. But Corey ate a big bowl full. Of course, later I saw 2 empty beef roast packages in the garbage, and when I took the trash out, there were at least 3 possum carcasses lying on top of the trash in the dumpster. Gotta say, I love a woman who challenges me. Although she won, which, in my experience, is never good. Still, when Miss Agnes asks me to lead her and some of her friends on a wildlife sightseeing expedition in Idaho's beautiful backwoods, I accept, even though I'm sure I won't be seeing Corey. Some men just aren't meant to be married. As Miss Agnes is walking away, a feeling comes over me that I've never really felt before. I grew up with my mom, of course, who didn't have a deceitful bone in her body. But as I'm watching Miss Agnes, I see her glance over to her cronies, and the look they share is, well, let's just say I remember those possum carcasses on top of the dumpster, and I think that maybe this wildlife sightseeing expedition isn't going to be quite what I thought it was. Then I kick myself for being silly. Those sweet old ladies don't have a treacherous bone in their bodies.
Hi, this is Jay, and thanks for listening. If you're ready for another great audiobook, here's one we think you might like. Or check out the playlist with all our latest releases. Don't forget to subscribe to Say with Jay, give this video a thumbs up, and tell us what you liked in the comments.